Today is Thursday, June 25th, 2020. My name is Ramon Rodriguez. I'm interviewing Andres Guerrero for the Voces Oral History Center at the University of Texas at Austin. Please know, Mr. Guerrero, that this interview will be placed in the Nettie Lee Benson Latin American Collection at UT Austin. If there is anything you do not wish to answer or talk about, I will honor your wishes. Also, if there is something you do want to talk about, please bring it up and we'll talk about it. Because we are not conducting this interview in person, I need to record you consenting. So I'll ask you a series of 5 questions. Please say, yes, I agree, or no, I do not agree, after each one. There are two questions we need to make sure you agree to before we go on. Voces wishes to archive your interview along with any other photographs and other documentation at the Benson Library at UT Austin. We will retain copyright of the interview and any other materials you donate to Voces. Do you give Voces consent to archive your interview and your materials at the Benson Library?
Yes.
Great. Do you grant Voces copyright over the interview and any material you provide?
Yes.
Do you agree to allow us to post this interview on the internet where it may be viewed by people around the world?
Yes.
1 second. We have many questions in a pre-interview form that we have already filled out. We use that information from the pre-interview form to help in research. The entire form is kept in a secure Voces server. Before we send it to the Benson, we would have stripped out any contact information for yourself or family members so that it won't be part of your public profile. Your public file will only be accessible at the Benson Library. Do you wish for us to share the rest of your interview in your public file available to the researchers at the Benson?
Yes. Yeah, they can use it. Yeah.
Great. On occasion, Voces receives requests from journalists who wish to contact our interview subjects. We only deal with legitimate news outlets. Do you give consent for us to share your phone numbers or your email with journalists?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Then we're good to get started. Could you start off by telling me a little bit about where you're from, your childhood?
I was born in Houston, Texas, in el barrio del Alacrán, in la cola del Alacrán, actually, and it's right there by the Buffalo Bayou. Yeah, and I was there till about from 43 to 1951. And in 51, we went to Crisol, which is Fifth Ward. And back in that time, it was a heavily Mexican area, and now it's mostly African American. And then from there, we were there just a few months, and then we took off to Kenwood, Texas, Kenwood, not Kingowood, because that's where all the millionaires live. Anyway, well, people that did well. Anyway, so I grew up basically in the woods of East Texas. Yeah, we grew up in the woods. Yeah, it was a barrio escondido, and there was only one way in and one way out. And if you didn't know the way in, you couldn't get in. If you got in, you could get out, but getting in was rough. So it's a hidden barrio in East Texas. Yeah. If you were to walk east, you would run into Lake Houston. So that's where I was raised. And I was raised with my cousins, my grandparents, my tios, my tias. Everybody was there. We kind of uprooted from the El Alacrán in Houston and settled in East Texas. Almost all of the families, except maybe one, the Guzmans, they ended up in Bonita Gardens, yeah. But the rest of us all went to Kenwood.
So let me ask, I know that from your pre-interview that your father was a World War II vet and that he was gone in 1943. What was your father like? He was an immigrant, no? And what led him to want to fight in World War II?
I didn't realize that my father was not documented until he went to the Army. Yeah. So my father crossed the river in 1920. He was born in 1918, 1 year after Zapata was killed. And he winded up in Crosby, Texas, picking pecans. Of course, he was only 2 years old, but my father never left that area. I think that for a little while they went to San Antonio because my uncles and my aunts, the Guerreros from my father's side, they're all born in San Antonio, except one, and his senior sister, and she was born in Ciudad Jimenez, yeah, in Chihuahua. almost the border of Durango. And but we never knew her. I mean, we got to know her many years afterwards. She stayed in Mexico with her, not with her mother, because her mother came with dad and all my others. She stayed behind with her family. And so dad was undocumented until he was about 24 years old. Yeah, yeah. And he was a tank destroyer. That means he didn't drive the tank. He loaded the bullets on the tank on the tank. Yeah. So uh, they were his other two brothers. One was a paratrooper, and the other was infantry, and he was a tank destroyer. Yeah. Dad. Dad did
So
not know how to read and write tampoco. So and they couldn't move him up. The highest rank he got was corporal, and they told him, well, a lot of people deserve this because they at least have some kind of high school, and you don't have anything, but you're a good soldier, so we're gonna move you up. Sounds like most of our people. No, we're gonna move you up. I know you didn't go to Harvard, but anyway, we're gonna give you a break. No tienen vergüenza. Anyway, there's no shame. So
so
yeah, that was my dad. And Mama grew up mostly like a housewife, but the difference between my mother was that she's a reader. She could read all day long in Spanish or English, but she could not write any words. She only wrote
Oh
her name.
my. Mm.
That was Mama.
wow. So question about your father. Even though he was an undocumented immigrant, what compelled him to join the army? Him and his brothers.
I think back in that time, and I know this from other families that I talked to. I mean, it was a great honor to go and serve in any services, but mostly Mexicanos joined the army and the Marines. Those were the two big things. And so everybody in the like there were four brothers. Only the little one didn't go, but the three older ones went, and they served until they were not needed anymore. They were going to invade Japan, and at that point, that's when it didn't happen. So, and my grandmother used to pray a lot for them not to get hurt in the war, and hey, her prayers were answered. My fathers and my uncles never saw actual were not actually in a battle. Yeah, they didn't fight that way. They were just trained and ready to go. Yeah. Uh, and your question was why? I think back in that time, también Ramon, a lot of Mexicanos, and even until today, a lot of Mexicanos. I mean, I'm not going to say all of them, okay, but many still are want to join. I talk to families and I ask them, what does the young person, what does your son want to do, or what is your oh, they want to join the army, or they want to join the Marines. I said, wait a minute, they just finished in high school. He said, yeah, that's what they want to do. And I said, no, let them go to school first, get at least 2 years of college, or get 2 more years, and then you become an officer if you want to still join the Army and the Navy or the Air Force. And because when you have an education, you have a better opportunity to see why you're fighting, for one, And sometimes in modern wars, it's really sad because modern wars are mostly selfish wars. They're about money and about money and about money. And our wars, como dice Ramsey Muniz, are about land. And when you got land, Mano, you got money, resources, people that work for you. I mean, if people really studied the concept of war, they would not go to war, because not only is it useless, it is also senseless to be fighting. No matter fighting, because in the end, it's the poor who get screwed either way. The poor always get screwed in wars. And the upper classes, the privileged people, are the ones that walk off with, a couple of medals and a lot of money too. Anyway, but that's not our case. Very rare if it is, very rare. We usually go fight and come back home and get back to eating our tortillas, frijoles, and chicharrones,
Yeah.
And life goes on.
Sorry, Really quick, are you filming on a phone right now?
Yeah, I am.
Do you have a laptop that you could film on?
Oh shit. This is a new laptop that I wanted. I have no idea what to do with it. Okay.
If not, that's no problem at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm
so
sorry. I told your mother I was going to try to do something with that machine, but I really what it said to with a COVID-19, and you can put this down. Every time I know that if the library was open, my college library was open, man, I have this thing running like like a Mercedes Benz, but no, it's running like an old Ford here.
yeah, I'm not gonna make you learn to drive stick or anything like that.
Eh,
All right. So you talk about that honor in, wanting to enlist and fight in the war and stuff. How does that element of honor ever come into play while you're doing your citizenship classes?
Uh, yeah, it does, but I don't really encourage I'm not real patriotic, like I told you a while ago. I don't really. I mean, a lot of my students, I want them to appreciate that they're going to become citizens, you know, and I want them to, take advantage of the opportunities here. I always tell them you're working, you have the hardest jobs, the dirtiest jobs, the most dangerous jobs. Now, when you get an opportunity, and I try to help them there, I said, get to learn English and get to learn a career. And I always encourage them to be teachers. And the reasons teachers is the number one profession in the world is because who controls education controls everything else. They're not stupid. That's why they won't have bilingual and bicultural classes. And I think not to teach a child bilingually and biculturally, even till PhD, I don't care, but at least from pre-K to 12th grade, it's like you're teaching with one brain, and you're teaching a child that has three brains, the indigenous brain, the Mexican brain, and the Anglo-Saxon brain. Watch it there. And when they're in school, it's only an Anglo-Saxon brain. And the reason it's Anglo-Saxon is because the philosophy of education in the United States is a process of assimilation. And then you ask yourself, well, what am I assimilating into? Well, to become an Anglo-Saxon. Die to your identity, die to your culture, die to your spirituality. Fíjate cómo funciona. And once you do that, well, you become a, ace Anglo-Saxon. I laugh because it happens to most of us, and some of us never see the light. That's why I really believe that the people that are voting for Trump, after what Trump has done to us, something's going on in their mind, with the assimilation.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say, but staying in the question that you asked me. Oh, I go back a little bit, backflash. I was gonna join to go to Vietnam. Oh yeah, I went to sign up, but I can't see with my left eye. But I'm not quite deadly with my right eye, but almost. I can shoot pretty good. Anyway, and all of my cousins, man, they all got marksmen, man. They were dead shots, man. They beat me a lot because I still felt like a city slicker because all of my cousins were migrant workers. So they were out in the fields, out in the sun, working. Many of them could not read and write. I didn't know that my cousins, we all went to school together, but they could not read and write, so they didn't learn. And they are smart, brilliant. They build houses, they build buildings, and I tell my cousin, how can you build those beautiful buildings and you can't even read and write? He said, Mason, you don't have to know how to read and write. All you do is get a ruler, get a saw, get a hammer, and do measurements, and you build a building. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And some were foremen and things like that. My dad was a foreman too. Yeah. Smart people. I'd ask Dad, you don't know algebra, you don't know geometry, trigonometry. How do you fill out the orders? And you know what he used to say, Ramon? We figure it out. We figure it out. And they did. And they did. Yeah. Anyway, Ramon, you asked me, I'm lost, man. I tend to go all over the place. Yeah.
um, I believe the last question I asked was, how does that fit in? That element of patriotism. How does that fit in with your citizenship classes? And
Oh,
yeah.
well, uh, well, well, for me, it really doesn't. My thing is, I want to teach them what they need to learn to pass the test, and I want them to not stop there. I want them to go on, get their GEDs, and get their AA degrees, get their BA degrees, masters, and PhDs. I have a student right now that could go to Salamanca and get a PhD if she wanted it, but she would be in Spain right now studying, but she wants a master's. And I said, no, you already got a master's. Why do you want another master's? Get a doctorate. Yeah. Anyway, so I encourage the students, not so much, into the military, like I said, but I know that many do go to the military, like many of the children want to go to the military, and many do. And what's really sad, I'm going to see, I got these brilliant kids. And I said, wouldn't you like to go to UNC or CSU or Boulder or something like that? They said, oh, no, bro, I can't go. I said, why not? He said, and I said, you haven't graduated yet. She said, I haven't graduated, but I already signed up. I'm in. I said, oh, shoot. So the military beats me to them. And these are brilliant kids. I mean, all A's, they could be whatever they want to be. Engineers, teachers, nurses, doctors, lawyers, whatever. Any, yeah. I've noticed that a lot of my students, a lot of the immigrants here, they're all managers in places like Wendy's, Walmart, fast food places, cafeterias. In Estes Park, almost all the workers, and in the mountains, because 2/3 of Colorado are mountains, almost all the workers are Mexicanos, and many are now in supervisory positions. They run the hotels, the keeping them in tip-top shape, like cleaning, and they and they hire the Mexicanos to help them, of course. Yeah. The ski resort, yeah, they clean everything. They do all the construction. Yeah.
Are some of
So
these students with master's degrees, like you said?
yeah, some,
Hmm.
not a lot. But let me tell you, a lot could get their masters if they wanted to, because I know them. But here's the thing: women tend to come to classes more because they have more time. The kids are in school, their husbands are working, and then once they get their GED, you know what the husbands say? That's it. You're not going to go to school anymore. And they keep them back. They keep the women back. I would have more women with more masters, possibly PhDs, if the husbands would support them. But the Mexican husband, the immigrant, is afraid, is afraid that he might lose his wife if she gets educated. And guess what? He probably will. Because once a woman gets educated, it's just like a male getting educated. You cannot relate to a woman in a condescending, with a condescending attitude. You have to see them eye to eye. And a lot of men still can't see women eye to eye. I'm sorry. And the least educated you are, that's why I think education is a plus for Mexicans, because they got to know how to appreciate and how to value their spouse. Yeah. And the more education you have, well, the more you would value and the more you would, how much you say, give credit where credit is due. I think if my education, and even then, because of my culture, I'm still weak there. Oh yeah. I hate to say it, but it's true. Yeah, it's hard because of the culture, I think. And if you think that the Mexican culture is machista, the Anglo-Saxon is even worse, man. And I will tell you why. In the Anglo-Saxon culture, their concept of God is a male. In the Latino culture, our concept of God is a woman. And for a Catholic, Our Lady Guadalupe is a good example. And now you were talking about veterans. I was talking to a veteran from the Vietnam War. He survived, but he was really messed up, you know. And he said, you know, Andres, when I was in trouble, I didn't turn to God this year. I turned to Our Lady Guadalupe. Help me out of this mess. When he was in Vietnam, yeah, fighting. Yeah, he was fighting actually. Yeah, he was in back. He was combat. And he said, I always, when I related to God, I related to Our Lady Guadalupe.
Yeah, and you bring up an interesting point about that kind of machismo in our culture, and I think that's the reason a lot of critics kind of look to why Mexicans support Trump. Some Mexicans, is because of that kind of a very culturally conservative mindset. What are your opinions on that?
Well, I think those persons are very assimilated, to be honest with you. They might eat chicharrones and tamales, but when it comes to their mind, where's their mindset? And if you're a Mexican, my mindset is you got to be with your people, or at least trying to help your people. I think a lot of times we have more Anglos helping our people than sometimes Mexicans at the same power position. And I think that one of the things that pre-K, post-PhD curriculum, it is to brainwash you to be, very patriotic, to be like Trump. Jesus, come on. Trump took it all, the line, como dicen, hook, line, bait, and held the whole reel. He took it off. Yeah, yeah. It's obvious. You can see by, by, como te digo, by not, by not having a vision, I think his vision of the government is money. It's not about people. It's about money. And here's another thing about money. Some people think that money is going to take you to heaven. And money is going to take you someplace, but not to happiness. Because if you can be the poorest person in the world or the richest person in the world, but I think that the richest person in the world is not gonna be as happy as the poorest person in the world, because the poorest person in the world doesn't have anything between him and God. And for the rich person, he's got a lot of money between him and God. You get the analogy? The wall that's there. You can, the more power you have, I think it blocks you from 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 truth, freedom, love, justice. I really believe that. Yeah. So you don't want you need money to survive and to help others, but not to hoard. And a lot of people like to hoard money. Just like I hoard junk in this room. A lot of people hoard. ¿Cómo se dice? Hoard money. Anyway, I got to clean this place up. That's one of my goals, short-term goals. Anyway.
So, what do you think leads to that drive to assimilate? You referred earlier to students of yours who, they've already signed up, even though they have, as you said, so many possibilities. Why do we want to assimilate so much?
Well, I think because you don't want to be poor for once, for one. And a lot of the immigrants, not all of them, okay, not the privileged immigrants. You got privileged immigrants, and they should stay home and help their people, help the poor people in their country, right? But they don't. They come over here and make more money, and they're not going to help us. Oh, forget that. They're not going to help us. And a good example is look how the Cubans have voted uh, against us. They don't vote with us. Cubanos do not vote with us. I'm sorry. They should. And not all of them now. There are a few that do vote for us and are struggling with us, Cubanos. But the majority of the Cubanos, they're Republicans. Look at Florida. It's a good example. Yeah. And I think that the reason is, again, a lot of the privileged people from Cuba came after the revolution. I think only one PhD from Harvard stayed there. The rest, they all left. So it's like the whole intelligentsia, well, I don't know, I would even question if there was an intelligentsia. If you're intelligent, you don't leave your country. You might have to die there, but hey, everybody's going to die. We're all going to die. Pero they said, no, we're going to leave because we hate communism. I don't know. I think what backfires against communism is the fact that is that the real communist doesn't believe in God. He's an atheist, and he probably was brought up believing, but he lost uh, his faith. But again, I'm a theologian. I grew up around spirituality. I grew up around religion, and I think when you talk about the assimilation and all that, a lot of the people are not as proud as they should be about their culture, their spirituality, their history. And you know that our history was decimated as far as Mexicanos in the Southwest, and and they did it on purpose. If you read the American Indian policy at the turn of the century, and you read about education, and there is a American Indian policy, you will see that what they were doing to the Indian children is what they do with the Mexican children, but it's more sophisticated. So a lot of people want to be assimilated because they don't want to be discriminated. Notice what I said: assimilate so that I won't be discriminated. Yeah. But again, who do you blame? And I say, first of all, you have to blame the person or the system with the most power, because with power you can wheel and deal. Without power you can't do anything. Okay, so a lot of people want to assimilate because they want power and they want money. And one of the things about my students, I said, okay, now you got your degree, what are you going to do? Are you going to help now the community? Oh no problem, we're going to go make some more money. So instead of I don't know, I have a book that my doctoral dissertation is called A Chicano Theology, and the interviews are of the Chicano leaders that we had, like Reyes Tijerina, Dolores Huerta. I wanted Cesar Chavez, but Cesar was like me, he's never in one place at the same time. Anyway, so I miss him, but I got Dolores, and I'm glad I got Dolores Huerta. And boy, the powerful, and Lupe Anguiano, Ruben Almendares, Tomas Atencio, Dr. Ricardo Sanchez, all these great, great activists, revolutionaries of the Chicano movement, okay? And there were not all of them, of course. Jose Angel Gutierrez is in that group too. I wish Ramsey would have been there too, but I don't know why I didn't. The only one I didn't get was Corky, because Dr. Ricardo Sanchez told me not to interview Corky. And for something that happened politically with one of the, with Falcon, basically. Ricardo Falcon got killed. And I remember Ricardo saying that not enough was done to help to bring justice to that murder of Ricardo Falcon. And so he said, don't interview Corky. And so I interviewed Tomas Atencio in his place. And Tomas Atencio is an intellectual, professor of sociology, but before he became a professor, I interviewed him, and powerful things about education that he said. That is mostly accreditation. You're going to get accredited, and you got to read it in this, because he also said there that, okay, so you want to get accreditation, but who's giving the credit? Who's going to say that you are going to be the next psychologist? You are going to be the next historian. You are going to be the next theologian. It's an Anglo-Saxon who probably does not know Spanish or understand the culture or ever been poor. All those qualifications. And that's us.
Yeah.
So I would say that the reason that a lot of people, and this, you can see it. I asked a little girl, I said, wouldn't you love to be a teacher? She's in the fourth grade, right? Fourth grade. And you know what she said? She told me, she said, oh no, I don't want to be a teacher. Y'all don't make any money. Así me dijo, y'all don't make any money. So basically saying, I don't want to be a teacher because I don't want to be poor.
Yeah, I actually read a bit of a Chicano theology, and I was especially taken by the opening of the chapter, The Chicano Cosmic Experience of Oppression, where you kind of talk about something you had touched on earlier, where, because of our mestizo ancestry, we have this real duality, right? We're part Spanish, we're part Indio, and we're kind of on this wavelength where we search for a soul of our own. And I'd kind of like to touch on something that you mentioned a couple of times, which is that concept of godlessness. You mentioned that, the poorer you are, the closer you are to that concept of God. But also, uh, you say that the big fault in communism is that sense of godlessness. Where does that concept of God work in between those two ends of the spectrum?
Well, well, I think that Russia was a very spiritual country, and even Antonio Gramsci, who I consider one of the greatest uh, uh, political theologians, actually. No, no, not theologians. Is he talks a lot about political economy. There you go. He was not a political economist, but he knew enough to understand that that's what runs everything, political economy. And toward the end of his life, he was saying, one of the big faults about communism was the fact that the spirituality of the people was never really given credit for for where it was due. And he said, if there was another movement similarly where you could, somehow or other keep the ideas of Christ, which is like chapter 8 of Corinthians, I think, yeah, Second Corinthians. I call it there the doctrine of social justice. And I call it a doctrine because it says there, help those that need help, because someday you're going to need help. And hopefully they will help you too. That's what they. And that applies to individuals and it applies to countries. It applies to countries. Como decía Benito Juárez, el respeto a lo ajeno es la paz. And so I really believe that. And right now we're like, okay, well, not as okay as we could be, right? But we're considered a very privileged country. But there's no guarantees that we'll always be a privileged country. Look at Germany, look at Britain, look at Spain, look at Russia, look at all these, look at China. China's going to go, and India's going to go, and Brazil is going to go. And the reason is because you have such appalling poverty in these countries. The poverty is appalling in China, in India. I just finished reading a book on India.
Sorry, just for clarification, what do you mean they're gonna go?
They can't survive the way they're going.
Oh, okay. Continue.
Seems like we can't survive. The United States cannot survive the way it's going. It's going to have to practice what it preaches. Look at the church. Here's a good example. The Catholic Church. It's in deep doo-doo right now because of celibacy, basically. They should have, I think one of the great cardinals said it best. He said, we're like 200 years behind the time. And you can add that to countries that we're like 200 years behind the times politically. Because if you are considered a developed country like Brazil, considered, and you have so much poverty, eventually that poverty is going to call you to account. Yeah, just like us too. Yeah, it's really sad about the fact that we still pushing Black Lives Matter. I mean, Black Lives Matter. We're 200 years behind the times. Slavery is over, people. Hello, And remember, Jim Crow laws lasted until 1964. I did not realize how we went to segregated schools. No wonder I didn't see any African Americans in my schools, K through 12, because we were segregated. We didn't know that. I didn't know that until I got into college. And I found out from a Monsignor friend of mine, Monsignor Clifton Ransom, when he went to the seminary, he said, no, you can't come here. We don't want ordained Black men. Yeah. Yeah. And after 1964, they let him in, but he was bouncing around. He joined the Navy. But yeah, there was a lot of discrimination during those 100 years. And so Black Jim Crow laws and some people, hate to say it, but some people still have that mentality. That's the Ku Klux Klan. And even Trump, he has that mentality too. He doesn't realize it. He's dangerous. When he first came into office, I said, this man is not all there, He's not. Anybody who worries about money that way is not all there. Look at the Koch brothers. I'm reading their book right now. It's sad.
Dark Money or a different
Dark
one?
Money, yeah, Dark
Yeah,
Money.
that's a good one. Yeah.
You read it already?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
I read it. I read it last year at some point.
it's good.
It is good.
It's good because you go against your own family. They went against their own brothers. What does that tell you? It tells you anybody's game. If you go against your own blood, anybody's game. You have no respect for yourself. And here's another thing that I have come after my almost my 78 years, that I think that we teach self-hate. In my 20 some odd years of college, never once did I even have a seminar or a course or a class saying love yourself. You know, people take it for granted that people actually love themselves. But if you study a system like capitalism that continues to exploit and take advantage of the poor, then you know that in order to have a system like that, you got to teach self-hate. And once you teach self-hate, then anything and anyone, including the environment, is game. We destroy all the environment if we have to. Yeah, because we don't love ourselves. Yeah. And I think that's one of the big things in education right now. I think we have to teach children to love themselves, to value themselves, to how do you say, to teach, yeah, to teach dignity. I was never taught dignity. I wanted to die to my culture. I was ashamed of being Mexican. That's what K through 12 did to me. And when I realized what was going on, holy tomato, man, shit, I was ready to get a gun. No, not really. I wouldn't get a gun. But I'm just saying that, man, I was so pissed off, man. Yeah, and it happened during the Mayo days in Houston. I said, why are these policemen beating on these kids? And they were kids, they were, teenagers. And they were running, trying to keep away from being beaten up. And you see that on TV todavía. Why are they doing that? Now, are they doing wrong by saying Black Lives Matter? Then why are you gassing them and beating them and, doing all these things to them? That's because a lot of the law enforcement people don't love themselves either. And if you don't love yourself, you've heard of policemen shooting their wives or mistreating their kids. There's something going on there. Not good. So I say, how do you love yourself? And here it comes. You love yourself like God loves you. Huh? And then how do you prove that you love yourself? You prove it by loving your neighbor. If you can't love your neighbor, then how can you love yourself? Or how can you even love God? Because a lot of the people that are, promoting a lot of this racism are very religious people. So does religion teach self-love? Tampoco. No, tampoco. They teach you assimilation. The private schools do really well on SAT tests, ACT, SAT, GMCAT, the LSAT, the the achievement test. All they do is prove how assimilated you are, and the more assimilated you are, the better your score. Mm. So the system works, como dice Jose Angel Gutierrez in the book. It works for what it's supposed to do. It's not supposed to work for us. You remember that, reading that about Jose Angel Gutierrez? The section on it, yeah, it works, but it doesn't work for us. And it has to work for us now because now we're the majority of the students in the public schools. In the Southwest, the Midwest, and it's coming the Northeast también. Yeah. Yeah. So our population, like I said, we're almost like 1 in 3 already. Yeah. That's a lot of people. And we're still invisible, and we're still, we're not reckoned with. I remember when Obama was running. I remember one, and she was a Latina. She might have been, I don't know if she was Mexicana or not. I don't think she was Mexicana, but she was a Latina. And she said this during the elections, it's the Mexicans that make the difference. Yeah. The Mexicans are that many. We are millions. In 1975, when I started, when I was just out of college, right? there were 17.5 million Latinos in the United States. Now we're over 70 million. That is a big, big jump in the last 40 years. And that has not been taken into consideration. The schools have not looked at it. The county has not looked at it. The state has not looked at it. The nation has not looked at it. And there are problems. Well, look at it. A good example. Why are there so many demonstrations going on? And we're supposed to be an advanced country, a democratic country, a loving country. If that was the case, you wouldn't have all these demonstrations going on. Something's wrong. It's a wake-up call. And like the church too. The church is suffering the same way because they, tan amachados, stubborn, It's our way or no way, or worse, it's our way or the highway for you. Yeah.
Yeah. And that is interesting what you say about Mexicans making a difference. But first, you brought up an interesting contradiction in there where you were talking about, it's important to teach self-love in education, but there's also this kind of conservative backlash against that, saying that it softens kids up and such. But when you were talking about the issue of police brutality, you kind of said it might be good to apply some sort of theological principles to it. But the kind of irony between that conservative backlash as well as that kind of pro-police those voices that we're hearing right now, is that they kind of claim the backing of God, sort of this sort of righteousness to what they're doing. Where do you think that contradiction comes from?
Well, I really think, again, you got to look at the system. We have a democratic capitalistic system, and it's not really, it's going to have to come back to education. What are we educating? How are we educating? Are we really listening to the people? And in our case, like in Texas, how come we don't have more Latinos or people of color in the Board of Education? In any Board of Education in this country. Throw in Illinois in there, throw in Michigan, throw in California, and if you don't have parity, equity is ludicrous. Notice what I said. If you don't have parity, equity is ludicrous. And this is what I'm talking about. And this is why I talk about culture. In our culture, the thing is, I always remember my mother, and my mother was probably where I got all of my theology. And she used to say, tenemos que ser parejos, porque si no somos parejos, no va a haber paz. And you take Mexican families, you cannot play favorites. Even though we do, right? In the process of assimilation, we tend to favor los más güeritos, and we tend to discriminate against los más morenos, right? And that's the system. You value and you nurture, you wanna make better the lighter skin, the white, but at the same time we're keeping the black and the darker you become, we keep them back. We don't value, we don't give credit where credit is due. And so we have problems because no somos parejos. We don't practice parity. And parity has to be done at the grassroots level, okay? And then it's got to be at the city level. It's got to be at the county level. It's got to be at the state level. And it's got to be at the federal level. Look at our Congress. Look at our Congress. It is still a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant group. They're still the ones with the most power to wheel and deal. It's not a colored, there's a couple of token blacks, a couple of token Asians, a couple of token, but the bulk of, our Congress is still white. There are more women, but again, it's white women. And I don't really think that white men really listen to white women, to be honest with you. I know in my church we don't. So if we don't do it in our religious, why should we do it in the political?
And that's
Henry,
interesting. Sorry, what were we gonna say?
no, I saw Henry.
Uh,
I said, Henry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, wow. I forgot you were listening to all this too, Tony.
Hey, I'm fine. That's part of
Yeah.
what I'm here for.
Yeah. You probably can relate to a lot of this stuff because you lived it like me. Yeah. Yeah. How old are you, Henry? About 65? I put I?
I'm 72.
Oh shit, you're closer to me. I'm 77. Okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. We've been there, man. We've been there. We went through it. Yeah.
You're saying you have some very interesting insights that are important, I think.
Well, thank you, Henry. Well, uh, I tend to ask a lot of questions, and I think my father said it best, and this is across the board. He said, Andres, you do for Mexicans. They don't want you to do for Mexicans. And we know who they are. They are the ones that are doing policy and don't even consult you.
Yeah.
Even when the policy is about your people. I said, hey, wait a minute. Like we had a developmental education, Henry. And in developmental education, watch how powerful it was, okay? We had more FTE than any other department except math at the college. We used to have 400 active students, and that's FTE. And we were taking money from the county and the state. Yeah. And so we were bringing millions and millions to the college. Now, watch a thing. Since I left, they have not hired another Mexicano. Oh.
and I'm curious about that because you were talking about parity, and part of the question I asked that led to that was about how God can be used as a weapon by the right to justify these things. How is God and this kind of sense of inherent morality through his teachings used to justify issues of parity or infighting by like the ruling class, which I guess would in this case would be the Anglos?
Well, I really think that is, again, a miseducation, lack of education, and really lack of inclusivity, including others, especially, like, for instance, if you're going to teach Mexican children, you have to work with the parents. You have to work with, uncles, aunts, grandparents. You have to, como se llama, find a way to connect and relate. I think that the big problem in education for Mexicanos and other Latinos, I'm just going to speak for Mexicanos though, is that the educational system has never figured out a way to connect and relate to the culture. Yeah. And as a consequence, we still lose a lot of our students. Like in my community college, you ready? 1.3 in 10 finish their program. 1.3 in 10. That means that if 100 or at the college, and now we're hundreds now, but if 100 in college, only about 12 are going to make it, finish their program. Now that says to me, that says to me, how come there's no parity in the school? How come they don't have more counselors that are Mexicanos that connect and relate? How come we don't have more teachers? How come we don't have more administration that's sensitive to the majority of the students now in our schools? We're the majority now. Our public schools are up to 95%, 80 to 95. And in one little town down the road, they've always been, and watch out what's happening there. They've always been like 85 to 90%. And now the Anglo students that are moving in out of Denver into the suburbs, into that area, they're going to the white schools. They're not going to the Mexican schools. Watch out there. So we have Mexican schools here and we have white schools here in northern Colorado. Yeah.
So even though we've become a very large demographic, how do we wield that potential?
Well, I think the way we wield it is we need leaders that are committed to the, to the, how do you say, the visions of our people, and also committed to where they're at, and how do we move them, how do we move them to become part of the, how to move them into modern, you wouldn't call it modern, yeah, but how do you move them out of the, say, like for instance, a lot of my immigrants are all poor. Okay, how do you move them out of that? Out of that, other than just giving them the hardest jobs. I mean, they pay them okay. So, some of them, not all of them. A lot of our people live in trailers here too, but a lot of them don't. Okay, so the more ambitious are the ones that are going to be living in outside of the trailers. And then let me try to relate to your try to focus on it. I'm sorry. I'm a little lost now. What was the question again?
The question was, how
How
do we wield the potential in our population?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Leadership. It's got to be leaders. I'm praying for a young leader, a woman leader that, and I have this idea here. We have organizations, Chicano organizations and Latino organizations, but everybody's going their different ways. Nobody's pulling together. I think that's what we need to do as a nation, as a Mexican American Latino, nation. We have to be pulling together. How are we going to help our people? And in helping our people, we also help the Anglo-Saxon people too. Because the Anglo-Saxon can't do what he wants to do without our labor, without our help, without our brains, It's a symbiotic relationship. Like, watch this. Look at Mexico and look at the United States. Mexico shouldn't be in the situation that it's in. But we in the North, we need so many drugs, Why do we need so many drugs? Why do we have to drink so much alcohol and drugs? And it's kind of like supply and demand. If the United States wants more drugs, they just say Mexico and Colombia and Peru and everybody, produce more for us. We want some more. Why? Why do you want some more? So it's kind of like supply and demand. If there's a demand for more drugs, well, there's going to be more violence and more, más discordia in the South. And we should be working to, to help each other, The fact that somebody becomes the thing about the capitalistic system is that exploitation and como te digo, and hate is built into it. It has to be in order to survive the way it wants to, so that some people can make more money and other people are barely making it or barely surviving. That's not a good system. And I have heard rich, very, very rich people in this country just down, ¿cómo se dice? Down, ¿cómo se dice? Downing, ¿cómo se dice? No, dogging socialism. Democratic socialism, or countries like Switzerland, like Belgium, like France, like even France, Great Britain, all of these countries are a little bit more advanced than we are when it comes to Canada. A good, another example. Mexico is too, but like I said, Mexico is too dependent on the United States. They want to, no deben de hacerle caso, tan locos, como decía mi mamá. If somebody wants more drugs, what are you going to do with so many drugs? Why don't you control your drugs, control your intake, and try to help the people? And if you got the money, try to help the people to the South. Help those countries that need help, like Guatemala. Reaganomics. I was talking to Kenneth Galbraith. I just said, what do you think about Milton Friedman and Reaganomics at Harvard? I bumped into him at the grounds of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. I used to work there as a janitor. He said, that Milton Friedman, he's full of shit. Reaganomics. And Reaganomics is the reason that they destroyed the infrastructure of Central America. And so now you have all the immigrants coming over here because they've displaced the poor people in the land. They've gone to the big cities. The gangs are notorious now in El Salvador, and especially El Salvador more so than probably Guatemala, But I'm sure it's worse there. And then, of course, Mexico, And so You know, again, it's education. I would like to see, watch this, I would like to see the African American intellectual and the Mexicano intellectual, Latino intellectual, get their shit together. But again, we're not working together. You said, why are we in the shape? We don't work together. The African American community and just say Mexican American, not even Latino community, and the Mexican, they can control this country. Easy. Politically, they can control it. But we haven't done it. And there are reasons. The black person does not trust the Mexican because they see us as white, and we're not white. But they see us as white. And you can't blame him because a lot of times también Mexicans, this is before, you know, before modern times, but in the old times, Mexicans, again, talk about assimilation. They wanted to be included. I have this saying, and you probably have heard it. If you're white, you're all right. If you're brown, stick around. If you're yellow, you're quite a fellow. If you're black, stand back. If you're red, you're dead.
Never heard that, but
But it makes sense, or
Yeah.
Henry? Yeah, if you're white, you're all right. If you're brown, stick around. If you're yellow, you're quite a fella. If you're black, stand back. And if you're red, you're dead. And you know, in Texas, the Texas Rangers had orders to kill all the Mexican, I mean, all the Indians in Texas. And you know what? My grandfather, who was full blood on my mother's side, great-grandfather, not my grandfather, my great-grandfather, he said, don't ever, ever tell anybody that you're an Indian. They told you, my mama and her uncles, yeah, don't tell them because they're going to come after you. Y para acabar de fregar, guess who used to ride with the Rangers? Her uncles, two of them. They were scouts, but they were Indian. They were not Mexican. They were Indian. Yeah. But you know, if you study the history of the military in the United States, pre-1900s, you know, fighting the Indian wars, it was always the scouts that did their own people in, basically. Yeah, scouts. They couldn't have done it by themselves. They couldn't track you. If you were not an Indian, you could not track an Indian. No way. And that's part of our nature, I guess. And we still, hey, Henry, we still got a lot of scouts out there. I have a friend who said, man, you're a scout. You tell me, no, I'm not. I said, yeah, you are. And in a way, you know, we are because we're educated. You know, we know how to survive in the system. You know, we were trained. We trained ourselves how to survive in a system that kept us back and kept us invisible. But we beat the odds. Not all of us, but many of us did. Yeah.
And you know, there is that issue, right, where you know, black people feel as though we're treated as white, but you know, to reference Dan Ariano's book, The Hano Roots, which we were talking about the other day, The Hano Roots.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he talks about how despite major contributions at the Alamo, Mexicans have kind of had the rug pulled out from under them by most of white society, right? Like everybody remembers the Alamo, but nobody remembers it correctly, kind of deal. So where do Mexicanos fall in? You know, what's the nature of our flux here, where, you know, we're too white for the blacks, but too black for the whites?
Yeah, that's true. I like Ariano's book because, you know, it kind of gave more insight into what I already believe. And that is that we're really more indigenous. We're really, you know, our culture, our spirituality is more indigenous than it is Espanol, you know, and Anglo-Saxon. What we're seeing now is a phenomena where there's more intermarriage now between whites and blacks and whites and Mexicans and black. So I think 100 years from now, you know, this conversation would be different, I think, yeah, because by then, you know, there's going to be more, it's going to be like Mexico, it's going to be like Brazil. I just hope that they settle the poverty issue. Yeah. So the system will have to change. We cannot stay capitalist. I don't believe that. We're going to have some kind of socialism where people can take care of one another, and the government has to help with that, as if we're going to have a government, which some people don't say we don't need a government, like some of the Republicans say. But I think we need something, we need leaders. We need good leaders that are going to say, I'm going to do it because I want to help my people. I want to help the situation that's here. But a lot of times, like for instance, a lot of our people in Congress, if you're poor, you cannot you cannot run for Congress because you need a lot of money. And if you look at all the people that are in power right now, like Abbott, like all these other people, those people have a lot of money, like Trump. Trump has no business being president because all he's going to do being president is make more money instead of helping more people out of poverty. Yeah. Anyway, so money is I see it as the worst excuse to want to run for office. I know you need money to run for office, but it's going to be they who have more are going to get elected, and what are they going to do? ¿Qué van a hacer? A
And
lot of them make more money. That's about it. They don't really help a lot of people. Yeah. Anyway.
so how the issue of money as it relates to leadership is pretty interesting, right? Like it seems like a lot of leaders in both parties don't really look out as much for their constituents as their constituents would like them to, and I think a lot of that comes down to, as people have said, kind of like this corporate sponsorship kind of issue. And when there was, you mentioned socialism, and when Bernie Sanders, who's a self-professed democratic socialist, was running, it seemed like the party was kind of working against him to make sure that he didn't get that nomination. And
well, see, the people who run the party are privileged. Yeah. I mean, look at Biden right now. Biden is not a poor person. He's privileged. He's got a lot of money, and I don't know. No, I do know. I do know. If you look at the Democratic Party, the ones that are, wheeling the puppet, the ones that are pulling the strings, those people have a lot of money. And what they ought to do with that money is give it to the poor, and maybe they could probably help themselves because they wouldn't have the temptation to, to take more, I guess. Yeah. Anyway.
but how does the system change where gradually politicians kind of shift away from this this greed, really, and begin to give back more to the people? How does that change?
Again, it's education, and it's got to be both religious education and secular education. Let's see, and it's kind of interesting. Well, no, it's not really interesting. For instance, if you study the poor people in the United States, they're all colors. Okay, they're red, they're yellow, they're black, they're they're white, they're brown, and education for them has always been limited. I like Gramsci again, Antonio Gramsci, and he said, if you see a talent of a child, it's the duty of the state. Notice what I'm saying. It's the duty of the state to educate the potential that this student, this child has. Well, first student, but it becomes you graduate. You come out of elementary. You go. It's the duty of the state to educate them. Right now, I mean, scholarships and money is going to. It is so competitive that only the cream of the crop are actually gonna, not have a, $60,000 debt when they get out of college. That's undemocratic. I'm sorry. I mean, you want to go to school, you want to develop your talent, and you can't. I mean, I know geniuses out there that have they gone to school they could do a lot for the country, but because they didn't have any money, they couldn't go, or they dropped out or what. But a lot of the problems with persons of color is money. Yeah, money and testing. Like I told you, the more assimilated you are, the better your test score is going to be. So if you're really, really proud of being who you are, and you're not very rich, of course, you're poor, then you're not, you're not going to be able to contribute what you could contribute, Yeah. I've noticed this about Mexicanos. I don't know if you watch them. Man, some of these kids are whizzes, man, with computers. Ought to get me one over to help me with mine. Anyway, but yeah, they're pretty. They find solutions to things, and they're not even educated. They're just common sense for them. Yeah, but can you imagine some of these guys at MIT or Harvard or UCLA or Stanford? Oh my God, they would do so much, and apply these brains to political economy, because that's where the problem is. The problems of any society is in political economy. If you don't have a good sense of that, a fair play with that, of good equity, good parity in that, you're not going to have a good country, basically. Yeah. You're going to have a healthy, and that goes for the churches too. In the church, you need that input from the gifts that God gives to people to give to the world. Yes, that's what. That's the way I see it. Because they're there. Como decía Martin Luther King, God does not give us any problems without a solution, and I really believe that. Like, I know solutions to some of the problems, and I'll tell you the one of the big ones. One is parity again. We don't have parity in any of the policy-making institutions in this country. We don't have enough input from the Black people, enough input from the poor white people, enough input from the Mexican people and other Latino people, and of course, Asian people. We don't. My God, we could be the center of the universe with all that input of Asian, African, indigenous, which is, we're part of the indigenous, and then European. Holy tomato. Imagine developing a mind of almost like una mente cósmica. Yeah. You remember when they call about the cosmic experience of oppression? How about the cosmic experience of liberation? Maybe that's what I'm writing next. The cosmic experience. How do we do it? I think we do it by giving credit for credit is due and helping those who have talents develop them. And that is education. And if education is just about creating corporate managers, political, hoarders, then no, that's not going to do it. Politics has to be eclectic. It has to be communal. If politics and economy is not communal, then it's bad. It's bad because if somebody's going to get hurt. And of course, the ones that are going to get hurt are the ones who are not privileged. The ones who are going to take advantage of it are the privileged. So education should close the gap. Yeah. For everybody, not just for some. Notice that. Because for us Mexicanos, it's only meant for some.
Yeah.
Like, I'm the only one in my family, in my immediate family, who got a degree. Yeah. In my neighborhood and my region, I'm probably the only one that went to Harvard.
Yeah.
And we were dirt poor, man. That's why I like Gramsci. Gramsci used to say that the greatest of the intellectuals came from the poor classes. That's what from the poor. Like you. The greatest of the intellect. Yeah. And that's where they are. You can see the little kids. I go to church and I see the lawyers, the judges, the economists. I see them already when they're little. The leaders, you see the leaders too. Yeah.
What was it George Orwell said? If there's hope, it lies with the proles, or something like that.
With whom?
Where there's hope, it lies in the proles, the proletariat. I think that was a George Orwell line.
I agree. Yeah.
So the picture I'm kind of getting from you is that there's this kind of cycle of poverty, voice, and education, and with the masses, right? Like, we don't have any money, so we don't have a voice. And because we don't have a voice, we can't change our infrastructures, particularly education. But because we don't have education, we can't change our economic situation. And because our economic situation is bad, we don't have a voice, and so on and so forth. But you also talked earlier about how we need strong leadership. Is this an issue of leadership that you see?
Oh,
Like,
absolutely. I really think it's a question of leadership. Yeah.
and so where does that how where how do we it seems increasingly sometimes like that characteristic the characteristics of a leader are being increasingly lost. You see sometimes in minority groups, like with the African Americans, you see infighting between, scholars like Ta-Nehisi Coates and Cornel West. Within the Democratic Party, you see it between the progressives and the classic liberals. And sometimes it feels like the only group that really has a real leader with at least enormous national coverage is Trump. It seems sometimes like there isn't that voice of the opposition, with the Black Lives Matter movement or something. How do we, if it is an issue, how do we relearn how to be leaders?
Well, you're going to have to take the racism out of the curriculum. I think that's again, you're back to education. We have not really how do you say, we have not really accepted the input from peoples of colors in our educational curriculum. We haven't. And anybody who says that they have, I want them to show me where. Where is it? I was in an East Texas school. I was in an East Texas elementary school. And when I was at Harvard, at the top of, the Ivy League schools, I said, oh my God, this is the same system. It was the same system in an elementary school in East Texas, the same philosophy, I should say, or the same spirituality. I don't know what it is. Well, no, I know what it is. It's the same spirituality, the same philosophy, the same ideology that's taught in the elementary schools was being taught at Harvard. I didn't see the Black perspective. I didn't see the poor perspective. I didn't see the Mexican perspective or the Native American perspective. And I think if a country is made up of all these peoples, and we're seeing now more and more that this country is becoming more of a country of color, and it's still a democratic capitalist, I really think that we need to go democratic socialist. And so Bernie was right. Bernie's way ahead of his time. And we gotta, how do you say, we gotta evolve. Our political economy has not evolved. All it's done is made more money. That's not evolved. Because if you have more money, the other question is, what are you doing with that money? And you know what the answer is going to be? Oh, I'm going to make more money. That's not the answer. That's the problem. If you have a lot of money, then you got to find ways of how you're going to help your country with this money, not how you're going to help yourself, your family, or your constituents, as the case may be. You got to help your country if you have money. And if you don't have money, you still have to help your country with whatever, limited resources you have. Because we got to live together. We can't live apart. Even though we live apart, I mean, I live in an area where it's more poor, but if you go like 10 minutes on the same street, if you go like 10 minutes west into the mountains, oh shit, man, it's nice over there. Swimming pools and everything. Over here, we don't have swimming pools. We got fields. Anyway, but it's fun. And I don't envy that. I don't envy somebody who has money, okay? And I don't think a poor person should envy. But the poor person should ask the question, well, if you're making so much money, how come the people on this side of town are struggling so much? What can you do to alleviate some of that struggle? So we got the food bank, right? Oh my God, the food bank. The other day I was over there and said, where are you from, man? Where you born? They say, Garras. I said, Garras. Yeah, Garras, Colorado. And I said, Garras, Colorado. Where? And then it clicked, boom. Oh, you live in Ragtown. Ragtown. It's the, okay, during the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, all these little towns were segregated. And so Eaton has a Mexican section that was called Ragtown. We have the Spanish colony. Fort Collins has another Spanish colony. Notice what I'm saying, Spanish colony. They're no more Spanish. They're all Mexican, you know, and Hudson, you know, and our people came here, you know, and now we're the majority, almost the majority of the population. But our people came here as immigrants, settle out immigrants is what we were. They came from Mexico, Arizona, came from California, and basically in Texas to cultivate the sugar beets. A lot of the science behind all the sugar beets that was invented by Mexicans. Oh yeah, they came up with all these ideas. How do you harvest? How do you make it? You know, how do you make the business what it is? It's the workers who are there, but of course the workers are never given credit for that. Yeah.
So I have a question, but I kind of want to lead into it with something else. So you worked with Cesar Chavez. Could you walk me through like how you got involved with that, how you got interested in that, and what you did for him?
Well, that was during the church. Father Flores, who later became Bishop Flores, was I used to work at his church on when we were we worked even when we were in you know regular college, but we also worked during the summertime. But we worked there during we would teach do youth ministry primarily, and so when Bishop Flores learned about Cesar Chavez, he would invite Cesar Chavez to come to Houston, and we were all getting involved. We were all doing fundraising. We were all doing boycotts. We were all organizing marches. Y todo. Mayo was very active back then, and man, Mayo really got involved helping Cesar Chavez, you know, and marching against Safeway, you know, Piggly Wiggly, and all those stores. You know, they were boycotting grapes first, and they boycott lettuce. Bruce, I still remember Bruce Church lettuce. That's a long time ago, about 50 years ago. So I got involved because of the church, as Father Flores was there, and then I think that if I had not been in the church, then I might have not been as involved, because I remember that none of my cousins were involved. And, you know, like I told you about my cousins, many of them could not read and write because they were migrant workers. And here's a migrant worker. You left home in April. That's when the harvest season starts. And you got back in October. If you do the math, that's 6 months that you were doing migrant work. And the other 6 months, you're supposed to be in school. Well, you left before the finals, and you came back after school had already started, like a month, almost 2 months, no, a month, September, yeah, almost 30 days after school started. So it was hard and you knew that October, November, December, January, February, March, and 6 more months you were off again, yeah, in April, because that's the planting season in the Midwest in Colorado. So you only went to school 6 months, and you missed 2 months out of school, so. But I was not a migrant worker. My father did not want us to go do migrant work. My father, like I told you, when he crossed over, he started doing migrant work, but then he started working in the city. You know, he worked for Parker Brothers, Brown and Root. He worked for Shepler, and Dad worked for about 45 years altogether. Yeah, and hard labor. Yeah, he was a labor foreman. Yeah.
So, did your so your father didn't want you to be a migrant worker? Why was that?
I think because my father saw already, you know, and remember, my father was an immigrant, okay, from Mexico, not from the United States, not born and raised here, okay. The migrant element in my family is the one that was born and raised here, okay, not my father's, because he was an immigrant, okay. And my father didn't want to join my uncles and my grandfather, and you know, and here we go, you know, going north or going to California, go to Ohio, go to uh, uh, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Colorado. And my father said, I'm not going to, and it was really sad because my dad would only make like $50 a week when we were growing up. And, but back then, $50 was a lot of money, I think he paid like his house only cost $8,000, took him 30 years to pay it off, but he paid it out. Anyway, but dad just didn't want to do that. He said, no, y'all are going to go to school. And we all graduated from high school. But then this is, again, education. When my sister asked dad if she would sign her, and now it's called the FAFSA, my father saw those papers and he said, I'm not going to sign that shit. And so my sister, who's brilliant también, and she's an excellent social worker, she did get an AA because she went to the convent. And through the Our Lady of the Lake University, she got an AA degree, but she never got the BA because my father wouldn't sign the papers. Yeah. And I didn't know anything about that because the seminary paid for everything for me. So I didn't know about financial aid. Yeah. Even though I had saved like $2,200 back then, is back now, $2,200 back then. My mother would save all my checks for my summer work, and I gave it all to the seminary. Yeah. Yeah.
So, you mentioned earlier dad being pretty patriotic, and you referred to yourself as not being patriotic, or at least not explicitly, maybe. How did your dad feel about the direction your political views took? Was he supportive?
Well, no. my father did not want to be called a Chicano. Okay, yeah, he didn't like the word Chicano because in the army, when you go into the military, and here's another source. There's a book called The Biology of War. It's George Friedrich Nicolai. That's not his real name, but he coined that name. And George Friedrich from Hegel, George Friedrich Hegel, and Nikolai from Leo Nikolai Tolstoy. So it's middle name of Leo Tolstoy is Nikolai. So he said this about war, that man by nature is not a killer. So what the military does, it's got to train you to kill. You got it? You're not, you naturally, you're not a killer, but the army teaches you to kill. And of course, he was a pacifist, and he was put in prison. I thought it was for 4 years, but it was more like 4 months by Germany. He was a physician. He was the physician of the Queen of Germany at the time. This was during World War I. He signed a peace manifesto against the German manifesto. The German manifesto was signed by 93 academicians and artists and artists of Germany. Many of them realized their mistake, but they had already done it, and it kind of legitimized the beginning of World War I. Yeah, and so he was against that, and they punished him. He wound up in Santiago de Chile because he had to leave Germany. Of course, they divested him of everything he had. Except his wife and his daughter. They went with him to Santiago de Chile. He's the mind behind La Raza Cósmica. He wanted Germany to be the cosmic race, but Germany forfeited it. The United States could be a cosmic race. We got all the elements that we need, but we are also forfeiting it because we do not give people of color their due. We do not value people of color. To say, I do value, I mean, anybody can say it, but to practice it, like in our courts, like we were talking about the police, why are the police so brutal? And police in the United States are not any different than police in France, not any different than police in Russia, not any different than police in China. There's a certain character of a policeman that is germane worldwide, that is cosmic. Let's put it that way. It's a cosmic phenomenon. Why? Instead of creating brotherly love, police in many of these capitalist countries are protecting the privilege, basically. And I think maybe that's why police are the way they are, because they're not protecting. They say protect and serve. I think on the card, right? To protect and serve. But they're not protecting and serving the people of color. Not if they kill them the way they do. Yeah. Sorry. Anyway, and Mexicans, we don't even talk about the way they treat and kill Mexicans.
Yeah.
I think they hung more Mexicans in Texas than probably African Americans. I think, I'm not too sure, but I'm almost, somebody wrote a book on that just recently of the numbers of Mexicans that were hung in Texas by the Texas Rangers and, law enforcement.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been happening to us for a while.
Yeah.
But again, but how did your dad feel about your shift in political views? Was he supportive of that?
Well, when my father was in the army, they brainwashed him to, really be a wholehearted American. He didn't want me to get an education. I know that because he wouldn't sign my report cards unless they were all A's. And the sad thing about that is that it worked on me, but it didn't work on some of my siblings. And some of my siblings are much smarter than I am. Oh yeah, I have a brother who's got an IQ about 167 or something like that. He can do math in his head. I cannot do math in my head. He can. And my sister-in-law was telling you, she's amazing too. But we also poquito chisqueado, as they say, because I think that a lot of people that are geniuses also have, handicaps physically. Yeah. Maybe even spiritually. I don't know. I laugh because I don't know. But physically, yeah, like Mama was highly intelligent too, even though she couldn't ride. But she never really applied herself to ride, but she could read 2 languages. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharp.
So, out of curiosity, what happened to your siblings? What did they end up doing or going?
Well, I think, let's see. Well, one of my sisters is in the military. The other worked almost all her life for the Federal Reserve Bank, and she was poor because she put all her kids through private schools. Her kids are doing really well now because they went to private schools and they went to good universities, and they're making a lot of money. Uh, now she married an immigrant who did not make a lot of money either, so he's a worker like Dad was. Very very similar to his his background is very similar to my her husband's background. But my sister did not get educated. I mean, my brother, the one who's a genius, he said, Andy, I didn't go to college because I was lazy. I didn't want to go. That's what he told me. But he got sick too, so he's schizophrenic. Okay, my brother. But he's still smart. Jesus, man. And memory, man. He remembers things that I do not remember. Anyway, and then my sister, she lives out in the boonies of East Texas, building a 2-story house. I don't know what. Anyway, but that's my sister. She needs to be doing something. But I don't know. My family was. I think the system never valued, and I think my family is very indicative of many Mexican families. Yeah. And I know I talked to a lot of Mexicanos that have, gotten an education. That many of them is only like 1 or 2. There's very few. I know one family only where all of the family's professionals, including 2 PhDs, and they're here in Greeley. Yeah, they're two siblings with doctorates. Yeah, and all the professionals. Yeah, yeah.
Were your siblings politically active at all, or no, not so much?
No. Like my sister is supporting Trump.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, she. And I think that that's common because our people don't really understand uh, the political economy of this country. I don't think a lot of teachers understand that either. Yeah. What makes the country move? It's political economy because you need politics and you need an economy to run that politics, to run that machine.
Yeah.
And we've never really been included in that. And here's a good example. Notice of all those companies like that are investment companies, you will not find a lot of people of color in investment companies. It's like they purposely, through their testing, keep us out. I don't think anybody who took a test to work for, say, one of these investment companies, big investment, They never tell you what your score was or how to improve the score or how to educate you so that you could become an investor with their company. Any big company like that, check it out. It's going to be like the Board of Education, maybe one and a token, maybe two on the policy making. And it's about policy making. If people of color are not in policy making institutions, the ones that make policy, then not only are we in trouble, the victims of that, but como se dice, those that propagate that, they're in trouble too. But they don't see it though, because they're ignorant, basically.
And I'm glad that you mentioned the term political economy, because I wanted to talk about one part of that process that we haven't touched on, which is age. So I wasn't alive for the Chicano movement. What was that like when that was happening? What did that mean to you? What were y'all trying to do? Because for me, I have the Latinx movement, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But how about the Chicano movement for you?
Well, I think for us it was an eye opener. We didn't, our history was repressed, our spirituality was repressed, our being was repressed. Just being, we thought that life was, that we're supposed to be where we're at, mensos y mansos, and I think that what the Chicano movement did to the Mexicano, especially the Mexicano, was, wait a minute, we're not all mensos and we're not all mansos, mensos y mansos. Even though some, I think, still think they're mensos and mansos because they get into powerful positions and they don't do anything, they don't advocate for us. And to give you a good example, when Ramsey was in prison, people know why he went to prison. I mean, who else split the Democratic Party, to put it bluntly, It was Ramsey. Yeah. Yeah, and who finished it off? Jose Angel Gutierrez. That's all a product of the Chicano movement. Yeah, it was an awakening. That's what it was, an awakening. Oh yeah, you are somebody. You can think. Because they used to tell us. I'll never forget this in college. I was already my third year in college, and my professor said, asked a question. I gave the answer, and he said, no, Mr. Guerrero, he said, that's what the Anglo-Saxon is thinking. And I came back, no, but that's the answer. That's the answer that I got from reading the book. He said, yes, that's the Anglo-Saxon answer. I want to know what the Mexicans are thinking. Mexicans, he said. I want to know what the Mexicans are thinking. And here I am, almost 14 years in school. 2 years or third year. I was my third year in college, and my understanding was, I didn't really think that Mexicans could think. And man, that just opened up, como se dice, another area of our reality. So the Chicano movement opened up a big reality of our existence. But then when we were going to college, wow, that even opened it more. But not all professors were asking the right questions. They were not asking, what do Mexicans think? Because the educational systems, excuse my language, but they don't give a damn what we think. They don't even know what we're thinking. But here's why there's a lot of fear in educating the Mexicans. We know what they are thinking and where they are going. Notice what I said about money. That if you want to make money because you want to have more money or you want to hoard money, I don't see that. I really don't. But some people believe that. Some people believe that the more money they hoard, the better persons they are. It makes you a better person. The only way it'll make you a better person is if you share that. If you don't share that, then it doesn't make you a better person. It doesn't even make you a person. You're a nihil, nothing. Of course, if you tell that to Trump, he'll throw a fit. And talk about throwing fits. I have talked to highly intelligent people. Well, I thought they were highly intelligent in this country. And instead of saying, let me think about that. Instead of saying that, they throw fits. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're an intellectual, whether it's in political economy or in history or whatever subject it is, religion or whatever, theology, Old Testament, and you ask a person a question and the person throws a fit, what does that tell you? What it tells me is there's some truth in that question and you don't want to face the truth. Yeah. Like you want to make a rich person angry or throw a fit, ask him how he got that money. And now that he got the money, what is he going to do with it? He'll throw a fit. First of all, who are you to ask me what I'm going to do with my money? Oh my God. And a lot of capitalists get their money through exploitation. Up the poor. So up the poor.
Yeah, that's the way it seems to tend to work, is that, it trickles up, right? You have to dig from some well, right? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so we have the Latinx movement right now, my generation, and you all had the Chicano.
What is that movement? Excuse me, what is that? The what movie?
The Latinx movement.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, somebody told me that today. One of the PhDs, yeah, he's my mentee. I'm a mentee. Yeah.
And you all had the Chicano movement, and maybe I'm ignorant on this, but it seems like, was there a movement between the two, or did it kind of skip a generation, like Latino activism?
No, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you what I think really happened. What happened is it opened doors, little doors for some of the leaders, some of the leadership. Throwing LULAC here, American GI Forum, Cancer for la Raza, throw all those people in. Okay, and what happened is, panza llena, corazón contento. And that is the greatest tragedy to me in Western Christendom or Western thought. You get into a position where you're comfortable, and then instead of saying, now that I'm in a position of comfort and power, how am I going to use this comfort and power to liberate the oppressed, say? Just bluntly, like, liberate. And they say, well, I made it. I think if they try hard enough, they can make it too. But what they didn't realize is, like Ramsey, for instance, Ramsey Muniz. Ramsey Muniz opened doors, and Jose Angel Gutierrez opened doors, and Tomás Atencio, all of these activists, Ricardo Sanchez, Dr. Ricardo Sanchez, they opened doors for our people. But our people didn't keep opening doors for the rest of us. That's where it is. Because we were all, watch what they're going to do. Now that he's president of this university, watch, he's going to start bringing more Mexicanos, more Mexicanas. And that never really happened. Because nos creímos del gringo. And the gringo liked that. He would put somebody in power, but he didn't want nobody else there. He just wanted one little token, somebody we can control. And so what the movement, at that point, the movement stopped being a movement because people started, okay, I'm comfortable now. I got it made. No more shaking, no more shaking of the foundations. Yeah. I think that's what happened. So there was a limbo area. And it happened for the Black people too. I think that's why, Black Lives Matter, that movement, we should have stopped in 1964 when Jim Crow laws were dead. But again, a law can be declared dead, but if the racism in the people don't want to stop, then we have Black Lives Matter, because the problem is still not solved. But the problem is inherent, or it's not inherent, it's within the system itself. You have to evolve out of ignorance, which again is education, and you have to evolve out of hoarding your power. You have to evolve out of that, or else you're going to have divisions of or if not, you're going to have what we have, the movement that we have now, like Black Lives Matter, is because we have not done our homework. And police have to be educated that it doesn't, well, in the sense that you don't, in the sense that if somebody's telling him, I'm dying, you got to listen to that. If not, you're going to kill the person. It's just what happens. But it doesn't only happen with black people. It happens with poor people in general. And a lot of black people that are hurt happen to be poor. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, sorry,
Somebody told me that it was over Floyd died. George Floyd died because of it involved a $20 counterfeit bill or something. I don't know. I've not read it. Okay, but I believe it. I mean, and again, it had to do with money. And who knows? Maybe he didn't even know that the darn thing was counterfeit. I don't know. I mean, if I see a $20 bill, I don't know if it's counterfeit or not. I'm hoping that it's a good $20 bill. But for that $20 bill, the guy lost his life. But the fact that he said, I can't breathe, should have said to the officer, oh my God, what am I doing? Pero no se le prendió el foco. And I think that if you can't do your job, you shouldn't do it. You know, if a person, and this has happened not only with this cases, every year we have a case like that with the African-American. If he tells you, I'm dying, I can't breathe, or you know, don't shoot, you know, raise your hand. The psychology of the policeman needs to be checked. Yes, something's wrong. Yeah.
So there are a lot of angles to that one, but you know, I can't breathe. Those were also Eric Garner's last words. He was killed in Staten Island a few years ago, and you know, the officers who killed him were acquitted on all charges. So is you said that Black Lives Matter really should have happened in '64. Is the reason it's happening now just an issue of police brutality, or do you think there are other factors that have kind of led into it?
I think the ideology of the United States is it's very racist. I don't think we're that much different from South Africa, except that we're more sophisticated in it. Just like we're more sophisticated about poverty in this country, you know. But the poverty in South Africa is caused just like the poverty in this country is caused. The racism in South Africa, you know, before apartheid, okay, and who knows, maybe it still continues. I believe it probably does because it's not a socialist country. It's still a capitalist democracy. I believe it's still there. Because again, going back to the political economy, and this is, I'm not even a political economist, but I think that it's built into that. Racism is built into that. If you want to become rich, you got to exploit somebody. Notice that. If you want to make a lot of money, the only way you can make a lot of money is by exploitation. You read Dark Money, okay? I have not finished it. I'm going to finish it this time because I just finished doing the Closet of the Vatican, and that one, oh my God, it blow your mind. Anyway, even if half of the stuff in that is true, it's still sad, really sad. Yeah. But I think that the racism is built into the political economy of democratic capitalism. It's there. I've given the name capitalism the name capitas. It's a Latin word. And the reason, I remember in the New Testament, if you want to drive the devil out of something, you got to name it. Give it a name, and then he'll be dragged out. And I think that we have to take the evil out of the political economy that we have created through greed. Another word for greed, I just learned it, and I should have known that already. It's called avaricious. What is an avaricious person? It's a person who is greedy. I said, oh shit. It's one of the capital sins, by the way, avaricious. Yeah. Anyway, but I think that the racism is built into the and some people talk about institutionalized violence. That's it. That's part of it. There's more to it, of course, but that's one. It's a vicious one because it creates death for the victims. You know. Yeah.
But why is it happening now? Why is Black Lives Matter happening now? Why is Latinx happening now? You know, panza llena, corazón contento. But why are we hungry again?
I think what's happening again, political economy, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. And now after this COVID-19, I said, oh, it makes sense that more people of color are dying of COVID-19 because when you're not privileged, you don't have any guarantees. Health, a good health plan, say a good diet plan, say a good house plan, because I think you need, uh, um, um, Ramon, I think to have a decent place and an affordable place to live is a right, it's a human right. To have a decent health plan, to have a decent educational plan, and to have a decent employment plan, that's taken for a country. If a government cannot do that, then the government needs to step aside and let the leadership, notice what I'm saying here, let the leadership of the country come together and like Martin Luther King, where are the problems? And these people coming, all these people coming together, different colors and different, races and different levels of intelligence and everything of education too, and say, okay, we need not only to save our country, but to help other countries once we uh, come together to help ourselves. Yeah.
So you mentioned COVID-19, and I guess because that's more or less supposed to be the focus of this this whole thing, although in this interview it's very far-reaching, which is good. Moving it a little bit closer to you and Greeley, there's something very interesting for those that don't know. The JBS, which is the meatpacking company, one of their facilities, I think the main headquarters is based in Greeley, and they've had a lot of issues recently with many workers being forced to work, high levels of coronavirus infections, and even in 2006 there was a raid by ICE that in which something like 1,200, 1,300 undocumented immigrants were apprehended, and nearly 200 were criminally charged. Seeing as
Well,
so, yeah.
I was there. It was on the Feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe, and immigration for to have done that on the Feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe in about 8 different states. They hit at the same time. I thought that was a big insult to the Mexican people, like a slap in the face, And of course, it was coincidence, bullshit. I mean, Our Lady of Guadalupe has been worshipped, not worshipped, been, ¿cómo se dice? We don't worship Our Lady of Guadalupe. We honorate her. We honor her. There you go. We honor her. And for 400 years, and they said that they didn't know it was, on that day, which was December the 12th, 2006. Yeah, I was there, Yeah, and they had snipers up there on the top, I look back now, and I'm not a real violent person, but you know who I would have taken off? Well, I shouldn't say. Oh, I'm going to say it anyway. I would have taken down the snipers first because they were visible up there in the, in the top of the buildings. They didn't need snipers, Yeah, our priest was there, and later on our priest got real active with the community, and he was moved by the bishop, And I called him. I said, Father, they neutralized you, didn't they? And they put another real conservative bishop that was not really, the heart was not there with the people. The church does that to us also, But the state does that to us too, They don't want to see our people, realize their potential, or they don't want to see our people, help our country. This is our country, It's been our country before they made it their country. We've been here over 400 years in Texas and California, Arizona. Anyway, I don't know if that answers your question. Oh, COVID-19. My thing about that, again, getting back to political economy, is the fact that we have so many, like even at JBS, I'd say about 90% of the workforce is Mexican. And I remember that 9 buses drove out and 4 vans. The 4 vans were full of women, 2 buses were full of migra, and 7 buses were full of men. And they took all these folks. You know, one of my students called me because he was working there, and I got the recording, by the way. And he said, "You won't believe it, Prof, what they're doing here." You know, they asked me if I was, you know, an immigrant or if I was, you know, a citizen. And I said, "I'm a citizen." He said, "You go up to the 2nd floor." And people were just running, hiding, and you know, it was a sad, sad case. I told some of the officials there, you know, some of the policemen there were, some of the migrants, I said, you know, in the near future, your kids are going to marry our kids. It's going to be another, you know, it's going to be, and it's already happening, you know, that, you know, Anglo kids marry Mexican kids marry African. And we're all, you know, we're all becoming a mixed race, really. Mestizos, mulattos. And it was sad because, you know, again, like I told the police chief, I said, you knew they were coming. And the mayor knew they were coming. The migra was coming. The mayor knew. The sheriff knew. All the people, you know, in the mayor, the council knew. The commissioners knew. I don't know if all of them knew, but I know the chiefs, the main ones knew. I said, all you have to do is just say, look, the migra's coming. And again, talk about parity and equity. How many Mexicans were up there? How many Mexicans were up there in that at that level? It says, you know, they're going to come against my people. And guess what? When I talked to one of the big leaders here in the community, I said, you know, it doesn't make any sense. This is afterwards, okay, after the raids, that you're bringing Somalis to Greeley and you are deporting people that have been working in 15, 20 years. And you know what he told me? He said, well, you know, they're legal. The Somalis. The thing is, who made the Somalis legal? The United States made them legal to bring them over here to work. You think they want to work in this, like Mexicans work? They don't like this work. Their next generation is moving on. They're already in college, many of them. Okay. And then I told this guy, I says, you know, how many treaties did you break with the American Indians and with Mexico? He looked at me and he didn't say anything. And then I said, does that make you legal or illegal? Breaking all those treaties with a Native American. And
Andres, I enjoyed this, but I've got to leave.
okay, ándale.
Hasta luego. I hope we get a chance to talk sometime.
Oh, ¿sabes qué? Send me your, ¿cómo se llama? Your phone number, because I'm supposed to go to LA to promote Ramsey's book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'll get it from Ramon.
Ándale, okay.
Okay.
Because I want to go to LA. I got 2 real good friends. One's my student. He's at Marymount College there with SVDs. Yeah, with the
I live about 5 minutes from LMU.
Oh my God. Okay, and then oh man, I have a lot of friends there. And
Okay.
I need to go to California. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you when I call you who they are. Yep.
Hasta luego.
See you
Sorry,
later.
Ramon.
Adios. Wow.
So
It was sad, Ramon, when they did that. God, man. There was a young lady here. She was about 14 or 15 years old, and her parents didn't come. This was in Johnstown. It's a little town about, I'd say about 25, 27 miles from here. And she was there for about 4 days. Her parents never came home. They took them to the detention place, and she had a baby and a little girl, and she didn't know what happened. And for 4 days until she finally, you know, asked for help, and then she found out her parents had been picked up and were kept in Denver. I thought that was one of the saddest. And then we were just running, and oh my God, just, you know, the church, you know, we just, it was chaos. It was really chaos because we didn't expect that. Nobody expected that. But my thing was that there were people who knew it was going to happen, not only here in Colorado, they knew in Utah, they knew in Wisconsin, they knew in Nebraska, they knew in Kansas, and they knew in Texas. Did I say Utah? Yeah. There were about 8 states where they, boom, hit at the same time. And I thought it was, like I said, an insult to the Mexican population, you know, to have done it on the feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe, you know.
Yeah, that's sad. And now there's, I would say, an increased scrutiny on ICE, due mostly because of, the detention centers and stuff like that. And ICE and the police right now, they're under a lot of scrutiny, and they're both kind of under that same, umbrella of, US law enforcement. But and you talked earlier about the police as being kind of this cosmic phenomenon. How do you think ICE fits into that? So do you think that's kind of a cosmic phenomenon as well, or not as much?
I think the ones that act like policemen, yeah, they are. It's the same. It's the same character. They have the same mística, as we would say in Spanish, la misma mística. I think that many of them are bullies. And if you're a bully, you shouldn't be a policeman, you know. And then somebody would say, well, the system needs bullies to, keep bullies in line. I said, if the system needs bullies, what does that say about the system? The system's a bully. The institutionalized violence is a bully, I like the word institutionalized violence, that came from liberation theology. Because, poverty, we know that poverty exists, and we know how it's created. And everybody has a part of this. And this is what I'll tell you. This is how I will explain it to you. We used to have stores all over this little town, and they were kind of like Papa and Mama stores. Okay. And then Walmart started coming in. Okay. And Walmart said, well, you can come over here instead of paying, 59 cents a loaf of bread, you can buy it for 49 cents. It wasn't that much difference, right? But the people say 49 cents instead of paying 50. We're going to go to Walmart. Well, Walmart is still here. The Mama and Papa stores are gone. And who was responsible for that? Well, first of all, the corporation was responsible. And second of all, the people were responsible too, because they stopped going to the mom and pop stores. They kind of laid the foundation of really here. And I could add that to any town in the United States, Yeah. So, the question is, how do you, like unions, I know that sometimes we have to pay more if it's union made, right? But people are brainwashed by the political economy of our country to try to get something cheaper. Might not even be better, but it's cheaper. And if they can get it cheaper, they're going to go there. Instead of going where it's a little more expensive, it's unionized, and people won't go pay for that. And then they dog unions, Unions are there for a reason. If there were no unions, then management would be more exploitative than they are. Yeah. Capitalism would be more exploitative. Yeah. Anyway, and how is all this controlled? Through education and bad leadership. Leaders that are not conscious of their own humanity, I would say. Because if they were conscious of their own humanity, they wouldn't treat others like they do, like the police brutality. If policemen were conscious of their own humanity, would they treat people of color the way they do? Yeah. I remember reading this article of this officer in LA. He said, if we don't racially profile, how do they want us to do our job? What's it? Notice that. If we don't racially profile, how are we going to? Jesus Christ. I mean, they know what they're. If I was the chief, I'd fire that guy right on the spot. Of course, I'm not the chief, but I would. I said, well, just for the fact of saying that, we have a situation over here, a city council woman that just got elected, and now they want her out of the city council. And it has to do with Black Lives Matter. You know what she said? She said, well, there's more death of black violence than there is, police. Oh my God, even that. And I mean, if you think about it, it doesn't look like it's a racist statement, But it is a racist statement. So now they want her off the council. And one of the councilmen had already called her on and said, you should quit. You know, you don't know what you're talking about. But that's what she said. There's more black on black violence than there is police violence on police. It's missed the whole point. Missed the whole point. Why is there why is there more violence between Mexicanos and on Mexicanos? More violence on Mexicanos. And a good example of this is gangs, you know. Why is there more violence on Mexicanos, or more violence on blacks, or more violence on poor whites, Back to political economy, back to politics, and back to economy. Poverty. Yeah. And this has been talked about, and I'm sure there's studies on it, that, you know, instead of attacking sometimes the Anglo-Saxon community that has the power, the people themselves attack themselves. I said, Jesus, you know. And we see it. We see it in our community where we see somebody, you know, trying to improve themselves, trying to move up, and we bring them down. There's two reasons for that. One is avarice. People are greedy, right? The other one is that, and again, it's part of the system. Once you start moving up, you also move out. That means you're not going to be in the community anymore. Give you a good example. You know, lawyers from Harvard Law School, you know, or say doctors from the University of Texas. Shit, they're not going to go back to live in the hood, you know. They're going to move out of the hood and, you know, they're going to move out of East Austin and go to, you know, wherever the nice part of Austin, by Lake Travis or something like that. Yeah, they're not going to live down there. And anyway, yeah, you know, but that's the nature of, you know, of our education and our spirituality, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, Ramon, I don't know. We didn't talk a lot about COVID and about JBS, but yeah, we're going to be driving around JBS on Sunday, by the way.
Yeah.
A bunch of cars, you know, honking and showing signs and kind of protesting, peaceful protests of some of the treatment. There was a lady here who wrote Beef Barons, and I don't remember, but she interviewed a lot of the workers at the beef plant. Wow, they almost threw her out of the university. They made her life miserable. Who made it? The Mumford family that in a sense, controls this town, or used to control this town. And they wrote real bad things about that professor. Her name was Andreas. I never met her because I had just gotten here, and she passed away not too many years afterwards. But yeah, because she wrote that book about how bad the workers were treated at the plant, you know, the working conditions. You know, then, man, they tried to crucify her. They told the university to fire her, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. I think here's another thing about education that a lot of people, and you read the book, Dark Money.
Yeah.
You know, how wealthy people control faculties at universities. That shouldn't be. Or they hire faculty, make sure that the university hires faculty that's going to promote their political, economic ideology.
Yeah.
That's not the purpose of a university. The purpose of a university is to look for truth from any source that you can find it and promote it, and using that truth to help all the community, you know. Yeah. That's what the purpose of a university is. And if a university is you know, like hiring people that are going to think like Trump, then we're in trouble, man. That university is in trouble. Yeah.
Sorry, do you have to go? You made it seem like you had to go.
No, me? No.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. And you know, you mentioned Walmart earlier. You know, there are a lot of corporate entities that you know, they kind of like sneak their you know, their agenda into universities and stuff. Similarly.
Oil companies.
Yeah, oil companies.
Texas oil companies, yeah.
Yeah. So we're kind of talking about Black Lives Matter for a second there. I know I think Greeley is like less than 2%
Oh yeah.
African American. Have how is that like has Black Lives Matter other than that councilwoman has that really touched Greeley as much or not so much Denver?
Oh, Denver's more because Denver has more African Americans, but they're kind of more in a certain section of the city, you know, toward the east, over where the medical school is, that area there. Um, but really, most of the African Americans here are from Somalia or Ethiopia or Eritrea. You know, it's kind of like some of those countries where many of the refugees have gathered. So they legalized them, giving them legalization, so they could come and work in the plants here. I don't see them working in the fields. Those that do work are working in the plants. The same thing with the people from Asia. No son chinitos. I think they're from some area in Tibet. You remember when there was some genocide against what was that? We have some Asian people from there. Yeah, close to Tibet. I can't think of the name of the. I'm real bad on names, really. But it's that there was genocide. This lady was under house arrest, and she's a prime minister after she was taken out of house arrest. And they kind of blamed her for it too, because she should have done. She should stop the police from doing what they were doing with the with these Muslims. I think they're Muslims, but I'm not. I'm not too sure of that. I need to do a little more history. But we have those folks here too. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, Sun Yan is her name. Yeah, in that area there.
so why like Somali immigrants? You know, that seems like an unusual place for them to go. Greeley, Colorado. Is it just because of the way that works out there? What's the why Somalia to there?
Well, I think first of all, here's one side of the United States. You know, they want to be goody goody, but like I told the leader here, I don't consider him my leader really, but anyway, a prominent person here. Um, he was a president, former president of the university, so it kind of tells you the where I'm coming from. Um, I think they come here because they wanted to displace the Mexican worker, basically. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's what I think. Yeah. I mean, it's like the attitude at some of these schools says, well, we can't recruit too many Mexicanos. We already got a lot of Mexicanos in the school. And if we could recruiting more Mexicanos, we're pretty soon they're going to overrun the school. My philosophy is let them run over the school. Is what I mean. Hey, it's just like when I was, we were teaching ESL and GED, you know, just developmental education courses. The dean says, "Well, are we gonna teach German to the people that came from Germany?" You know, at that point, you know, you get to teach them German, teach them. I don't care what you teach them, but teach the kids bilingually, English and Spanish, because that's who they are. They're a bilingual culture. The Mexican American is a bilingual culture. Teach them bilingually, biculturally. And if the Wedos want to say, we call them Wedos here. If the Wedos want to say, what about the German and what about the Russian and what about the Polish? Teach them. I don't care. Teach them Polish and English, French and German and whatever. That do it. Don't want to talk to us, but we're talking here about the majority of the population now, and I think that's it. We're just too many now, and they want to bring other people over here and displace our people and just create havoc, you know. Yeah. Por eso el mexicano should be smart in this sense. Como dice Ramsey, somos uno. We are one people. We got to think like one people. For the reason of survival, for the reason of education, for the reason of how are we going to humanize our political economy. Notice what I said, humanize our political economy. Right now, it is dehumanized, and it's dehumanizing because people like the coaches, the Trumps, the, you know, all the rich people in this country, they're getting richer and richer, And the poor people, the people of color primarily, the majority of the people of color that are poor, are getting poorer and poorer. And the middle class is fastly being eroded. If you want to study the future of the United States, go back and study the past of El Salvador. I've always said that. I've taught that. I haven't said it. But that is an entity that could happen here. And look what happened there in El Salvador. Right now, Salvador is in shambles because of their political economy there. But we empowered that. We didn't even enable it. We empowered that. We went in with Reaganomics. We went in. Look at NAFTA. NAFTA también. Who does it really favor? Who does NAFTA really favor? Does it really favor Mexico, or does it favor the United States? And that's the question the leader should be asking. If it's favoring like 90% of the United States and 20% Mexico, then something needs to be done. 50-50. And if you include Canada, 50-50-50, yeah.
It's interesting that you bring up NAFTA, because I've heard that used as a as like kind of this demarcation point where sort of where the Democrats sort of abandoned their constituents really and kind of left them to hang a little bit there. And I've heard it said that the reason there's so much backlash now, like the protests right now, are bigger than just Black Lives Matter. I think part of it is just because they've kind of lost their own political economy a little bit. They really don't have anyone looking out for them right now. Does that seem on at all, or do you think it's different?
Well, well, my thing with NAFTA is it's got to be, again, going back to parity. Going back to parity. I mean, how is it, como dijo Porfirio Díaz, pobre de México, tan lejos de Dios y tan cerca de los Estados Unidos? Now, Porfirio Díaz was the dictator of Mexico for about 40 years. Before that, he was a liberator of Mexico, remember? He was Benito Juárez's right-hand man against the French, right? When the French were, they invaded Mexico, literally, was Maximilian. Pero he said that. Porfirio Díaz said that, yeah. Pobre de México, tan lejos de Dios y tan cerca de los Estados Unidos. And the way I interpret that is the United States of America has never really seen Mexico as an equal. And the thing behind that is a fear. And the fear comes from, again, the problem of land. They took the land away from the Indians and literally enslaved them in the reservations. I don't know if I should use the word enslavement, but it relegated them to the reservations. But with Mexicanos, it was a different story. Even though we were indigenous, a lot of us have more Indian blood than we do Spanish blood anyway, or any other kind of blood. We're more indigenous. We just started to proliferate. We just started to grow and grow and grow. And right now, California, the majority of the people in California are already Mexican. Texas is not far behind. Arizona not far behind. All of the Southwest right now could be controlled by Mexicans voting. And that's where the leadership of our country, notice what I said, the leadership of our country, that includes everybody, African American, Caucasian American, Asian American, they should be looking at that and seeing how they can help, or what they can do, not so much, help, but what they can do to empower this element in our country. Because that element is the last hope of the whole hemisphere. If we, educate and if we create leaders, good leaders, within our population, the mestizo, the mulatto population, okay? And when I say mulatto, you have to remember that there's mulattoes that's only English speaking. There's mulatto that's also like the Puerto Ricans and Cubans and Dominicans and all Venezuela, Colombia, all those people. they're mulattoes. They're not mestizos. Some are mestizos, but the majority are mulattoes. Okay, if we develop that leadership and educate that leadership, it would mejorar, it's better to say, va a mejorar the whole hemisphere. Because hopefully the Mexicano will, como se dice, will appreciate himself, value himself, develop and educate his leadership so that we could become a nation without borders. There you go. A nation without borders. Yeah. And then everybody would benefit. Everybody, not just, not just the coaches and people like that. Because they don't care, man. You remember that in that book where the two young people got killed because the explosion of that main line in Kansas?
Yeah.
And their attitude, well, pay them what they want, just get them off our back. What kind of attitude is that? And that's the kind of leadership we don't want. Yeah.
But my feeling on it right now is that, and I kind of mentioned earlier, there's just so much infighting between there's just so much infighting between the leaders that we would want, right? How do we, and then like Ramsey said, right? We're all one. How do we get back to that notion and stop the fighting and start kind of compromising within these groups? How do we get that to happen?
Well, I think that the so-called leadership right now needs to, come together and choose some leaders, hopefully young leaders, like in their 40s, 50s, something like that. People that have a lot of energy, a lot of know-how, and just sit down with them and appoint leaders, and appoint leaders that are gonna, first of all, their focus is not going to be them. Their focus is going to be their visions, okay, and what their ambitions are for their people, not for them, okay, for their people. And I think that once we do that, then we just sit back and with committees and stuff like that, and just follow. Somebody has to lead, basically, and it doesn't really have to be one person. I mean it's easier when it's one person, but maybe make it two or three. Yeah, algo así. And once they come together and we say, okay, we're gonna you know we're gonna address the question of education. And first of all, we're gonna address the questions pre-K through 12, right? We're gonna try to see what the issues are here that are keeping our people back. Okay. And then from there, say 12, grade 2, PhD. What's happening in our universities? And I will tell you right now that the problem is parity and equity at the policy making places. And so we would use these people, well, not use these people, but we would use these people. The community would use these leaders to advocate for them in these areas. Like, for instance, the Texas State Board of Education. Approach that board and say, okay, what are you doing for the bicultural, bilingual student in your state? Why are we still in the dark ages with some of these? And then if they're honest to you, say, well, it's our philosophy of education. We need to change that. Now, if they were honest, that's what they would say. But they're not going to be honest because they hold the power, okay? But we will hold the power in the sense that these leaders will approach those leaders at the state level and hold them accountable. How do you hold them accountable? Oh, there's a lot of ways you can hold them accountable. One of them, going back to political economy. You within the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, but I'm not even going to talk about the Republican Party because I don't really trust them as much. I don't trust the Democratic Party either, but at least most of us are Democratic. and within that constituency, make the same question. Why is there only one or two in your decision making policy here at the state level? Because you know what? In ours, there is no Mexicano at all. There's only about 2 or 3. And yet most of the Mexicanos here are Democrats. I'd say about 90%. Yeah. Yeah. But there's none on their board. All white, men and women. Yeah. And it hurts because we could have had a state senator, and we didn't, because there was no representation at all on the Democratic board here. And I'm sure that other towns in Texas and Arizona, California, Nevada, I haven't even mentioned Nevada, but that's part of the Southwest. We don't have people and if we choose leaders, then their job is going to make sure that we are represented. There you go, represented in these boards. And if we're not represented, then it's not our problem, it's their problem. And that's the approach we got to take. It's your problem. You can change if you want to. Of course, they don't have to. Then that's where we come in with our leadership and say, well, this is what we're going to do. That's what Ramsey did. That's what Jose Gutierrez did. And that's why today Texas is what has been a red state, is because of the split in the Democratic Party of the Mexicans. And La Raza Unida Party did that. Yeah. Or La Raza did that. We all did that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that it was important for people to receive a secular as well as a religious or theological education. And it seems like that religious or theological education has a lot of similarities to, what Ramsey Muniz was talking about. Could you maybe compare and contrast the two a little bit?
Well, first of all, Ramsey, a lot of people don't realize that he's a very spiritual person. Okay. That's what I learned in my 12 years, working with him, visiting him, writing back and forth. As a matter of fact, I have a book of his prison letters. They need to go out because it's mostly addressed to the young people. And it's mostly what I'm saying about leadership también, and education. Yeah. I don't want to drift too far away from your question. Here's another perspective that needs to be looked seriously. The church, and I would say the churches, but specifically the Catholic Church, because it's the most powerful institution among Mexicanos, that leadership has not been developed in the last 175 years. Okay? Now, next to the press, the media, only one thing supersedes the message from the media, and that's the pulpit. Notice what I said. More poor people go to church than they read the New York Times. Okay? More poor people go to church and listen to a sermon than they read the what is the name of your newspaper? The Houston Chronicle. Okay? Notice what I said. So if you want to make changes, the church is the other one. The thing is that, again, the church is not part of the solution. It also becomes part of the problem. And again, the leadership. Yeah, the leadership is key. And I'll give you a good example. The Bishop of San Antonio. Was he born and raised in San Antonio? Most probably he was not. I don't think he was. I think he's from Mexico. The president of the Conference of Bishops of the United States, his name is Gomez. I don't know Gomez. I know of Gomez. He was a great supporter. I don't know if he's still a great supporter of Opus Dei. Opus Dei is a Catholic organization that is very conservative. Now, he is now the president of all the bishops' conference in the United States. Now, I ask, is he a native? Was he born in in the barrios of San Antonio, or the barrios of LA, or the barrios of anywhere in the Southwest? And the answer is no, because the German, Irish, Polish, no, not so much Polish, German, Irish more than German, clergy in the United States does not want to develop the leadership of the Mexicanos. And if you ask them why, they probably won't give you an answer. But the reason is that they don't want to let go, tampoco. There's not one single, to my knowledge right now, there's not one single director in any of the dioceses in the United States that was born here. They're all from other countries. And here's the thing. I mean, here's the thing about from other countries. When you come from another country and you're not born and raised here, you don't have that lived experience of being, for instance, a Chicano, yeah, or a Chicana. You don't have that lived experience. And so when you come from Argentina, the chances are that it's going to be a person that's bourgeois, that's never been poor, that was always in a privileged position. Not always, but generally, okay? Not always. So the question of class is important too. You got to have leaders from the class of where the majority of people are from. If you don't, you're not going to be able to connect or relate. And that's where the problem is. It's in education, it's in religion, it's in judgments, chips. Like, for instance, here, we're almost the majority of the people. I think we have one judge, that's it. And the other ones are all Anglo-Saxon, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so, I mean, there are problems, but I really, I'm a firm believer that we have a solution to many of our problems. But they're not going to come from the people of privilege.
Yeah.
The answers are from the people that are not privileged, that are struggling, that are just surviving, you know, in our country. Yeah.
One problem that's being looked at a lot and is being really defended by those with privilege is police reform. How do we reform the police?
Well, okay, going back to leadership, you got to have native leaders, you know, like if you were in, say, Biloxi, Mississippi, and I just threw that out. The police chief is best if he's from there. He knows the people know him, and he knows what the needs are, and he works with the people to resolve those needs. But if you get a police chief from New York to go to Biloxi, Mississippi, and he's black, the black experience in New York is different than the black experience in Biloxi, Mississippi. And what the system does, the political economic system in the United States will tell you this: well, we're going to get the best police chief that there possibly could be, and we're going to pay him $150,000. We're going to take him from Trenton, New Jersey, and putting him in San Benito, Texas. And you know what? Nada va a pasar. Because San Benito, Texas is not Trenton, New Jersey, or Princeton, New Jersey. I don't give a shit. But they tend to play with us that way. You know, again, back to leadership. Like, for instance, here's a good example. In our ¿cómo se llama? In our college here, the Spanish department, a Mexicano had it. He turned it over to an Anglo-Saxon. The Anglo-Saxon never was really interested in hiring full-time Mexican faculty, especially native faculty, to teach Spanish to our native people here. Well, to my knowledge, I believe now that our director is from Michigan. Michigan. She knows Spanish. She's not Mexican. And they hired her, and they didn't hire a local. They could have done the job. Another thing, like they're in Austin, okay, good example. How many administrators do you have there that are Chicanos or Chicanas that know the city of Austin, that live there? that understand the political economy problems there. And if you have more than one, you're lucky. Because here in our state, we don't have any either. So this thing of they, notice not us, they choosing your leaders from you. They bring them from other states or worse, other countries, and then they put them, like to give you a good example, the Hispanic Studies program here until just very recently was, the director was from India. India. He was highly qualified. I met him once, but that was it. I just met him. We never, he never, nunca se prestó para communication or anything like that. Yeah. And my theory is this, that if you're from India and you're highly educated, you need to help your country. They need help. Yeah. Argentina, you're from Argentina and you're an educated person. You need to help your country. Because what we need to do, you and I and everybody else that's, from the United States, our leaders need to help our country. We don't need to go to South Africa, or we don't need to go to Tierra del Fuego, or wherever we want to go. We need to help our people here because we know who our people are and we know what their needs are. Yeah. And I'll tell you one thing, that we need bilingual, bicultural education from K through PhD. Yes, sir. If you want to help our community. Now, if you don't want to help our community, then assimilate them all. Good luck, it's not going to work. It hasn't worked for 175 years. It's not going to work. All right, anyway.
So,
now I'm real on my soapbox. Go on, easy.
so that issue of
I've been fighting this leadership question since, day one, where are our leaders, and the very few that we do get, they slaughter them, or kill them, as the case may be. It's not by chance that they killed Malcolm X and ¿cómo se llama? Martin Luther King. It was premeditated. Somebody wanted them out of the way. Sometimes it's whole groups, it don't matter. I think the Ku Klux Klan would have wanted to kill Martin Luther King, because the Ku Klux Klan is a very racist institution. And they need to love themselves, because if they don't love themselves, they're sure as heck not going to love anybody else. Anyway.
So do you think that issue of having, say, a police chief or officers from an area like, say, let's just use an example, Minneapolis, just because it's relevant. Do you think that would solve the issues that people are concerned about right now, including, excessive use of force, or that some of the, what's the word? Some of the tasks handled by the police really don't have to be handled by the police, such as, pulling people over and stuff like that, giving out tickets.
No, you're right. I mean, I remember working in Austin. I was there for 8 months, and I worked with the Judge Madrigal there. And you'll be surprised how many tickets were given in the East Austin, where the Mexicanos are. They give so many tickets for anything. And even here in Greeley, I'm sure it's the same here. They give more tickets in the north and east side than they do in the west side. Yeah, and it's very racial. It's a racial situation too. Yeah. We really support the police department. I remember out of Fort Morgan, another little town about 60 miles northeast from here. I remember one of my students says, if we would stop drinking the way we do and driving around here, none of these people would have a job. And all of these people were all white, of course. There are no Mexicans that were working in the police department or in the jail. He said, we would put all these people out of jail because, well, the police chief tells me that 85% of the Mexicanos that are in this jail, and I think it's about 85%, they're there because of alcohol. Yeah. And I think that's another thing about our leadership. We have to educate our community about the dangers, and the poison of uncontrolled drugs and alcohol. 90% of my family that has died of alcohol related. Yeah, alcohol related. Yeah, not natural. We're pretty healthy. I used to tell my students, shit, we're real healthy, man. Take care of yourself, study, do whatever, because you're going to outlive a lot of other races. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're strong. I'm almost 78 years old and I don't even take an aspirin. I don't need it, you know? And of course, I stop alcohol. I'm doing penance for all the people who drink. Yeah, it's rough. Drinking is rough for our people. And that's because most of our blood is indigenous and is very addictive. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
indigenous people. Mhm.
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Indigenous people are very succumb very easily to alcohol. Yeah, they become
Yeah.
addicted to alcohol.
Yeah, it's a big problem on reservations.
Yeah,
Um, um,
if we're gonna drink, moderately. We don't have to, like, I even say even one beer a day is okay, but not one case a day.
yeah.
And some of our people drink one case a day, 2 cases. I said, Jesus Christ.
Where do they find that time? I don't know.
Well, you know what it is? There's such a thing as working alcoholics. They can actually drink and get up in the morning and go work. I said, I don't know how they do it. If I drink that much, I probably wouldn't even wake up the next day, much less go to work. I,
um,
I, I,
so, just out of curiosity, you mentioned you'd been abstaining from alcohol, with some humor to that. But how has your theological and religious education affected your personal life as far as like the choices you make and like starting a family and all of that? Has that had a significant influence on it, or not as much as people expect?
well, for me, the fact that I am a theologian, I'm one of the last ones. I consider myself one of the last theologians. Anyway, but in among our people, there's only one other theologian, and he's in L.A. right now. His last name is Romero, Claude. Anyway, Claude Romero, and myself, and there are others, but I mean, as far as certified theologians, it's he and I. Okay. I'm our age, I think Claude is probably in his 80s. I'm almost there, but not quite. But I think he's in his 80s. I used to be Virgil Elizondo, he passed away about 3 years ago. Yeah. My thing is that the church does not want to develop the leadership. It's one thing to say they do, it's another thing to do it. And again, if you go to Boston College, if you go to university, University of Chicago Seminary, Berkeley, University, Southern Methodist University, some of these religious institutions, you will not find that many theologians, women or men. You will find some, but they're counted in one hand. I know one at Union Theological, which is a great school. I thought she was Cuban, but she turned out to be Puerto Rican. I can't think of her name right now, but anyway, she's there, but I think she might be the only one. But the reason tampoco que no hay muchos is because we haven't really developed the theological expertise. Yeah. 40 years ago, we would have had our first scripture scholar in this country from East LA. And there's politics and everything. There's also politics in getting into these schools, the real nice schools. Well, any school, not just as, any school. Once you get in, you're going to do the work, whatever the work is they demand of you. But some schools are really, really political. You heard the scandal about people paying to get their kids into, some of these highfalutin universities. Yeah. Again, the reason that happened is because you had bad leadership in those schools. You shouldn't have allowed that. If somebody knew that they were paying to get their kids into these schools, hundreds of thousands of dollars, somebody should have said something, because you let that privileged person in and it took the place of probably a deserving person that was not that privileged, that didn't have, but they had the grades, they had the knowledge, to get in there. And that happened, but that happens more than what people realize. Yeah.
People talk often about there being a glass ceiling. Do you think that that extends to the issue of privilege as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can only go so far. There's a game called the Star Game. Have you ever played it?
No.
It was played at Harvard. I didn't play it. I suspected something was going on here. But anyway, they make you believe that everybody has an equal opportunity, and they do it with chips. What they don't tell you is that you're in a group where you're going to have a glass ceiling. You're not going to be able to go beyond a certain level. Okay? Look it up. It's called the Star Game. Or si quieres, I'll send you a copy of it because we had a real sharp, ¿cómo se llama? Well, he writes for the La Voz out of Denver. And I
Oh,
do
that
have
that
that.
was.
I'll send it. No, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, yeah,
And a
yeah.
lot of
That sounds
times,
interesting.
society is like that. There is a glass ceiling. And for people who say that there's not, they're lying. And either they're lying or they could be ignorant. Yeah. Because a lot of people who lie are sometimes ignorant, but they don't know they're ignorant. Okay. What I mean by that is, oh, I thought everybody had an equal opportunity. no, 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 not everybody has an equal opportunity. Yeah. I mean, they make you believe that you do, but no, if you're born poor, chances are, and if you're honest with yourself, and with your people, you'll probably wind up poor too. Yeah.
So, now that we've established that there is a glass ceiling, especially as it relates to privilege, uh, do you know from have you heard tell of anybody's experience, who is we talked a little bit about like Mexicanos who try and assimilate, right? Because they want to, be in on society and stuff. Have you heard what it's like for them when they do hit that ceiling? Do you know what that experience might be like?
Oh, no, there was only one case here, and it was local. The Chicano movement empowered this guy to work for the city, and he worked till he retired. But I remember that once he was in, it says, well, now you need to do this for us. And he says, I can't do that. And I said, why not? Well, they don't want me to do that. And he says, well, we selected you in that position so you could help the community. And you know what his response was? I can't bite the hand that feeds me. And I think that's a situation with a lot of Chicanos and Chicanas that get into a power position and somebody's looking over their shoulder. Usually not another Chicano or Chicana, right? Because they wouldn't understand. But it's mostly a white Anglo-Saxon president or vice president. Yeah. And that person will probably not bite the hand that feeds them. Yeah. So that's how I would answer that one. Yeah. Yeah. And another thing that sometimes they choose people that are going to be very assimilated and thinking very much like they are, and nothing happens. They don't really try to bring more people in. I worked in the university where there was a Asian American, and there were 11 Asian American faculty in that school. The population of that town, which is Saginaw, was not even 2% Asian. There were no African Americans in tenured positions, who were 57% of the population. And we were like 13, 14%, and there were no Latinos in. But this Asian administrator, vice president, had 11 Asian American professors. Yeah. Wow. So he was doing his job. Nobody told him anything. And I'm sure that the people he had were qualified, but they didn't represent the community. The community was African American and Mexican American. If you were to combine the African American and the Mexican American of Saginaw, Michigan, when I was there, it would be about say 55. It would be about 70% people of color. The other 30% would be Caucasian, and they controlled everything. Oh yeah, yeah. And they didn't control the city council. The African Americans did, but they never worked with us. We had to fight with them. Yeah.
Um, so we've talked a bit about it, but for those that don't know, could you go through your academic history, because you've had a lot of schooling from a number of different places.
Well, I started out, at Aldine High School, 12. And like I said, I was an honor student because my father would not sign my report card if it didn't have straight A's. So I had to make straight A's. And then when I went to college, I did well in the seminary, but
Sorry, really quick, what was Aldine like as a school?
oh, well, you know what? I was one of the few Mexicanos. I think altogether, even though our population was huge, we were only in high school about 4 people: Mary Helen, Gloria, myself, Fred, Pete. Yeah, about 5 of us from the hood, right?
Mhm.
We were we went to high school. About everybody graduated. I was probably the only one that went to college, though. Yeah, of the 5.
Yeah.
So the class was about 200 that graduated. I was going to be given a scholarship, $2,000 scholarship, and back in that time, that would be about a $20,000 scholarship. Now in our time, and they took it away from me at the last moment, and maybe because they thought that being a Mexican, I wasn't going to finish college. Yeah.
Uh,
So I went to the seminary, and I did have to 21, 21 or $2,200, and I gave all that money to the seminary. Yeah. I found out later that I didn't have to, but I did. Okay, because it was for my college.
which seminary was that?
St. Mary's, and I was part of St. Thomas, University of St. Thomas. At the
Have,
time when I was going there, it was like number 3 in the state, with Rice being number 1, University of Texas number 2, and I would say St. Thomas number 3 and Baylor number 4, or 4 or 3. You could switch Baylor and St. Thomas University in prestige, and then the rest of the university just followed. Texas A&M, and the other colleges in Texas, Harding
St.
University, Abilene Christian College, all of those follow.
St. Mary St. Thomas, is that the one in Chicago?
No, that's in
Oh,
Houston, man.
in Houston. Okay,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
in Houston. Sorry.
yeah. It's a very ritzy school, very very hard to get into. You got to have a high ACT or a SAT score,
Yeah.
or have a good political connection someplace. Yeah. Oh yeah. I try to get all my nieces and nephews in there, but I only got one. I'm trying to get another one in right now. Yeah.
How did you get in? Just based off of academic merit?
No, 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 no. I didn't score that high on the ACT. I didn't score that high. I went to the seminary, and I got into St. Thomas through the seminary. That's because the university adopted the seminary as far as the academics. And I remember that all my A's became B's, all my B's became C's. Yeah. So whereas might have been an A student in the seminary, when I got to St. Thomas, I became like a C plus, B minus student. Yeah, it was tough. And the reason it was tough is because I wasn't really reading. I was just memorizing everything. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Memorizing. And the way the testing system is set up in this country is you got to memorize a lot of facts to pass the test. That's why the tests that are going on now are so unfair to people of a different language and a different color. I mean, different color also, but a different language and a different culture, because those tests are not set up for a bilingual bicultural child or student. And so a bilingual bicultural student will score low on those SATs and ACTs tests, MCAT, SAT, don't matter, LSAT, will score lower than a monolingual, monocultural person, because the tests are made for a monolingual, monocultural person. The fact that Chicanos have been able to break that ceiling, like you call it, a class ceiling, is because we're super smart. Shit. Put anything between us, we'll go through it. Shit. Academically, we can. I'm serious. I'm serious. I don't think there's a theologian that can sit down with me right now and can overpower my academic ability, because I'm a reader. I read all the time. Every minute that I have, I read. Yeah. I'm going to be lonely when I start losing my eyes, but I still got my ears. So I want to be listening to all these books. And I try to read books that are, promote humanity, promote, promote the person, I will not read just any book because I don't have time to read any book. Like I just got through reading The Closet in the Vatican, and it's about homosexuality and about hypocrisy in my church.
That
And
sounds
it's a sad
interesting.
book, but if it happens because of poor leadership. The last 2-3 popes should have done something. Francis is trying to. The greatest thing, Francis, and people have to understand this. The greatest thing that Francis is trying to do right now is save the planet. Jesus, right? We're destroying the planet. If for any other reason, then people should listen to him because he sees. I just saw a photo in the NCR, National Cavalry Report, and I had to double take on that one. I said, what in the world is that? I look at the picture, and I'll send you a copy of that too. He was an anaconda that was in the forest, and the forest was burnt. There was no forest, but the anaconda was there. Hello,
Hey, sorry,
I see your mother.
I'm still here, but my video cut out. Here, I'm gonna try and fix it. All right, but
All right.
continue.
Well, I was saying I saw the picture, and it was a giant anaconda about 30 to 40 or maybe feet long. And I said, oh my God. But it was all burnt around it, all the trees, all the bush, everything. So it was like a giant snake going through ashes, I guess, because they were burning. The forest is burning. And it's so sad. I'm sure you've heard about Australia, where almost 1 billion animals have died because they can't control the fires over there.
Yeah, that was
and that all has to do with climate change. And our president has been very stubborn about that, and it's almost sinful what he's doing.
very much.
Not controlling fossil fuels and trying to save our planet. Yeah.
So I'm curious. You mentioned that idea of memorizing things versus not really reading and understanding the material. But you also referred earlier to, when you started getting involved with the Chicano movement, that was like really it was really eye-opening for you. Can you talk a little bit about like what that was like? Or
yeah. And Ramon, the thing about, when I realized that I was reading, it was almost like my second year of graduate school. I said, oh my God, this is what reading's about. Now, that does not mean that a lot of Chicanos read for understanding. There are. My first wife was one of them. And I was said, but that's the answer. That's what they want on the test. And she said, I gotta understand what I am reading. And I was trained to just memorize what you're reading and keep going. Yeah. But I did realize it. And of course, since then, I think I am more, more in tune with education because of reading. I think the greatest disservice to our students is the fact that we don't know how to teach a bilingual, bicultural child how to read. But in spite of it, some of them do it. I'm going to tell you that. Some of them, and my first wife was one of them. I think my daughter's like that too. Yeah, she's going to start her PhD this semester. Yeah. And I think she'll be done in about 4 years. Yeah.
So you mentioned that idea of kind of a bilingual, bicultural education. What does that look like to you? Like the ideal of that?
The ideal for me would be that you find a teacher that's bilingual and bicultural, a good role model that knows the culture and the language and can connect and relate to the students like stop quickly. Notice that. But because what happens is with the Anglo-Saxon teacher, it takes them a while to relate and connect. And the most they can do, and this was my experience, is that they would, como te digo, value you, they would, como te digo, support you, move you on, challenge you, that's the good teacher. And in that case, it doesn't have to be a bilingual, bicultural teacher, because in my case, I didn't have any Mexican teachers. I did have one, Mr. Salinas, but he never spoke Spanish to me. So he looked very light. He went to the University of St. Mary's there in San Antonio. And I didn't know that he was Mexican. Even with a name like Salinas, that's how blind, we were trained in school, that even Latino names to us didn't ring a bell. Yeah. Unless it was Gonzalez, Guerrero, or some that there was nobody named Salinas in my neighborhood. Nobody. That was at my school. So Mr. Salinas from the university, and he wanted me to go to University of St. Mary's and get a law degree from there. But I didn't know why. And now I know why, Yeah.
Why is that? Why did he want you to go?
Oh, because he saw that, I was an industrious student. I love to study, and I wanted to do, well in school. And so he was promoting me. He was encouraging me. Yeah, encouraging me. And yeah. And he was Mexican, so he was doing for his people. I think that's what we need to do with our leaders, Our leaders need to know who they are, value themselves, and then try to help other Mexicanos, Mexicanas, to move on. And if they see that they're going down, help them as much as they can with all their power that they have so that they won't go down, because they will. There are a lot of young people. I have one right now that could be governor of the state if she wanted it. And she just got out of school, and she's avoiding me. I know her. And this is who she is. When she was about 5 years old, she came with her mother. She would come with her mother, of course. And one day she was just articulating and talking and carrying on. And I looked around and I said, of all the mothers there in the class, I said, because I taught ESL, I said, who is the mother of this child? And then Maria Martinez, who's my student, who became a citizen with me too and everything. She said, oh, that's my little girl. Oh, esa es mi hija. Así. Le dije, María, jamás quiero que tú me digas que tú eres una burra, porque burras no tienen niñas como esta tan inteligentes. I told her that. And yeah, that's the little girl that I'm talking about. Now she's a big girl, beautiful girl, but smart. She doesn't realize even her own potential. And that's, I think, what teachers need to do. Recognize the talent and the potential of a student and develop it. And that's Gramsci. Gramsci would say the same thing. But Gramsci would go a little further and say it is the duty, what you think, the obligation of the state to develop that talent. And if you don't, shame on you, I'd say. But more than that, I don't know what I would do. He wanted to turn Italy into a communist state, but he saw that Italy was not ready. The leadership of Italy was not ready. No, they were not ready. They were not that. They hadn't evolved to that point yet.
Did you ever have a teacher like that?
How's that?
Did you ever have a teacher like that who would give you that push?
I had two teachers like that.
Oh, yeah,
One at St. Thomas, yeah, Father Sullivan, and then Sister Maria Augusta Neal at Harvard. And when I went back after, I got my doctorate, when I was getting my doctorate, I went to defend my doctorate there. I said, where's Sister Neal? And one of her students, one of my colleagues, says, she's gone. I said, she's gone? She was possibly the best teacher we had here at Harvard. And she said, and then I say, why? And then she told me, my student said, you asked me why? You know why? Because she was doing for the poor.
Oh.
She said, she was doing for the poor. And my question to Harvard is, when have you ever done for the poor? Or not only Harvard, any university. Shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, because I think the purpose of a university is to develop that talent. And
yeah.
in a sense, it hurts because we see the talent of our people just decimated because we don't have the personnel in these schools. In the community colleges, we don't have it. In the religious schools, we don't have it. Whether it's Lutheran, Catholic, Methodist, don't matter what they are. And then of course the University of Texas, UCLA, Texas A&M, all these universities. We don't see it. We're not there. The thing is that we need to be there. But I think your question, how can we organize the community? I think one of the things we need to do is appoint leaders and good leaders, and then just follow their direction, basically. Like Cesar Chavez, like Ramsey Muniz, like Dolores Huerta. Oh, by the way, Dolores is coming. Yeah, she's coming to Denver pretty soon.
Oh,
She's
really?
going to give us a talk. Yeah,
Oh,
she's
that'll be
going to give
cool.
us a talk. Yeah, Dolores Huerta. And then what was the other one? Oh yeah, Jose Angel. Yeah, también Jose Angel. Yeah, Gutierrez. All these leaders there.
So, you referred to those two teachers that had given you that push. What did they do to, kind of push you along? How did they do that?
Well, I think what they did, they didn't. ¿Cómo te digo? First of all, they didn't put you down, and they give you credit where credit was due. I think that's it. Credit where credit is due. And they're and the challenging you, like asking you, you're a Mexican, what do you think? You're not an Anglo-Saxon, right? And I know I'm not an Anglo-Saxon. I mean, I can think like an Anglo-Saxon, right? Because I've been educated like an Anglo-Saxon. That's why I said that the Anglo-Saxon does not know what we're thinking, and he's afraid because he doesn't know. But it's not our fault that he doesn't know. I mean, nosotros nos prestamos with them, pero no se prestan para nosotros. What do? Right? You can do your part, but it's up to them to do their part. And fear is a poor excuse. Well, we'll empower the Mexicanos, and then they're going to oppress us. Notice that. We're going to empower the Mexicano, and then the Mexicano is going to oppress us. And then you ask, why do they think like that? Because that's what they're doing. They're empower and they oppress us, right? By not giving us positions in, and I'll give you this example. Uh, there's an opening here at the university or the community college. And then they say, well, we can't find anybody. I mean, I can probably name you on one hand about 5 doctorates in sociology. That's what I was saying about your mother. Your mother's the only PhD I know in journalism. I got other PhDs in higher ed, other PhDs in psychology or equivalent. I mean, I could give you an equivalent master's person who could do, the same as a PhD professor. Anyway, and then I tell them, well, if I go and recruit someone, will you hire him or her? Because if I'm going to go to the University of Houston or University of Texas or University of Nebraska and find a qualified Latino, Latina, and then I bring him to you and you don't hire him, that's going to make me look bad. And you know what they tell me? Oh, no, 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 no. We don't want you to do that, Andre. No, no, no. What does that tell me? That they're not serious. They want to pick who they want to pick. And it's usually going to be an Anglo-Saxon. Yeah, yeah. And that's what they do. At the University of Texas, Texas A&M, St. Thomas. I told one of my professors there, not my friend, he's not my professor. He wanted to leave. He said, Andres, I can't stand it. He's the only PhD in sociology there. I don't know if they got any more, but when I was talking to him, he was the only academician there. They made him a dean, and then he said, no, 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 I'm going back to becoming a professor. He was going to leave because they were treating him bad. And I said, don't leave, man. You're the only Chicano we got there. This is University of St. Thomas. Well, guess what? Who was blocking him? A Puerto Rican was blocking him. They got that from getting tenure. And once he got tenured, she blocked him twice. But the second time, the majority, 5, there were 5 3 voted for him, 2, including the Puerto Rican, voted against. I'm like, anyway, doesn't matter, but she voted against him twice. Anyway, and this is what I mean by Latinos supporting Latinos. He finally got it. He's a tenured professor now. He said, "Did they give you a good raise?" He said, "Prof, I make over 100,000 now." I said, "Holy tomato!" And you wanted to leave, remember? I said, "Yeah." So, oh yeah. He's a good professor in sociology, and yeah. I might tell him about my nephew trying to go there. Maybe he can put in a good word for him. He probably will. He will if I tell him, yeah. But he would know already because he's the mentor of my niece, who's a vice principal and is going to become a principal pretty soon, you know. And her salary is going to be way up there, you know. And she's bilingual. Oh, I mean, big time bilingual, bicultural. Yeah, she'd be a good principal. Yep.
All right. So, kind of getting back to your academic history. So, after St. Mary, St. Joseph, right? Or St. Thomas, sorry, St. Mary, St. Thomas. Where did you go from there?
Well, let me tell you this little thing that happened there. Like I told you, I asked a lot of questions. And it got to the point when I was working on I was working on my MA by that time. Yeah, I had already got my MTH. And they gave me a rough time, the professors. So I didn't graduate with my class. So they kept me back. So I had to wait a whole semester. And when I did graduate, you know, I guess I'm a vengeful person. I raised my hand against the bishop, and I put the farm worker flag on me instead of my cape, right? My academic cape. And and then I I walked off the stage. Okay, but I remember I said, "This is a professional degree. I needed an academic degree," so I started working on my MA, and I was having trouble with the same persons. But one of my a very famous professor actually knew that I needed an A to make, you know, to make what I needed to make, right? To get the credits or whatever. They said, "I'll give you an A to help you." No, it's not going to help me. I want my B. I'll take my B because I know what's going on here. They were using grades to try to discipline you and control you. And at that point, you know, I got to the point that I did not anymore study for grades. I just studied what I needed to do and get my degrees and go and help the community. Basically, that was my mission. And that's the way it was. So I never argued any. Even though at Harvard, I came up with two ideas, new ideas, but they never gave me credit for it. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. My thing is that I graduated with a master's from Harvard. And then they did a trick on me because they said, "We're going to put you on this master's, and that will be your step to the doctorate, right? To the doctorate in theology there." And what happened there is that when I applied, they wouldn't accept me. And then I said, "But you said if I did," and then they said, "Well, you didn't make straight A's." I said, I should have told them, "You be bilingual and you be bicultural and you come here to Harvard and make straight A's." That's what I should have told them. But what I told them is I had 2 jobs. I was holding 2 jobs. I was going school full time and I had a family. And my average is a B plus. I told them like that. And earned B plus, you know. Well, they still said no. So I said to myself, "What the hell am I going to do?" I went to the president of Harvard. He had pendejo también, you know. He didn't go against the faculty. And said, "What shall I do?" So I started writing letters. I wrote a letter to John Tower, who was the senator of Texas at the time that I knew or knew of, and then Barbara Jordan, and then the Bishop of Boston, who was Medeiros at the time. Well, they saw the letter to Barbara Jordan. Barbara Jordan at the time was impeaching Nixon. She was the avant-garde against Nixon. And I showed him that letter. 5 days later, I was in the doctoral program. And I didn't realize that they had somebody else, a Puerto Rican, that they wanted in there. My advisor wanted him in there. So in a sense, my advisor didn't choose me. He doesn't, well, he probably doesn't know that I know, because there are a lot of things that have happened in my academic career that I eventually find out everything. Okay, blockish. A lot of them have been blocks, academic blocks. And so when they saw that letter to Barbara Jordan, not to John Tower, not to the bishop, Archbishop of the Cardinal of Boston, they said, "You're in." They didn't want Barbara Jordan to come on their boat. And Barbara Jordan was a great, great statesman. Oh my God, she would have made a great governor for Texas, man. Oh my God, not like Abbott and some of the others, that've been there for Texas. We really need a Mexican governor in Texas, preferably a young woman, that would help the state and the people. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So that was my my from St. Thomas. From St. Thomas, I jumped to Harvard. I was there 8 years, and 2 years I was like in limbo because my advisor, very famous advisor, Harvey. I don't know where he was at, but he was very famous and was running all over the world. Anyway, but Sister Maria Augustine was the one that kind of guided me. And then Nancy J was the one who actually took me and said, "Look, your chapters are too long, shorten them." I think my first 2 chapters were like 80 pages together. And she shortened them down to about 20 pages, both chapters, which is what you read, chapter 1 and chapter 2 in my book, Chicano. And the book is almost intact, except what Tijerina said. Tijerina was very anti-Semitic, and the editor of Orbis said, "If we publish the book like this, you're going to be accused of anti-Semitism. We are not going to put what Reyes Tijerina said about the Jews in New Mexico and about Jews in general in the United States," because he was anti-Semitic. He said that the Jews stole the title from us because there are a lot of Mexicanos in New Mexico and Texas that are Jewish. I think my mama's family was Jewish. Yeah. Anyway, so that was it. So I was there. I didn't really have a lot of trouble except the politics, the academics was not that, I mean, it was rough, but it wasn't as rough as the politics. And I remember running a recruitment program for the Boston Theological Institute. And the only schools that didn't let me in to recruit for them were St. John's and Boston College. I don't know why, but because I wanted to get more Latinos into those schools, especially Boston College, of course. But no, they didn't open the door for me. It was really sad. I wrote a proposal to around to different organizations, and the Catholics came back saying, "Well, you're a Catholic. Why are you in a in a Protestant school getting your doctorate?" And then the Baptist, I mean not the Baptist, the Protestant side was saying, you're a Catholic. What are you doing in the Baptist? So my proposal for $10,000 to help recruit Latinos to the Boston theological schools, especially Harvard and Boston University and Boston College and all those really nice schools, was nil. Nobody helped me, but I managed to still get like 7 people in the PhD program and about 24 in the master's program there. So I didn't use their money. I just did it on my own. Yeah. And what I did in 8 years, Harvard hasn't been able to do in 30 years. And that's getting Latinos into the schools. We have more Latino PhDs, THDs out of Harvard Divinity School than any other school in the country. We got about 16 PhDs from there, Latinos. And at first it started out Mexicanos, but then the Cubans took over, and then the Latin Americans and the Spanish took over. So I think the last bunch, like the last 8, were all, non-Chicanos. We would have had the first scripture scholar too. Oh my, The guy would know at least 15 languages, do research in 15 languages. I asked the last one, Roberto, he's a colleague. Le dije, Roberto, you know at least 12 languages, you're right? You can do the research. You know, más se ríe. Yeah, it was true, he can. I know. Because I know that department. Yeah. He did his dissertation on Revelation. And he's Pentecostal, you know. And guess what? A Catholic university at Berkeley got him, Santa Clara University. You can download him. His name is Roberto Mata. Yeah. It's a good friend. Yeah. Y se casó, creo que con una española. I think he married a Spanish woman. A young lady, yeah. That thing, at least one child. And he said, what's your stipend there? Because they pay for the PhD now. So, I don't have to worry. About 75,000 only. Yeah. So anyway. So my question to you is, when do you start your master's program or your PhD?
I start in the fall.
In the fall, in political economy? Would be nice, huh?
Yeah, it would be
Check
nice.
Check into that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what would be a good school in that, man. It's probably one of these kind of little ritzy. You know what the best, well, it used to be the best international law school in the country is?
No.
University of Detroit. It's a Jesuit school, but they used to have the best international law school. Yeah, School of International Law.
What made it the best?
I don't know. They were considered like the best law school. Still is Harvard. The second best law school is University of Michigan.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess what it is, it's I don't know, the caliber of the faculty there would be one. I know in my school, the caliber of the New Testament, we had the best scholars in the world, man. I bet you they made a lot of money too, but they didn't do it for the money. They were scholars. And one of them, I remember, he was Catholic from Oxford. They got him from Oxford University. He said, if you can't do research in 20 languages, you're not a good scripture scholar. 20 languages. I could do 6. I could do research in 6 languages, but not 20 languages. Woo. But of course, that's New Testament, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and New Testament is tops. So the best New Testament school in the United States, I'm almost sure it's still Harvard. Oh yeah, they got the top brass there.
Was there a particular area of the Bible that drew your interest? New Testament, Old Testament, a specific book?
Not really. Mine was more department of the church, dealing with the church and secular things, you know, church and state. That's why Harvey Cox was a good advisor for me. But I could never really, you know, what happened with Harvey is he alienated all of the Latinos and blacks.
Really? Why's that?
I think it's part of the charism of the Anglo-Saxon. You know, he thinks he's better than we are. You know, people of color.
Yeah.
And you know, the way I see it, nobody is better than people of color, just like people are not better than anybody else. I don't care what color you're or who or where you're from. Yeah. We're an asset to the world. The poor people in the United States, that's why they call it the cosmic experience of oppression, or an asset to this country, because we can relate to Africa, Latin America, Asia, you know, all these poor countries of the world. We can, because we live the reality, not like they do. I mean, our poverty may not, well, I don't know. If you've ever been to Baltimore or South Chicago, yeah, it can get pretty rough.
You used to work in South Chicago, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
What was that experience like for you? What part of South Chicago? Was it like the neighborhood South Chicago, or was it like Englewood, close to Englewood?
No, I lived in Hyde Park, okay, by the University of Chicago, okay. I lived there. At first, I lived, at first, hold on. We couldn't find housing. It was a problem. So we ended up in like the 34th floor there in Hyde Park of the Regency. No, not the Hyatt Regency. It was called the Regency Apartments. I think it was a hotel before. And then they turned it into housing. And we lived there. And the mayor, what was his last first? Washington. Mayor Washington lived across the street in another apartment, but it wasn't as high as ours. There was always a police car parked right in front of his apartment. Um, um, I think uh, I got real close to the people in in Little Village and Pilsen. Okay, because I developed a program that was going to relate and connect to the community. And the school was more concerned, like a lot of programs in many schools, not just my school, is they want a program because they want to look good. They don't necessarily want to do good with the program. Notice what I said. It was kind of like make us look good. And my philosophy was if you do good, you're going to look good. But if you're out there just to look good, then chances are you're going to miss the doing good, right? Because your concern is looking good. And I think that that's a problem with the leadership too. A lot of the leadership in this country wants to look good. And you know, and I know that Trump wants to look good. But the question is, in your mission to look good, what are you doing down here that is good? For instance, with the immigration issue. And he would probably say, deport DACA, you know. Did you hear that? He wants to deport the DACAs after the Supreme Court said that we're not going to deport DACA students, you know, which is what about probably close to 1 million. They say it's 500,000, but I think 800,000 or something like that. No, but it's probably more. Anyway, because not everybody trusts the government and not everybody turned in their, you know, told the government where they were at. So basically, nobody knows how many Mexicanos there are in this country. Yeah, there are a lot of them. More than what they say. More than 11 million, definitely. Oh, yeah. Anyway, so I that experience itself was the one that took me out of academia because at least 5,000 people were going to march in the school. I had the president and the dean sitting before me, like I'm sitting here by myself, sitting before me and says, what do you want? We'll give you letters. We'll do this. I should have said, what I want from you guys is shame. Be shameful. But I didn't think about it. I was just stunned, you know, because I was not going to be given, you know, more time. Well, I wasn't going to be given tenure. Definitely, they wanted me out. Yeah, they considered me dangerous because I was espousing liberation theology. And what I mean by espousing, I live liberation theology. I don't just talk about liberation theology. I live it. And the way you live liberation theology is by empowering the poor. Any other thing that you hear about liberation theology doesn't. The mission of liberation theology is give the poor their voice, their credit, their dignity. That's what liberation theology is. Because if you don't do that in theology, and if you get to the theology section in my book, nobody said any, nomás one bishop, he got silenced, by the way. When he was talking to me, he said, I can't say too much. He told me that. Because he was an auxiliary bishop. Later, he became a bishop. But he said that the only thing that theology from Europe has helped with is to keep our faith. That's what he said. Well, he hasn't kept too many of our faith, you know, but at least enough of us. That's the only positive thing. All the other people that I interviewed all said negative things about theology from Europe. So that the theology, oh, you want to be a theologian? All right. That's it. No, really, seriously, that would be nice. So that they all said that, you know, it didn't, it in a sense, instead of being, ¿cómo se dice? Instead of being, it was a handicap. But what do you mean? The opposite of handicap. Instead of advocating, you know, our freedom, it was stifling it. And if you read and in different ways, and each one gave their own, you know, perspective on it, but it's all negative. European theology has not really helped us, and that's why I was trying to develop a Chicano theology to help our people, but it didn't. They blocked it. It didn't get done. In that book, the foundations for it are there. And I told my daughter, I said, if you're going to go to Boulder, develop those, from an anthropological, theological perspective, because she's more into anthropology, not into theology. But she likes religious studies. Yeah. I said, develop that theology there. Yeah. There is a good book, if you get a chance, it's called A Palestinian Theology of Liberation. It talks about how the
Well,
Jewish
sorry, one more
nation,
time. What was it called?
a Palestinian Theology of Liberation. It's by an Episcopalian priest that's a Palestinian. And he basically tells a story of how the Israelites have been treating the Palestinians. And it's sad. It's a sad story. And he's really, really heavy on theology and scripture. And he says basically what the Palestinians are doing, they're using the Old Testament to legitimize the oppression that they're creating for the Palestinians. Yeah, the Old Testament. Especially at the Numbers, and what is the other one? The one that says, "This is our land. Get out of the way. We'll kill you if you get in our way for the land." Yeah, that's one of the themes. Yeah, of the theology. They're basing their oppression of the Palestinian on on the theology of the Old Testament.
Yeah. And you
Basically,
and
the same. Yeah, go ahead.
no, sorry, I was gonna say yeah, and you see that oftentimes just kind of this subverting of the message for political gain or for you know
Well, it's back to the land. They want more land. They want to take all of the land of the Palestinians. The thing they forget is that the Palestinians were there for 2,000 years. And they do bad things. They do bad things like they plow over their orchards and things like that. That is cool. That's how they live. They're growing oranges and olives and whatever they do there. But they don't want to get along with them. That's the other thing. Or if they want to get along with them, it's kind of like our way or the highway for you. And I hate to say that bluntly, and I don't want to sound anti-Semitic, but that's what it's about. It's, yeah. And they can't really say that, what would Jesus do? Because, the Jewish community is still waiting for the second coming. Yeah. Well, if it's anything like the first coming of Jesus, the second coming, if it's anything like what we consider the second coming, they're going to have to change their guard. They won't be as oppressive against the Palestinians. But that's another. But anyway, the thing is that the theology, a liberation the Palestinian liberation theology, it kind of applies to us too, because we have always tried to work with the system and with the white people, but they don't necessarily want to work with us. And there are reasons for that. There are historical reasons for that. And one of them is back to the land, this question of the land. They'll discuss anything with you except the land. They still want to claim that this is their land, even though they, como dice el dicho, they crossed the border. We didn't cross the border. We don't have any border. Mexico is part of us and we're part of Mexico. It's always been like that.
so I just became curious and thought I would ask so I kind of want to move the conversation a little bit towards Greeley and the effects of COVID-19 there. How is I know that COVID-19 had a pretty large effect on the meat packing facility there. How how much does the business of that facility typically uh, deal with the issues at hand in Greeley, and how did these new issues impact it, if at all?
Well, the major labor force of JBS again is Mexicanos, and we've taken our toll. Yeah. There's another industry out there that's also kind of managed by immigrants, um, but I better not say anything about that. Uh, it's another industry, but we don't have COVID-19 there. And it's a big industry. And it's almost todos Mexicanos, todos. Yeah. In private, I will tell you why. I'm not going to say what I want to say, okay?
So that's a good idea. We are recording, but
Yeah. And somebody could get a hold of it, and I don't want, I don't want, como se dice, the people that don't understand immigration,
yeah.
To, to get a hold of it, basically. Because we have an old saying in Spanish, si no compras, no mayugues. You know what that means?
I don't know the last word. Anyways.
Mayugar means to squish, mayugar means to damage the fruit.
Uh,
So if you're not going to buy the fruit, don't handle it, don't mess it up, don't, no la mayugas, we say. Si no la compras, no la mayugas. And a lot of times, if people are not going to use something for the good, don't use it for the bad. That's what it is. That's what it means. If you're not going to use whatever resource you have for the good, don't use that resource for the bad. Because some people do use resources. There are evil people out there. I mean, I hate to say that, but there are evil people out there. And the reason they are evil is because they hate themselves and they need to love themselves. Now, you tell that to a person who is evil, and he said, oh, no, I love myself. But you can always qualify it. If you love yourself, then why are you doing that? Why don't Black Lives Matter to you if you love yourself? And then they can't answer the question. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there are other, I'm going to add another thing. There are other industries, the agricultural industry, and these are all related to mostly field work, like even JBS is considered, field work because you have cows that are fed in the pastures and everything, and then they get processed through there. Turkeys, horses, pigs, lambs, and so a lot of the work in this country that is done by Mexican labor is related one way or other to agriculture. And the sad thing is that Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, even African Americans, and of course white Americans, they don't want to do this work. They don't want to do it for two reasons. They're lazier than Mexicans, for one, and they don't see it, seeing that they're citizens, that they have to work that hard. Because remember, Mexicans do the hardest jobs, the dirtiest jobs, the most dangerous jobs, and the least paid jobs. In that order, well, four categories. And a lot of Puerto Ricans, I'm not going to do that, or Chicanos, oh shit, let them immigrant do that. I can see it. I know my people that can say, oh,
so
I'm not going to work with the pigs, and the pigs ties, No, en serio. And because they're documented, and because they grew up here, they have a little education, they're not going to go work out there.
So where does that notion of Mexicans being lazy come from? I mean, other than it being racist, I mean, why that?
They say that for control, dirty, lazy Mexican, dirty lady Mexican. I don't know any dirty lady Mexicans, and I live and work with them, here, teach them, I don't know anybody like that. Let's see. It's again, is the political economy. Those that control the political economy want to have the Mexicano in control, want to keep them down, want to demean them, want to be, ¿cómo se dice? Despreciarlos, desprecio in Spanish is powerful. It means, it doesn't mean depreciate, but that's what it is, depreciate, despreciar, but it's stronger in Spanish. It means you want to tear down the dignity of the person. So yeah, that's the way you do it. that lazy Mexican, that dirty Mexican, or whatever it is. I mean, I could use N-word for the African American, but that's the same. It works the same way. Because they call them the black person. I mean, I say, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. All that, and the thing is, it's I think Nikolai said it best. He said, if you want to demean a person, or if you want to wage some kind of war against a person, some kind of you want his land, basically, then how you do it is you dehumanize the person. And we did it. The Spanish did it, the English, the French, the Portuguese, the German, the Belgian, a lot of the European, conquerors. They did it by dehumanizing the natives. But what they won't tell you is that we're dehumanizing the natives because we want their land, we want their gold, and we want their silver and their resources. They won't tell you that. But in order to do that, you got to dehumanize the person. Like that's where the word savages comes from. The bloody savages, they call them Native Americans, which is our ancestry. We're Native Americans. And they had to do that to legitimize in their mind the conquest. Yeah. I don't think I developed that in chapter 1 or 2, but that's back there, the conquest. We're going to conquer, but first we're going to dehumanize you. I mean, sexism, the male dehumanizes the woman. Racism, the race dehumanizes another race. Clericalism, the cleric dehumanizes the layman. And it goes on and on with all the isms. Yeah. So isms are evil because they dehumanize, Now they could be good if they humanize, right? If they build the dignity of the person and not tear it down. But that's why they call a person lazy, dirty Mexican in this case. Yeah. I may be both, but I don't let it get to me. Yeah. But my response to a person that told me this, oh, you hate yourself that much, huh? Because it is hate. Oh, anyism like that is hate. Oh, by the way, racism is hate, sexism is hate, anti-Semitism is hate. All of them is hate, and it's hate of self. See, but you know what it is about races, sexes, and all these people, imperialists, colonialists, all these isms, colonialism, is that the people never learn to love themselves. I think that's the bottom line. Because a person who loves himself, and I think Gandhi realized this, Martin Luther King, all the martyrs, of course, and all the saints, they realized this, is that once you love yourself, there's no room for hate anywhere. Yeah. So we really need a serious study on love and hate. Why is hate so prevalent in some political economic theories? Yeah. I would love to ask that to Milton Friedman or to Joseph, the guy that started capitalism. Yeah, Joseph, what was his last name? I don't know. I found one of his books in the back of the archives that had fallen back in one of the archives there at Harvard. I said, oh my God, this is a famous book. Yeah, I forget his last name. But anyway, I don't know. Yeah, because I think if we were to do a test, the test would be, how much do I love myself?
Yeah.
I think, and if we can answer that question, then we can we can find solutions to problems. There you go.
That's interesting, because I was actually just about to ask. I mean, when we were talking about that economic model right now, something like JBS, where these workers have been kind of forced to work against these really unsafe conditions. The meat packing or the meat industry is has suffered as a result of some of these very short closures that these plants have had, and really this whole industry, which touches all other industries, right, uh, is basically being built on the backs of undocumented immigrants who are treated terribly. I mean,
or
what's
documented too.
or
Documented.
documented? Yeah,
Yeah, because if you're undocumented, you're not supposed to be there. Yeah.
yeah,
Even though some are there, but they have some kind of documents,
yeah,
I think the Guatemalans and the Salvadorians, some of them have permissions to work there. Yeah. But they're not a large majority. I don't know any Mexican that has permission to work, to work here legally. But of course there are some. I have one of my students, she can legally work here, but she cannot legally be here, which is weird. That's why we
yeah,
need the immigration reform, because she's been here almost 24 years.
yeah,
She's working legally, she pays her social security and everything. But if anything happens to her, then all those benefits that she worked, she can't receive them because she's not a citizen or a resident.
yeah.
I have cases like that. Yeah.
Yeah, what's your take on the state of immigration right now? I mean, it was a big week for the Supreme Court last week with DACA and everything like that, but it's still in jeopardy, right? A lot of immigrants there
And
status.
again, getting back to education, and I'm going to paraphrase this, and this is not only mine, but it's Ramsey, but I agree with it. The number one issue in this country is immigration. Yeah. And the economy, the politics, everything is around that. I really believe that the next president will be elected by the Mexican electorate, but the issue is going to be immigration. I think Rubio would have had a good chance, but Rubio, you remember the senator from Florida,
Oh yeah,
reneged at
the
the end.
glass of water. Yeah,
He turned, and Cubans should be working with Mexicans, but they 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 went with Reagan, they went with Trump, and Bush. Remember,
yeah,
with Bush. I think I told the governor right now, he's running for senator. I said the number one issue is immigration. You need to look at that. And como que me tiro loco, no me hizo caso, Not it might cost him though. It might cost him. Right now we have Jerry Gardner, and he's done nothing for the immigrant. But I take it back because his secretary has helped me with some of my cases, But as far as going against Trump for any of his shenanigans, political shenanigans, our senator has not done it. Now
yeah,
Bennett has gone against him. He's a Democrat, but Bennett didn't get it. Didn't get to be president. Um, it's hard, Odita, to have a good president. I don't know what Biden's going to do, but I think the first thing Biden needs to do, if he gets elected, which I hope he does, and the only way he'll get elected is on the immigration issue.
yeah. He's got a tough road ahead of him. I don't know. I think I don't think a lot of people are excited about him as much.
Well,
As
what he should have done is he should have, okay, if he was not going to go to Bernie would have been my choice because he's a democratic socialist. But at least, what's her name? Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, might
yeah,
have been a better choice. Yeah.
yeah,
Pero the Democratic Party, again, como te digo, there's no parity and equity. So, they're not gonna see the whole picture. But whoever in this election, oh man, and they're gonna come out and vote. Trust me, this time. They did last time and the time before. Every presidential election has been determined by the Mexican vote since Reagan. Yes, sir, since Reagan. Because at that point, even Mexicanos went for Reagan. They voted.
yeah,
They left the Democratic Party and went with the Republican Party with Reagan. Yeah. Anyway, but I think immigration is going to be the issue again. I think Obama, what happened with Obama is he let his guard down. He wanted to be nonpartisan, trying to help the country. So, but there were a lot of elements out there that were evil. I hate
Yeah.
to say that again. I don't like to use the word evil lightly. Okay,
Yeah.
but there are people out there who are not out for the good of all the country. They're only out for the good of some of the country, and that's the privileged, not the underprivileged. Yeah, and I could name names, but I think I will. Like Cruz is a good example. Cruz should have been with us a long time ago, not against us. Senator Cruz, Ted Cruz, and he's consistently gone with the Republican agenda.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about Obama here, and I was wondering what your take on the the children in cages thing, because it was Obama. It was the Obama administration that originally built those those, what are
Detention
they called?
centers.
Detention centers. That's the sanitized word for it. Yeah, it was the Obama administration that originally built those. I mean,
And
how
then,
does that resonate with you?
well, I was not aware of that. I mean, it's part of my ignorance, I guess, but I was not aware of that. Um, but the way I see it, that's why I say that the Black intellectual community and the Mexican intellectual community need to come together. I think what Obama did in that case was go with the Caucasian intellectual community, because tampoco can the white intellectual wash his hands like Pontius Pilate, because not to decide is to decide. So if the white Democratic Party, como se llama, enabled the president, in this case Obama, then you know just an ignorant party. It don't matter if they're Democrat for doing that. I mean, that should have been como te digo, and then the whole thing that private prisons and private detention centers, pulling the strings on this and making money from our people, from our people. It's just ignorance, lack of education, lack of good leadership. And I didn't know that about Obama, but they also say this. I did know that more people got deported during the Obama demonstration, during the Obama administration than any other. And see, that doesn't make the African American community look good with us.
No.
Por eso the intellectual community needs to come together and help rectify and address the white intellectual community también. Because like I said, if you don't get involved, if you don't, then you're part of the problem. Yeah. And you are guilty. I'm sorry, you are guilty. Just like us, if we didn't do anything about what's going on with our people. Because a lot of Mexicanos también try to wash their hands. That's where there was with Trump. But it's all ignorance. It's political ignorance. Because you don't put children in cages unless you're a beast or something, unless you're inhuman yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that in itself should have been a wake-up call to organize and unite our people as one.
Yeah.
When they started doing that with those children, because they're all Latinos, and half of their children are going to be, we'll be talking about it, 50 years from now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is only half of the problem. I mean, in the future, it's just going to be looked back on with,
I know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like Jim Crow laws. I mean, we look back. How could we do that? How could we refuse? I remember, when I was young, still in high school, they would come to our table. It says, "Are you Mexican or are you black?" They have to, because if you're black, you got to get out of here. We'll serve you in the back. Yeah, I saw that. I remember that. And we kind of took it funny, because, well, dice, Concha, así le dice, Concha, they want to know if you're black or you're Mexican. And we would laugh because we didn't understand. Again, ignorance, education, Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you something. You know, I picked up that theology is kind of big with you, but you also, you mentioned that your mom was kind of the one who had like an influence on you to
Oh,
pursue
big
that a
time.
little bit.
Yeah.
But I thought during your pre-interview for me, you mentioned that your dad was really the more traditionally religious of the house. Is
Oh yeah,
that?
yeah. My dad was more strictly religious. Go to church. Go to communion. Go to confession. Be a good Catholic. I think what one of my and many Mexicans fall into this, and blacks too, and other poor people. And this is quieren quedar bien con el blanco. They want to look good before the Anglo-Saxon. Notice what I said.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What would make me look good? And remember, this is part of their policy. It doesn't matter what you do out there, just make us look good. So somehow or other, this is part of their, ¿cómo se dice? Part of their mística. I'm going to use that word again, mística, is that even though he knows sometimes that he's a really bad person or evil person, he still wants to look good out there. Look at Trump. Some of the things that he does evil to other people and other nations, but he still wants to look good. So, tampoco locos, as my mother would say, tan chisqueados, You know the word chisqueado?
No.
You understand the word chisqueado?
No.
Chisqueado means loco. It means crazy. Chisqueado in Spanish. Something's wrong with the mind, So that means loco. Anyway, my mother used to tell me this is don't take it too seriously. It's like, I used to be pensive, me ponía, real sad. He said, don't pay attention to them. He said, tan locos, as she would tell me. The gringos, they're crazy. That's why they do what they do.
Yeah.
And if you really study it seriously, my mother was a genius. I'm still looking for a sane gringo, There's some that kind of sane, and then you think they're real sane, and then you find out, oh shit, he's not as bad as most gringos, but he doesn't see the whole picture either. And the reason I say that is because I have a friend who's gun-ho for a Jewish senator, but he was not gun-ho for a Mexican representative. Talk about
Wow.
double standards. And
Yeah. What was that?
Because everybody does for their own, sometimes at the expense of others. And the reason they do that is because, again, education, ignorance. The word education means educere, and it means to lead out of ignorance. That's what education means. That's what it means, the word itself. Educere. It means out of leading. That's what it means, out of leading. And education means out of leading from ignorance or leading out of ignorance. Educere, education. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that you speak Latin, right? That was a. Didn't you get
A
a
little
degree
bit,
in
yeah,
Latin?
a
A
little
little bit of
bit.
Latin.
I took 4 years in college and 2 years. It's a rough language though, but I can make
Yeah.
I can make somewhat. I can make it out.
Does that influence the way you understand the world, or at least language? Just having that background.
Oh yeah, it helps a lot. I wish I knew Greek like I know Latin,
Oh yeah.
because you know what? Because my thing about education is the most important thing about education, I think, is an understanding of history.
Mm-hmm.
But for us, it's very difficult because all our history, especially USA history, has been so biased. It's been so anti, how do you say? Not only has it been anti-intellectual, it's been anti-people of color. And the reason I say that is because they've never wanted to develop our leadership, the leadership of people of color. Look how long it took to get a person like Obama into office. And remember, look at Obama's background. His father was a Muslim African, and his mother is a white Protestant Christian. So where does that put Obama? Your
Yeah.
mother's white, and your father's from Black African, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you do the math, President Obama was not Martin Luther King, nor a Jesse Jackson, no anybody like that. So his experience, and of course it was one of privilege, because his mother was white, and I don't know when his father abandoned the family, but he didn't really grow up in Africa. He grew up in Kansas or something like that, and his grandparents were very close to him. So he really didn't have that animosity that a lot of people of color have because of the way their parents were treated,
Yeah.
or
That's
family is treated. He didn't experience that.
true.
So maybe
And yeah, sorry, what did you say?
so understanding the psychology of a child, I think that in the long run, the child is behaviorally speaking, psychologically speaking, he's going to grow up with more being like the mother than the father, because the mother's always with him. The mother's the one who nurtures him, the one who breastfeeds him, the one who, who's there when he's in trouble. And the mother has a certain relationship with the child that a father doesn't have. And in the interviews, when you get to Reverend Ruben Armendariz and Our Lady of Guadalupe, remember what Ruben said about his father and his mother. He said, well, you may say what you want to about my father, but you better not say anything about my mother, because I'm coming after you. Yeah. About, Our Lady of Guadalupe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let's
Yeah.
see. Well, if you have any other questions later on, something comes to your mind, I mean, I can, yeah.
Do you have to go?
No, I don't have to go. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What is are most public officials in Greeley Anglo?
Anglo and Republican, but Cabala de Moler, almost all of them, yeah.
So
We
how
had
did
one Latina, and this guy with a felon ran against her, won by a few votes against her, and then went back to California and again, went back to California, got the felony off, came back, got the council seat. I don't think Stacy's. Stacy's a Chicana, but another lady got her seat. Yeah. And my thing about Anglo-Saxons, especially in political positions, they use all this money, but they never use the money to promote a person of color. They use the money to promote themselves, and they never really encourage the Latinos to run. And if they do run, this question about equity is ludicrous, because if they really believe in equity, if a Mexicano wants to run for the city council, for the school board, for the board of trustees at the community college, or what was the other one? There were 5 of us ran. None of us won. You would have said, well, let's elect one Mexicano. Let's put a Mexicano on the city council, or on the board, or on the commissioners. In the commissioners, there is one Mexicano, but he's a Republican, and of course he's white. He's not Moreno. And but Steve always lets us know things. Actually, well, I shouldn't say that because if this is public, I don't want that out either. Because here, I'm just letting out a community secret here. Yeah, but you can count on him, even though he hasn't forgotten who he is, and that's the important thing. A lot of people get into power or positions of power, and then they forget who they are. They want to be more like, they want to be like Whitey, basically. You're never going to be a Whitey, no matter how much you try.
Yeah.
First of all, it would be dangerous to be Whitey, because if you adopt Whitey's idea, you're going to wind up hating yourself, So the question about equity, here we had 5 candidates. None of us got elected. And yet we know that if the Democrats and some of the liberal Republicans had voted for any one of us, at least one of us would have gotten in. But their intentions are not good. They have bad intentions. And one of the bad intentions is they don't want Mexicanos to rise up because they have the opportunity and they don't use it. So to talk about equity in any level, in any institution, and you're not being inclusive of people of color, especially politics, is ludicrous. It's ludicrous. You're not serious.
Is that
Because
kind of how?
Mhm.
Sorry, continue.
Because if you were serious, you would at least say, well, maybe let's open the door. Let's see what the person can do, right?
Yeah.
But they don't even give you that. Mira, at our community college, I said, look, I know you're not hiring anybody at the upper, no faculty, no administration, no middle management. Give me entry-level positions. Notice what I'm saying. I'm asking for the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Let us in, let us work our ways up, and then, at least you gave us an opportunity, right? In the community college, this is the community college. But the universities are the same. They're the same bullshit. Do you think they would open entry-level positions for us? Nope. Check University of Texas, Texas A&M, Texas Christian University. I was talking to a graduate from there. He said, we got about, I think we have one Mexicano in administration and about 40 employees, cleaning the college. 40 employees cleaning the college. And you know what this guy said? He was an alumni, very successful businessman, okay? He lives in Dallas. He said 40 years ago, you had only one Mexican and 40 people. They hadn't changed. Texas Christian University had not changed. You will not find anybody in upper management there. No vice presidents in Mexico. SMU might have a couple of directors. I know one of them anyway. Texas A&M, I was talking to a professor who got his PhD in Chicano studies from Michigan State University. He said, Andres, everybody at University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, every department head is a gringo or gringa. He said, we have one vice president, but he's a wannabe. He wants to be gringo. He said, so we really have nobody to pull us up, to give us an opportunity to move up. And he's got a doctorate in Chicano studies, and he teaches Chicano studies. But that's a reality, and that's because the people themselves have not been educated to ask the questions. This is the valley where 90% of the students are Mexican, and yet you don't have any Mexican professors as chairs. They're all adjunct faculty or some bullshit like that. Because that's the way it is here. Oh, yeah. And so, as a future theologian, Ramon, all right, you're going to be asking these questions, but from a very high level academic position, yeah. I mean, they don't give me a chance to question them. They don't give me a chance. They won't open the door for me. They won't even invite me to anything. And the reason is because, I'm going to ask them why. And they already know the answer. And they're afraid. And fear is a poor excuse for any academic, Somehow or other, this thing stopped moving. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, but I must have punched something here.
Yeah. Your picture's not moving at all.
Yeah, and now where am I? Let me go. Let me see if I can go back.
All right.
It should come back. Oh, there
you are. Yeah.
But
cool.
We're kind of double.
Yeah.
I don't mind double. It's okay. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, Ramon, you're what, about 24? Yeah.
Yeah, 25. Yeah, good guess.
Did I hit it right?
Oh, you were a year under, but
Oh, really? You're 25.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, you got your whole future ahead of you.
Thanks.
I mean, somebody would, my son for one. Yeah, he runs I'm gonna send you his phone number, and my other son. and the other two people that I was gonna send you the number to. Okay, Sister Molly, I gotta send you her number. I just been busy, Ramon. You wouldn't believe it that I haven't
Yeah.
been able to do that. Yeah. Right now, my agenda. Oh man, I got about 5 things to do. Yeah. One of them is I did a study. I'm doing a study, and I've asked 4 questions to leaders, quote unquote. Okay, in the community is why is education so important to a democratic society? That's one question. And then the other one is why is the teaching profession the number one profession of a democratic society? And then the other 2 questions, the first one is pre-K to PhD. What are the challenges of or the needs and the challenges of the bilingual, bicultural child in the school system? And then the fourth question is what are the needs and challenges of a bicultural, bilingual person, you know, college through and post PhD. Yeah. What are the challenges? So I'm asking this, and it's like a little study. It's like interviews, okay? And then I'm gonna send it to the policymakers here in the state, yeah, and around to the principals. Because even though we have like 80% of our students in the public schools are Mexicans, we don't even have one principal. We have one vice principal, and that's it. And the teachers tell me, Andres, they don't one retired teacher, another one's about to retire. She said they don't want to hire Mexicanos, Andres. And that's sad because our school district is now Mexican. And if
Yeah.
you take the corridor all the way from Cheyenne, all the way through, all the way past, past Colorado, go into New Mexico, go into, well, once you pass New Mexico, you're gonna be in Mexico. The majority of the students in all these school districts are now Mexican, big time. And we're not ready. The school districts are not ready. The school system is not ready. The leadership is not ready. We are ready. We have PhDs, we have masters, we have all kinds of people prepared to take the helm, but they won't hire us. And the reason they won't hire us, what would you call a type of ism, jobism, I guess, against us, laborism, or they don't want to hire us. Yeah, they don't want to share whatever it is that they have. We know what they have. They don't have anything, as far as I'm concerned.
So
Because
did
money
the
is not. Yeah.
so did the
What?
city of Greeley like similarly abandon the workers at the meat facility in the wake of the coronavirus thing, or how did they handle that? What happened there?
Well, the white people in the community don't work in the fields. They don't work in the plant, and they don't work in the dairies and etc. Right? They are mostly like middle management. I noticed that the people working for the city, most of the people digging the holes are Mexicanos, doing all the construction work. Most of the supervisors are Latinos, or like or Anglo. So there is a division of labor here, definitely. Uh, and the attitude is, oh, there are a lot of them. They're marching. Like a lot of the people that are gonna drive around the JBS on Sunday is or Anglos, liberal Anglos. But like I said, liberal, but do they vote for us when it's time for us to? And they don't. That's what hurts. So they're gonna drive around the plant and everything, saying we're in support of. We're against JBS, discriminated against Mexicanos. But then when Mexicanos want to move up, they don't help us. Yeah. So it's racism. I mean, definitely racism, but it's also ignorance. Yeah. And like the university and the college, they say, well, we're, como se dice, we're equal opportunity employment. No, you're not. You're not. How come you don't hire us if you're equal opportunity employment? And why do you go to another state or another country when positions open, when you can hire one of our own, somebody who can connect and relate to the community? Because I think that an educator that cannot relate and connect to the students needs to get out and choose another profession. Go work in a lab or something, because you're not helping the community by not empowering it. Yeah. You need to empower the community. And education is the key to empowering the education, because lifts everybody out of ignorance. The teachers will be let out of ignorance if they open or if they empower the students. Yeah, there you go. Empower the students, the intellectual power of the students. And they can do it. My teachers did it, and I'm grateful to them for that.
So,
I don't think I really would have come this far if it wasn't for my teachers. Because they could have they tried to block me. I take it back. There were some who tried to block me. Big time. Jesus. If you would only know. Yeah. I think that's the only reason I didn't get ordained as a priest, because I wanted to be a priest. And it had to do with that they were so condescending and so ignorant. I think it's the word, ignorant. Yeah. They didn't want to see Mexicanos move. And you know what's tragic? They still don't. Jesus Christ. I don't know what they're waiting for.
So, speaking of education and COVID and all that, two of your children are teachers. Your son teaches high school and your daughter teaches elementary school. How has this all been how has this all been affecting their work, and how has it made it harder for them to do their jobs? And
Well, the good thing is they're getting their paychecks, and they're still in communication with their students, and like being teachers, they're going to be, my son, the one that was in high school, just got promoted to the university. Actually, the university, Metro State University, wanted a director for the Upward Bound TRIO program. You know about those, right? TRIO program, Upward Bound. And he's the new
no, I don't actually. What is it?
You don't? Oh no, that's the ones that those programs are to empower high school students of color to go to college. Yeah. So he just got that job, but he's still being paid from his other job, from the high school job. But he said that while he's there, he's going to work on a BA in science, and he's almost done another BA in Spanish. And I think he said, if I have to, Dad, I might go back to the high school again. But he'll be there with 3 degrees in 3 different areas. Because right now his degree is in English. So he teaches freshman through senior year in language arts, English. He could have gotten a master's in English a long time ago, but he didn't. He didn't follow the advice of his teacher's advice or mine. I told him, pero no me hizo caso. But that's okay. That's my son. They do what they want, I guess. You can give them all the advice, but what do they take you? That's another issue. Ay. Anyway, ¿qué más?
So do they?
They're teachers, and they're getting paid, and they're working on. One of their big challenges was to get computers for their students in the houses, in their homes, because a lot of these kids didn't have computers at home. They're very poor. They're from the poor side of town, and so they didn't have computers. So one of their big challenges was to get the schools to provide their students with computers to do the assignments and all that. That was a big challenge. Yeah, I would have been terrible with mine. As you can tell, my computer. There's my computer. Anyway, but I'm real proud of them, because I know that education is the profession, the way I see it. Yeah, because whoever controls it, it controls the rest of the country. Yeah.
Do they have a similar outlook on education as you?
I think more so my daughter, because she had an option, and she got accepted to DU, and her doctorate would have been in religious studies, but they couldn't give her the stipend that she needed to survive. They couldn't give her the 25,000 that Boulder gave her, plus paying for the tuition and all that. That's a big stipend for my daughter. But Boulder has the money. DU doesn't have that kind of money, or if they have it, they didn't have it for her. So, and the theologian there wanted her there, and I wanted her with him. Even though he's not Mexican, he's Cuban, but he's a good guy. I mean, he's done a lot. He's done a lot on immigration too, believe it or not. He wrote a book on immigration. Maybe you could write his name down. He says Miguel de la Torre. Miguel de la Torre. Dr. Miguel de la Torre, Island School of Theology. So he would have been working directly with him, and I would have loved that. And some of the ladies there wanted her there too, from Denver University. Yeah, but my daughter said, "Dad, I can't survive if I go to DU." So she went to Boulder, and she's going to be teaching. She would have been teaching in both places, but again, the stipend. They gave her a $25,000 stipend to live on, and she said, "As a parent teacher, Dad, that's what I make, 25,000." Yeah. Wow.
How about Miguel? He runs Goodfellas bail bonds, right?
Yeah, Miguel knows a lot of people in this town. You'd
Yeah.
have fun. Oh yeah, and he's witty. I think of all my children, he's the wittiest. But
Oh,
he's
really?
the one that, oh my God, talk about police brutality. Talk about him about Black Lives Matter and about what the police do. And oh my God, you could write a book.
What's his take on it? I mean, just curious. Maybe we'll reach out to him. I would like to, but yeah. What's his take on all of that?
No, well, of course, he understands he understands more the police side because he works a lot with the police,
Mm-hmm.
with the courts. He works a lot with the courts, the police, the lawyers, the judges, and he can tell you the good judges, the bad judges, and all that, and the police too. We had a good guy that was going to run for chief, and they decided to choose a mediocre guy. Yeah, he was a real good cop, and he always helped us. But these other cops, I don't know, it's a job for them, yeah. But Miguel, you're gonna find out things talking to Miguel about the justice system more so than anything. Yeah, Miguel. Yeah.
Yeah. What does he have to say about all of it? I mean, like the Black Lives Matter side. How does he feel about it?
Well, he feels bad about it because nothing has been done. Like I said, about the Black Lives Matter. We need to, yeah, we need to stop the racism and get on a course to work and save our country, basically.
So, what does he see the solution to this, quagmire being?
What do I see? I think, again, going back to parity and equity, that I think that the policymakers need to be inclusive of, people of color.
How
Like
about him?
all police departments should have a advisory board, and balance it with whites and people of color. Because I will tell you this: most policy making boards across the board are white, and in this county is white and Republican.
Yeah.
So they're anti-immigrant, anti-people of color, anti-giving jobs to people of color. Yeah. So I need to do a lot of work here. Sometimes, Ramon, I feel like just taking the helm. I said, geez, yeah, hasta esto. But then at the same time, you say, well, I don't know. I see the problems, I see the solutions, but I don't know. I'm at the point, and I've already told some of the leaders around here, I said, we need to designate one person and have a committee to work with this person, preferably a young woman, and follow. Cut out all the bullshit, all the shenanigans that go on in the sidelines, and just go forward. We need to move. We need to talk to these people. And if they're not hiring our people in the universities and colleges and school, what's going on? And just put them against the wall.
Oh.
Put them
Your
against.
son, Miguel, does he feel similarly to
Oh
you?
yeah, oh
Yeah.
yeah. You talk to Miguel, Andy too, Andres too.
Yeah.
But Andres is a little more reserved, more on the academic side, like Rocky too.
Yeah.
Miguel is more on the practical. Miguel can see through things, you know.
Yeah.
You'll see what I mean, you know.
Yeah. What is so a question I have, and obviously not all places are like this, but the bail bonds industry has kind of been one of those industries that's been had increased scrutiny on it recently for what some see as like a predatory nature. Not all places, but some places. How does that affect Miguel's business? How does he feel about all that?
Well, it's affected him some, not completely though, because um, you know, police, arrest our people, and when they when they can't be let out on recognizance, well, that's where Miguel comes in and helps them. And sometimes he puts himself in a bind too, because sometimes some of the people that he helps, they don't pay him back. So I remember last year, no. In the last 3 years, I was looking at his income tax, and he had to declare a loss of $44,000 that people didn't pay him. Yeah, he helped him get out of jail, but they didn't pay him for getting him out of jail, basically. So it's kind of like for Miguel, it's a business. Bail bondsman it's a business. It's kind of like a person that if you habitually are stopped for breaking the law, then it's good to have one because he's going to be there to help you. But of course, you got to pay him back because Miguel lives on I think 10% of the bond, whatever the bond is. So if it's $10,000, Miguel gets 1,000, something like that. Yeah, 1,000. If it's
Okay.
20,000, he gets 2,000. So he makes good money. I mean, he probably of all my children, or all of us, no, yes, of all of us, including his mother, because she has a good salary too. Miguel makes the most. Yeah, yeah, makes more money.
Your ex-wife, she's a teacher too, right?
Yeah, she's a professor at the community college. She's the only Chicana actually at the community college. There's another Chicano there, but you never see him. He's kind of like I have a suspicion that he might have been in the seminary because his major is philosophy. Yeah,
Could be.
philosophy, but I don't know. He never
What
talks to me. Yeah.
what are her what's her experience like being a Chicana educator, a minority in
You
many
know what?
senses.
She kind of just does her job. She doesn't like to get involved too much politically because of the consequences.
Hmm.
I remember when she used to tell me, Andres, you're not going to beat him. And well, I have been a fighter since I can remember. And and she said, that's what she told me, you're not going to beat him. So eventually she got tired, right? She said, you know, I've had good jobs, but no, I consider all my jobs good because I'm working with the people. Uh, but but they're political, and like for instance, Pobrecita, she tried to help one Chicano there move up. A doctor, he finally moved out of there, or they gave him they gave him a job that he couldn't refuse. Really, I paid him like 40,000 more than what he was making at the community college, and he's now a director of a big project there, and he can do a good job because he's from here. He knows the people, and he knows. And that's why they wouldn't raise him up because he knew. Anyway, um, Juanita is probably the most intelligent person in the school. I will tell you that, and just because I know, she should be a dean right now, at least a dean or vice president. That's how capable she is. Pero being Mexican, they don't want to. For defending Dr. Mario to move out of being an advisor with his preparation and his academic and his experience, they fired her.
Really?
They fired her. Now, that's another secret. Yeah, she had to hire a lawyer to get her job back. Yeah. But that's what happened. See, and so now she's not going to do much because, she has a good job. She has a beautiful home. And she's always been poor. She was the oldest of 11. And I really admire her dad because her dad didn't take bullshit from nobody. You know? So they kept firing him. And there you go, moving from one town to another. And with 11 kids, imagine the life that was going on there. Yeah. And he drank a lot too. Toward the end, he didn't drink anymore, but when they were growing up, he drank. That didn't help it. Anyway. And honor student, graduated with honors in both her MA and her BA. She could have gotten 2 doctorates, didn't have to pay for them, but she didn't feel confident. And so she didn't go for a doctorate. Yeah. Yep.
Did you all have similar views on education as being as important as it was? Or to the specific ends, it seems like maybe you were more politically active.
Mm, mm, she might have, but nah, not, well, to give you an idea, she was happy that my daughter didn't go to DU, even though she got accepted, because it was going to be in religious studies. Juanita doesn't have the how do you say, the belief that I have concerning the power of the church, of what the church is capable of, provided that you have good leadership. The church, like the state, has lousy leadership. And the more Republican a leadership is in this country, the lousier it gets. Okay. And the church is the same way. The church has been voting Republican because of the issue of abortion, the issue of divorce, the issue of homosexuality, all these issues. The church has not been a good leader. They have used our people. That's why when you get to the part of Our Lady of Guadalupe, that chapter is not understood by a lot of people because I don't get people. But my point in chapter 5 was, we've used Our Lady of Guadalupe to keep our people mensos y mansos. We need to use that symbol, that great, great symbol, the most powerful symbol we have, to liberate our people, to bring them out of the shadows, to bring them out of the ditches or wherever we're at, spiritually, intellectually, physically, economically, politically. We need to use these symbols to empower our people. But the church and the state uses these symbols to keep us in our place, which is no representation, no authority, no education, and basically not a highly developed spirituality, kind of like a mediocre spirituality, and not really developed to the point where it not only lifts the spirit, but it lifts the body too. I don't realize what I just said. but what I'm trying to say is that we need to use our symbols, like La Raza Cósmica, Our Lady of Guadalupe, Cesar Chavez, Chicano movement. We need to use all that historical knowledge, to empower and raise the spirit of our people. I live with Susana. Susana lives up there. She's my second wife. Anyway, and she says, what they do in our schools a lot of times is they kill the spirit of our kids. Notice what I said. They kill the spirit of our children, of our students. And you see it when they graduate from high school and they go to college. And I said, what do you want to study? He said, I don't know. I said, you went 12 years in school and you don't know what you want to study? He said, no. Well, then your counselors talk to you about your talents, what you have, what do you like, music, you like art, you like mechanics, you like to read, you like to write, all this stuff. They said, no, they never told me anything. So what do you want to do? I don't know. And then I tell them do AA in liberal arts, or AS if you like science. If it's more to do an AS in science. That way, in 2 years, you're going to decide what you want to be. You want to be an engineer, you want to be a professor, you want biology, you want anthropology, whatever you want. By then, you will know. Yeah. And that's what I tell even those that want to go into the service. We talked about that earlier. Want to go to the military. No. Find out what your talent is. And if after 2, 3 years in 4 years in college, you want to go to the military, then go. And you're going to go as an officer. You won't be as a private, and you won't be an infantry. You know, yeah. So anyway, Ramon.
How about your other son, Andres? He he works with the, let's see, he's the manager of the prescription drug overdose prevention unit with the Colorado Department of Public Health, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
His area is public health.
Yeah.
He wanted to be a doctor. He got in how do you say, a pre-med degree, and didn't score high in the math. A lot of the students who go to Catholic schools don't score high in math because I hate to say it, but many K through 12 public schools, private schools, in Catholic schools, they don't know how to teach math.
I'll agree with that. As a math major, I'll agree with that.
Really?
Yeah, I got my undergrad in math.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so how did you get into journalism?
Well, I've been I've been doing this for my mom for a while now, but so it was something that like I just preferred to math, honestly.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So Andres didn't do well on the math.
Yeah. No, he didn't do well on math. He did really high on verbal, okay? Real high, but not in math. So he didn't get the score that he needed to go to the medical school. So he's going to go to the Navy. He was going to join the Navy and go to medical school that way because it was another way to do it. But then he decided not to. He did an intern for about 2 years in the surgery room and medical records. And I think that he got disenchanted when 2 famous doctors went to prison because they were prescribing drugs to each other. That's how stressful it is to be a doctor. And he said, Dad, doctors don't have a life. They don't. And my son likes to go fishing and hunting and camping and he likes the mountains. And también Miguel, no creas. All of them do. Gabriel. We're supposed to go to Glenwood Springs up there in Gunnison National Wilderness in about 3 more weeks. Yeah, 3 more weeks. Yeah, we're gonna be there for about 3 days. Yeah. The last time we went, my son Gabriel caught about 18 trout, and Andy caught about 4 or 5, 6. Yeah, I caught one. I caught the very first one. That was it. Yeah.
Man, 18. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty up here. You got to come up here, Ramon.
Yeah, I've been there before. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So you actually have not started on a master's, have you?
No, not yet. Not until fall.
Man, with a math degree, hijo, man. And what was your minor?
I didn't have a minor, although I started at community college, and I just because of the way that I did it, I took like all my core classes there, and then I took a few other like electives there. So I actually have like an associate's in liberal arts as well that I wasn't trying to get, but I got one anyways.
Okay, no, I'm glad you did. That's good.
Yeah.
So you went to where? Austin Community College, yeah?
Yeah, Austin Community College and then UT. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So how is the coronavirus affected Andres's work at all? Has it made it more complicated, or is that just not really his area of specialty?
I think it has, because he's got to work from the house. Yeah, he's got to work from home.
Yeah.
He just finished a $6 million proposal, and I'm sure it'll go well for him because he's gotten every proposal he's written, he's got it approved. So right now he's running like a $14 million project. And he says only about 1 million stays here at the state, Dad. The rest goes to all the other counties, in the state of Colorado.
Wow.
So a lot of the money goes to the mountains. And one of before coronavirus, one of big things that Andres did with, actually working with drugs, trying to legalize, clean needles for everybody that needed them. That was, he
Hmm.
fought that at the state, and they won. And then the other one is that if there's any kind of epidemic anywhere in the state, he goes. He just packs up and takes off to try to get a damper on it and try to see what he can do or what the state can do. So he's kind of like the spokesperson for the state when it comes to disease control. So this coronavirus has got him. He told me that my county was one of the worst about reporting things. Yeah.
Really?
Mhm. Yeah.
Why
Because
is that?
remember, it's very
Just
conservative.
yeah.
They
Okay.
wanted to secede from the union. That's how stupid they are. And then they're all Republican. They're all white, and they don't let any of us help them. Yeah.
That's really wild to me, considering that, like, I mean, like, the JBS outbreak was just one of the most publicized single outbreaks in this whole thing.
I know. But, I don't know. I mean, I was talking to my compadre, and he's working there, and he looked good. He didn't look like it affected him any. And he said, "You got protection and everything." Yeah, we got masks and we have everything. Yeah. He said that they were protecting them, so that's good. Because he goes to work every day, like 5 days a week, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know if he's working 2 shifts or one. He might only be working 1 shift right now. Yeah, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
Has Andres's work been interesting recently, like in the past few years, as like the opioid epidemic kind of rose and sort of hit its peak?
For me, he's always been involved with that. When he first started at CU, Denver, University of Colorado, that was his first job, out of school here in Colorado. He was really involved with that, and he's still involved with that. Yeah, opiates and all that. Yeah. But now I think the COVID has gotten in the middle, and he's focusing more on that.
Okay.
I don't know where the money for this proposal will go. Is probably go to open up more clinics or something like that around the state to keep tabs on things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How has it affected you? Because, for those that don't know, you help people get their citizenship, right?
Yeah, yeah, citizenship.
Yeah. How has that affected that for you?
Not well. It hasn't really affected a lot because I don't have regular classes anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like for instance, I have 2 students that are going to go for their test in 2 more weeks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask them questions on the phone. Like I will ask them the questions that I think that that they're hard. Like I'll tell you what I mean by that. I'm not going to ask them when is Independence Day. Everybody knows July the 4th. Even though they could ask them that. Or name me 3 Indian tribes. There's like in the test there's like 50 Indian tribes, and I just say Pueblo, Utah, and Cheyenne. Those are the 3 tribes. They'll say Apache and Comanche and Navajo, Arapaho, and all that. So I'm not going to ask them those questions. I'm going to ask them a question like this: in the Federalist Papers that were used to write the Constitution of the United States, name me one of the writers. Name me one of the writers. Now that's a hard question. That's probably the hardest question. And they'll say John Jay, Publius, James Hamilton, and Madison, James Madison, and Hamilton. So those are the four writers, and they only have to know one. Another question would be, and it's a little hard to men if they don't know, is who is the Vice President of the United States? What's his name? And they will say Vince. Oh God, Pence. Hold on. Oh God. All right. Anyway, I'm getting tired. That's what it is. Pence. Michael Pence. Is that the Vice President? I know Donald Trump's the president, but the Vice President is Pence.
Yeah, it's Mike Pence. Sorry, I'm
Mike
trying
Pence.
to figure this
Okay.
out on my end.
So Mike Pence, and then I'll say, okay, who is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court? By the way, he's the one who gave it to the doc. I just read it. The DACA, the liberals. There are 4 liberals and 4 conservatives. And with him, there would be 5 conservatives. But this time he went with the liberals, so the DACA students won't be deported. Okay? That's what they were contesting. And then I'd say, okay, who is the Speaker of the House? Nancy Pelosi. Who is the governor of Colorado? Jared Polis. Who is your representative, your United States representative? Ken Buck. Those are a little hard, and they have to know those because they will be asked one of those or 2 or 3 of those. Yeah. So that's what I do. That's how I teach them. And of course, I'll tell them about their application. When did they leave? When did they come back? How long did they spend? They ask them a lot of questions about the application because they want to make sure that this is the person that they're interviewing to become a citizen of the United States.
Hey, sorry, I'm right here. Has that work changed at all in the Trump presidency or at all? Or how long have you been doing this?
About 23 years. No, 24 years. Yeah.
Okay.
24 years.
Has the work itself changed, or the attitudes of some of the immigrants? How has that changed over the past 20 or so years?
No, actually, it hasn't changed much. They're just grateful for somebody to help them, And I got people that I work with, like for instance, if one of my students goes to get his application, because to sign an application, a notary public is going to charge you about $200. But if I tell them that you're my student and I send you, they'll give them a break about $50. Okay. So in that sense, it has changed a little bit because in the past, when I used to work for the college, I used to do the applications for them. Yeah. But now I don't, because now the application is 20 pages long. Can you believe that? And when I was doing it, it was only like 10 pages. Now they ask more questions, yeah, on the application. They want to know just about everything about your life that are legally possibly to know, If you've been married more than one time. And sometimes the immigration is helpful because they'll come back and say, well, you say you have 4 kids, but in the application you only have 3. And then my student will say, well, the 4th one died. And then the officer, the immigration officer says, well, even though he died, we need his information in here. Who he was, when he died, how old he was, what his name was. And so they help that way. But when he filled out the application, he didn't put in his son who had passed away. He only put the living children. Little things like that. So sometimes immigration will help you with that. They're very, sensitive to that, accommodating. And then sometimes they're not, man. They're rough. So,
Yeah.
But their attitude and their wanting to become citizens, it hasn't changed. It's been the same. They come here. They know they're not going to go back to Mexico. They need to start becoming legalized. Becoming documented, not legalized, documented. And so when the time comes, they look for help. Yeah. I help them if I can. If not, I'll send them to somebody else. Yeah. But in here, around Greeley and the area of I'd say about 30-mile radius, I can help them, Yeah. And they come to me, so yeah, they hear about me. Just like my son Miguel, he has a lot of clients because they come to him because a lot of people know him. Yeah. Wow.
So has your life been impacted by the coronavirus in any other ways? It's affected your kids, but in any measurable ways?
Yeah, it has, because I used to I'd be out more. I'd at least put about 50, 100 miles a week. I only put about 20, 25 miles a week now. So it's kind of
25 miles a week doing what? Like driving?
It's put brakes, like I will visit some of my people, some of my shut-ins or some of the nursing homes, Yeah, I will visit my former students. Somebody's ill or you know, I have a lot of friends, you know, and some of them are in trouble. Like I have a friend right now that I haven't visited lately, but I was visiting her more, whose husband, well, anyway, behind her back, he was doing things and she didn't know. And just recently, he took out $11,000 from her bank account and he's already gone. But how did he get her bank account? I have no idea. I said, Jesus, you know, why did you have that money in there? Because she retired from the library at UNC, so she has a good retirement. But the guy, I don't know. But, you know, something like that. She'll call me, you know, and she'll say, you know, can you help me do this? Or we need to organize the people here because the, what do you call it? The you know, when you pay, when you're staying in a neighborhood, HOA, yeah, the HOA, they're being really mean with some of the people here, you know, and this and that. And I said, well, you know, yeah, see what you can do, see if you want to organize. But no, they haven't organized yet, but they treat them bad. The HOA treats the people bad. Double standards there. Things like that. So I would say that on an average week, I would go out about at least 4 times a week. I would go visit somebody, primarily visit or go to a class or do something like that. Go to a library or something. But when I go to the library, I don't go to read in the library. I usually have somebody there that needs help. You know, fill out an application, some kind of work, or study the questions or something like that. So one of the big classes I had this past year was in a library, yeah. And the other one was in a home, yeah. And then the other one's just individually, yeah. They have to memorize the 100 questions. That's a taken. They have to know the application that they filled out, which I tell you is like 20 pages long now. Yeah.
Um, so why did you? How long have you really been so active with the community and all these different people visiting this person, visiting that person? Has that always been something with you, or?
Yeah. As my mother, when when I was in college and I would go home from the seminary and the school or even Harvard, my mother would say, "Go see Mr. and Mrs. Benavides. Go see Don Genaro, Doña Maria. Go see," and and it's kind of like, okay, she went to see these persons, but they know they were shut in, so there were people who needed somebody to go see them. So my mama would tell me, try to go see all these people while you're here. So that to me wasn't new, you know. So I still do it, but I do it more on as retiree. I do. I go visit other retirees, you know. Yeah, and a lot of these ladies are widows. You know, their husbands are gone for the most part. Yeah, about 90% of them. Yeah, or some of the friends that I have, they don't have husbands. You know, so I just go there and just, you know, I'm their friend basically. Yeah, and and we, like Cynthia and I. Cynthia's a former nun. Her husband died of alcoholism, and she helps the community a lot. But she's 80 already, and she can't get around as much anymore. So she'll call me and say, Andres, this, or like Gloria Galindo, you know, she's a social worker. And she'll call me too and said, oh, this is what's coming down the pipe. Like she called me this last time. And said, you know more about the politics than I do. How do I fill out this this ballot, you know? Anyway, but yeah, things like that. And then they have families, and the the families have problems, and so we talk about, you know, the family problems too. So I'm a listener. I'm a psychologist. I'm a teacher. But that's been my life. And until recently, I've been by myself, so I can just get up and go, you know. But now Susana's upstairs, so I have to be a little cautious of that. I have to respect the fact that she's here, you know,
Yeah.
and not just take off without letting her know that I'm out of here, you know.
Had she not always been there?
Huh?
Had she not always been there?
No, she came back. She was gone for 3 years. Yeah,
Oh, really?
Nebraska
Huh.
with her brothers. Yeah, with her brothers to Nebraska. Yeah.
What was she doing there?
Well, she was a social worker at first,
Yeah.
but Susana, never had any children, and she's very sensitive um, to the institution. Sometimes, they treat like one of this last times, she was working with his mother and her children, and they took her children away from the mother for something, right? And Susie defended her, or tried to defend her, and she lost her job over it. Yeah, yeah. Kind of like, well, if you don't like the way we run things here, get out. That attitude. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because sometimes, also, it's like the jails and the prisons and all that. Sometimes I'm almost convinced that some of the wardens call some of the judges and say, I need clients over here. Can you send me a few? They'll never talk about it, but I suspect that stuff like that goes on. The court system, the prison system, like the private jails. In the private jails, they got to have a certain quota. If they don't have that quota, they can be shut down. So they're out there recruiting people that come to the prison, and in our case, a lot of those people going there are Mexicans, yeah, because they don't have the legal. Like one time, the the police chief told me, it says the reason that a lot of Mexicanos go to prison is because they don't have good legal defense, yeah. And I believe that they don't have the money to pay lawyers to help them. Sometimes they have court lawyers, and court lawyers are not as good as independent lawyers that you hire to help you. So a lot of our people go to jail because they don't have the legal support or the money for legal.
Mm. I wanted to go back a little bit to talking about your education. So after Harvard, uh, you went to Chicago, right?
Yeah, I went to Chicago, taught there for 3 years. I didn't go to school when I was there, but I was a director of the first Catholic Hispanic program in the country. Yeah, yeah, and at the graduate level. And just to give you an idea, I started the first youth Hispanic ministry course, and I taught a course on Our Lady of Guadalupe. I, I taught another course on a historical course, the church in the Southwest, and I try to make it more inclusive of the Protestant religion, not just the Catholic. Yeah, so I try to bring in Protestant perspectives. Like I'm writing a book right now on Ruben Armendariz, and his father was the first. His name is Guadalupe Armendariz, Pacia Armendariz, yeah, Pacia. And he and his brother were the first Presbyterian missionaries in Texas and California and Arizona. Yeah.
Why is it
So
important to get the Protestants' perspective in there?
because that's the other part of our community that it's kind of the Catholic community has not been really open arms for them, and neither have they been of us too. So it works both ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured this, like when I was in Chicago, we started the first bilingual bicultural seminary in Humboldt Park, and we all cooperated. We were Baptist director, a Lutheran director, Catholic, and Presbyterian. Anyway, this is my philosophy. The Anglo-Saxon system sees us as Mexicans. They don't care if you're, a dark Mexican, a light Mexican. If you're Protestant or Catholic, to them you're a Mexican. And so my rationale was, we have a lot in common, not theologically, not how do you say, not theologically, not ideologically, not historically, but politically and not economically. That's how they're relating to us. So that's how we're going to relate to them. So the Anglo-Saxon mind sees us as Mexican first and Protestant and Catholic second or third. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I relate that way I relate to the issue itself, the racism that's taking place between the Anglo-Saxon Catholic or Protestant and the Mexican Catholic or Protestant. So I try to fill in the blank there, or the connection there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying.
You're a Mexican. You're a Mexican. They don't care what religion, how old you are, how much money you have, who you married. They don't care that. They relate to you as Mexicano. To give you a good example, when I got to Harvard, one of the vice presidents there told me this. He said, "Don't steal anything from here." Now, why did he tell me that? Being a Mexican, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was instead of saying "Welcome to Harvard." Don't steal anything from here. I see what you going on, and the Divinity School is one of the, if not the oldest, is one of the oldest. I know the library is one of the oldest in the country where I work. And you know what my response with him was?
What?
Le dije, don't worry about it. There's nothing worth stealing here. I threw it back at him. Yeah, he turned around and walked out. And for me, there wasn't. I mean, they had all these antiques there, but what the hell do I want with that, Put it in my Harvard apartment, Take a picture of one of their presidents, I don't know why he said that, But again, it shows that somehow or other he in his mind he associated being a Mexican with stealing, that we steal. Stereotype. Huh. But like I said, if we're gonna steal something, let it be worth something. We're just not gonna steal anything. Oh yeah.
All right. So back in Chicago, when you were on the South Side, what was it like during that time? South Chicago, was it still? It's got a reputation for being pretty dangerous. Was that still the case?
We lived in Hyde Park, so we really didn't we didn't have any shots or nothing like that. We lived in the backyard of the University of Chicago. Of course, there's a lot of violence because there's a lot of black communities now around But when we were there, it was pretty passive. It was very expensive though, because our apartment was like $625 a month, and I only made like $1,000. That was it.
Really?
They lied to me. They told me they were going to pay me like 24 or 25,000, 24,000. And then when I got my check, I noticed that they were only paying me 17,500, which came out to about after deductions and everything, about 1,000 a month. And I asked him, "Why did you tell me you were going to pay me 25?" And then they told me, "Oh, that included all your benefits." I said, "Jesus, I can't live on benefits, But yeah. So they lied to me. And some of the directors that I was working with, oh my God, they were making good money. The Protestant directors, yeah, they were making a lot of money, like in their 70s.
Oh.
Instead of 17,000, they were making 70,000. I remember we were making about that. Oh yeah, they were paying them well.
And so then after Chicago, you went briefly to Houston, did you not, or was it straight to Saginaw?
No, I went to Austin.
Oh, you went to Austin.
Yeah, and by then I had 5 degrees, and then I was a gardener at St. Julius Church. I wanted to stay there. I even wanted to stay in Chicago, The only place I've wanted to stay and have stayed is here. I wanted to stay in Saginaw too, because after Chicago, I went to Saginaw for 7 years. Yeah. And again, I talked to the bishop and said, "We're ready to take a church or whatever you want us to do, because we're all lay people. We're not clerics, right?"
Yeah.
And he said, "We're not ready for your leadership." Así dijo, "We're not ready for your leadership." And
Hey, sorry, I think you muted yourself, Mr. Guerrero. I think you muted yourself. I can't hear you.
she,
Oh, there we go.
well, she was used to let me go, basically. And when that happened, the whole community went in arms, just like they were going to go in arms in Chicago. But in Chicago, I just walked away. But in Saginaw, I said, no, I can't walk away. Yeah.
Hmm. What
So
was?
for 2.5 years, I organized with Bobby. Yeah. And we actually organized the community. It was pretty organized. We elected our first city councilman in the history of Saginaw, Michigan, and the first school board member. She was a treasurer, Minnie. I just talked to her about 2 nights ago. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's having trouble over there. Well, first of all, because of the virus, and second of all, because the priest who was in charge passed away and left Bobby in charge. Is not a is how do you say? Is not a good how do you say? Not is not a good communicator with people who are a little more academically prepared than he is. Yeah, yeah. So if Bobby isn't careful, he can lose the center basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to call him and tell him to listen to the committee because the committee is the one that's going to save the place, not him. Even though the Father Shaber left him in charge of everything, but he needs to listen to some of the ladies there. Yeah, one in particular, and she's upset with him because she told me, she said, Bobby doesn't know what being an executor of an estate means. Yeah, because the priest left him as the executor of his estate, and part of that was that center. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. God, problems. Again, problems of leadership.
Yeah.
Yeah. Problems of leadership. There are good leaders, but they got to be in the right place, and they got to be, you know, and they got to help the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna ask a question about that in just a minute, but I'm curious. Just for those who aren't aware, what degrees do you have?
Okay, I have a BA in philosophy. I have an MTH in divinity. I have an MA in moral theology. I have a THM in applied theology. I have a THD, a doctorate in applied theology, and I have an MA in teaching Spanish.
Okay, so
my last degree, my last degree is interesting because they wanted me out when I turned 62. So they call me in, the deans and everything, and then they told me we're thinking, because first of all, like a year before that, they did away with our program, our developmental aid program. I was going to be the next director of the ESL program and the citizenship program. I was going to be the director, but they were stealing money, and they were going to be sued $1 million. And back in that time, $1 million is a lot. Was a lot of money compared to now. Now I would put it like at 5 million because they were finagling with federal funds and all that good stuff. Anyway, so we got victimized. They closed the program. They literally blew it out of the water to save themselves from paying the $1 million fine. Arapahoe Community College, they did the same thing, and that same thing happened to them. They got sued by the government. And so we were left in limbo for 2 years. And then after 2 years, they opened the program again. But by then, I had I had been moved to the Spanish department, and everybody, Juanita got moved to psychology, and the other teachers, they got placed someplace. Yeah, I was the last person placed, and they called me in and says, "Well, we're gonna have you teaching Spanish." And I said, "That's not my area. I mean, I speak Spanish, I can understand it, but that's not my area." He said, "Well, you're going to go to the university and take 18 graduate hours in Spanish." I said, 18 graduate? Do you know that that's not even my major? It's my minor. He says, "Well, yeah, we know." And then I said, "Did you talk to the director of the Spanish program that you're doing this?" And they lied to me because they hadn't. Because when I got back and, I started going to school, and in 2.5 years, I got me the master's. Oh, I told him that. I told him, "You know what? I'll do better than the 18 graduate. I will get a master's in teaching Spanish." So I did. So 2.5 years later, I got my master's. But during those 2.5 years, the director of the Spanish program tried to fire me twice. Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Because he
no.
didn't want me in there. He was, I don't know, I think he was threatened. And he lost our Mazatlan program. Ah, he was not a fighter. I think if I had been the director or assistant, or at least give me the authority, to fight for the department, we would have kept our Mazatlan program. We lost it. Yeah. Yeah, we lost it. That was a good program too.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he tried to get me out, and finally I got my master's. And they waited a year. Oh, I went back, and I said, "Well, do you want me to get another one?" Sorry, that would have been another one would have been my fifth master's. And they looked at me and they just shook their heads a little bit, and said, and then I said, "You're going to pay for it anyway." They waited a year and they gave me a settlement that I couldn't refuse. Yeah. And I was going to retire anyway. And I told them I was going to retire, but that I owed a lot of money, and that's the reason I wouldn't retire. But they took care of that, no problem. These
Yeah.
people have no shame. Anyway,
So, applied theology, I've often heard kind of like broken down into like four questions, like what's going on, why is it going on, what should be going on, and how might we respond? Is that on base or anything? I recall that from somewhere or another.
wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my mission has always been applied theology. Uh, I think everything that I do somehow or other is related to my studies in the field. Um, uh, but those four questions were very interesting because, yeah, they kind of they kind of do relate to applied theology.
Yeah. I'll try and find what it was from. But
Maybe, yeah, maybe I can answer it this way. Systematic theology is very different from applied theology in this sense. Systematic theology is actually it's actually the position of an official theologian. Somebody actually, how do you say, creating theology, creating theology. Like, for instance, when I did Chicano theology, one of the big critiques was that it was not a theology. Now, had I been in systematic theology, then the book would have been different. What it came out of was more like a socio theology. The book, A Chicano Theology, is more of a socio theology.
mm-hmm.
When I presented it to some of the academicians, one of them was the dean of the theology school in Houston. That was my MA degree in moral theology. He said, "It's not a theology." And I qualified it this way. I said, "It's not a theology, but it's very, very similar to the way Black theologians do theology." When I said that, he could relate.
Mm-hmm.
And so he didn't challenge it anymore. He accepted it. And the thesis was accepted. But that was the critique he gave. He said, "It's not a theology. If anything, it's a sociology of religion." Yeah. That's what applied theology is too, sociology of religion. The difference between actually sociologists of religion and and a theologian studying sociology is that as a theologian, I can say things in my discipline that other people cannot say in other disciplines. Saying this, theologians have a type of authority that historians don't have because they're limited. They have their boundaries of what they have to doing history. Sociologists the same way, anthropologists the same way, psychologists the same way. But in theology, whether it's applied or systematic theology, we can say things as theologians and they're qualified, but other people cannot say it. That's
Hmm.
what makes theology a powerful discipline. And few of our people know that. Very few of our people know that.
Hmm.
And in a sense, what the theologian does is beginning to formulate policy. Yeah. Notice what I said: formulate policy, or theory, or science, whatever, Um, one of the biggest theologians that we produce is James Cone. He wrote A Black Theology of Liberation. And James was a systematic theologian. He winded up teaching at Union Theological the rest of his life. He actually passed away last year. Yeah, or 2 years ago. He passed. Wanted to go to his funeral 2 years ago. But James is one of the original theologians that we produce. And he said this, are you ready? Unless you're black, you can't be saved. Holy tomato. That put the white community against the wall, man, big time. And they hated him for that,
Yeah,
for saying that.
that's a
And
claim.
as a theologian, it carried weight, man. No creas, it carried weight, man. Yeah, because of the area. That's why I say few people understand theology, And it's like one of the best kept secrets, for us, for Mexicanos. And I remember one time, Alan Figueroa, Alan is the theologian at Marymount University in LA, one of the big top Catholic schools in California. He said the best kept secret in the church, it's its social doctrine. That's it. The best kept secret in the Catholic Church is its social doctrine. I said, Jesus. And it's true. He was right. Yeah.
Hmm.
It doesn't,
This
the church has not defended us like it should. Yeah.
no, and
The black
that's
church, the black church has defended the black persons, the black people, but our church is not like it should have, like should have a long time ago. So people like me are not that well received in theological circles, Catholic theological circles. Yeah.
how do you see that lack of church support is?
Well, what I'm
What do you see
saying
the
is,
effects of that looking like?
okay, some of these things that we've been talking about, the church is silent. COVID-19, they don't come out and say, well, the reason that more Mexicanos are because they don't have the health plans that we need for them. The jobs are not good. Many of them are not even working right now. They're unemployed because of the COVID virus. They don't come out with a strong voice and tell the rich Catholic, we need to help the Mexican Catholic. The attitude is, the Mexican Catholics are used to it. They'll make it, That's the attitude. Yep. And if you look at all the Catholic universities, which are top, the Jesuit universities, you will not find representation in the faculty and in the administration compared to our demographics. Not even close. I mean, it's almost nil in some of these schools. Regis is a good example here. There was a Chicano theologian who applied, and he's not coming back. Salve Regina in Rhode Island took him. Going to pay him about 85 or 90,000, maybe 100,000. He's not going to come back to Greeley, no sir, or Denver. And he's a Chicano, but they wouldn't give him a job. He was in Notre Dame for 4 years. Notre Dame didn't give him a job either. But you know what? Salve Regina is a good university. It's probably the top Catholic university of Rhode Island. Like the top university, Catholic university in Texas is probably University of St. Thomas, followed by the University of Dallas, followed by Lady of the Lake and St. Mary's University. Yeah. But the one with the money, University of St. Thomas. Oh, yeah. Rich over there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Apply there.
So I can tell that that theology's had an enormous influence on you and the way that you perceive the world around you. What's become of all the theologians? Where have they all gone? And do we need them now?
Oh, we need them, but we've lost some of our old ones. Yeah, like Virgil is gone, Frank Ponce is gone. Like I said, Claude is kind of like, and his brother John Romero. They're not very active anymore. I'm one of the last ones actually, but there are young ones coming up. Like young theologians, like in their 40s and 50s. Yeah, yeah. But I don't know them. I just hear of them.
Hmm.
But many of them were not Catholic. That's the other side of the coin. Many of them were Protestant. Yeah. But we need Catholic ones. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, we don't and like I said, it's not encouraged. Even though it's a very important discipline for our people, it's not encouraged. Among our people, what's encouraged more is the health professions and the legal professions, primarily those two. Yeah. Not even the educational profession is how do you say, está animado. Even though we have a lot of academics in education and and in social work too. A lot of academics, yeah. But they don't have. There are a few at the university, but not enough. Not enough in comparison to our numbers. Like I tell you, at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, one vice president and nobody head of any department. That's Mexican.
Wow. I don't know
Yeah,
that.
but that's not como te digo, that's not unreal. I mean, the whole state of Texas and Arizona and California, you would think California would be a little more open, pero parece que no. No. I know a few of them. Yeah, Chicago the same way, not that many. Yeah. They basically want our people to stay mensos y mansos, like I said. And they don't want us to wake up, keep the giant asleep. keep, keep, go is it keep giving the sleeping pill or something? I don't know what the hell they think.
Hey, Andres, I can't see your face.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
I got it too much. Yeah, I guess I'm getting tired. That's what it is. I can't even talk anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I think we're almost done here.
Okay.
But you know, kind of as we wrap up, I'd like to talk a little bit about the protests and Black Lives Matter. There's this prevailing belief, right, amongst Americans that like it can't happen here, right? You look at all these other things, apartheid, it can't happen here. Nazi Germany, it can't happen here. And meanwhile, the rest of the world kind of looks to us, I think, as they kind of follow our lead. We're taking down statues, they'll take down statues. What's going on right now? Why, what's happening here? And is there something, and what are the ramifications of it? And why is it happening?
I I I think it's kind of like a wake up call because these things are happening, and because we're really not asking the right questions. Why is our society so racist? And we're going to have to go back to education. We're going to have to go back into the legal system. We're going to have to go back into the academia. Why aren't the why when I was at Harvard, this is a good example. I talked to my professor and said we need to be talking about racism in the classroom and not in the streets, so that we can get a hold of the reasons of why racism in our country is still alive and well. And you know what he said? It's going to be too controversial. It's going to create problems, and we're not going to do it. And we didn't do it. And my question to academia and to the educational system is, why don't we discuss questions of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, capitalism, in the classroom? Why not? Because it's going to make who who is it going to disturb? You know, is the board of trustees in any university or school that naive not to have discussions of of not to have discussions of racism that create problems like we have today, like Black Lives Matter. Now, Black Lives Matter is not a problem, it's a solution. But unless we talk about Black Lives Matters, you ready? First in the pulpit, let's go back to theology, let's go back to religion. Talk about it in the pulpit and talk about it in the classroom. No se va a hacer nada. Because that's where our spiritual and our secular formation is being developed in the churches and in the schools, you know. And by not doing this, by not teaching about racism, you're promoting it. There you go. You're promoting it. If you don't discuss, but what they will not to decide is to decide. If you do not deal with the issues in the churches and in the schools, then my question is, what are you doing? What are we doing in the schools then? Yeah. Now, here's another one. Even the schools and the churches, we're not talking about what causes poverty, what causes drug addiction, what causes, ¿cómo se dice? Homosexual, no, not homosexuality, infidelity, you know, in the church and if we don't discuss these, you know, among ourselves, where are we going to learn? Where are we going to talk about it? Are we going to talk about it in the closet to ourselves? I laugh because I told you I just got reading the book, The Closet in the Vatican. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, Dios mío. And the thing is, the other side of the coin is this. If you don't do that, then you're being a hypocrite. If you don't talk about the real issues that are affecting our society, like climate change, for instance. I mean, some people, I mean, educated people, well, supposed to be educated, they still question that, you know, there's nothing wrong with the environment. We're not really having problems. Tell that to the 1 billion animals that died in Australia, right?
Mm-hmm.
1 billion animals. I can't believe that, what we did through global warming. Okay, that's another one. Global warming. That should be on the top of the list of our classes. And, you know, you could be teaching math. You could be teaching, history. You could be teaching.
Sorry, Andres, your audio cut out again. Andres, your audio cut out. I can't hear you.
Okay, how's that? Got it?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay, okay, hold on. Man, it's rough. Okay, and mute it. Can you hear me, Ramon?
I can hear you, but I still can't see you.
Okay, let's see. Your video is stopped. Your microphone is unmuted, so you
Yeah,
can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
what we need is the photo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how about that? Well, I got an A there. That doesn't help me.
Yeah. I can see the A.
I see you. I don't know how can I get me in? What am I doing here?
Is there a thing
Oh.
next to the audio that says like video or something?
There it
Oh,
is.
there we go. Okay,
There we
yeah.
go.
Nice. And we're back.
Technology, man.
Yeah.
So so going back, I said I think the churches and the schools, you know, they can find or at least, start to find solutions to the problems that, that we create, that we basically create. And I think the reason we create the problems is because we don't talk about the problems.
Hmm.
Yeah. It reminds me about, when you're growing up and, your parents never talk to you about sex.
Yeah. That's a good analogy, actually.
But it reminds me of this couple that got married, and the girl didn't know what marriage was all about. And the husband tells her, "Well, take off your clothes." And 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 the girl's, "Are you crazy? I'm not going to take them." And it's so sad because the mother, well, of course, the mother, and this guy, the father too, of course, but they didn't tell him what was going to happen on the honeymoon. Ay, Dios mío. Can you imagine that? And that's the same thing. That's the same thing. I mean, it's kind of like an analogy of these things are happening because we don't talk about them, we don't discuss them. Pre-K through post PhDs. Sorry, it's like the whole system. Or in the churches. Oh, we don't want to talk. The church, the pulpit, we don't want to talk about sex. That's private. Yeah, but if you don't talk about it, I mean, things are going to happen, and then you say, "Well, I'm sorry, you got pregnant." Oh no, Jesus Christ. And ignorance is not bliss. Damn. Somebody asked me that the other. What do you mean ignorance is bliss? Well, for a lot of people, ignorance is bliss, and they don't want to know about it. So, using that analogy, racism in America is bliss, in the sense that we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to discuss it. Well, if you don't discuss it and you don't have dialogues or some kind of, you will have problems. So that's why I say we create our own problems. Yeah. Problems are not created by themselves, okay? So I would say education in the church and in the schools, we need to talk about these things. Um, you know,
One group I'm interested in all of this is the poor whites. What do you think their situation is like right now? Because I feel like in some respects they're being used by the right, but in other respects they're just as uneducated and hateful as
well,
anybody.
I think that poor white people in this country, I kind of feel for them because here in Greeley, we have a lot of poor white people.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they're just being used. Like, for instance, I know a case where this person voted for Trump and then later on said, "I can't believe I voted for Trump. Look at all the things he's done." And the person in the process is becoming educated, is beginning to learn. The thing about poverty has no color, okay?
Hmm.
But the thing is that when opportunities do arise, a lot of times they will give it first to a poor white. I've experienced this myself. And then to a poor black, and finally to a poor Mexican, in that order when opportunities are open. And, blood is thicker than water. So, I mean, I can understand it. Uh, I think that the poor community, the system, especially the democratic capitalistic system, will use anything at its disposal to create the nightmare that we have right now. Yeah, it's a nightmare of what's going on. It shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
But if you don't talk about it, if you don't educate about it, if you don't tell people, for instance, the history of, like, for instance, in our case, the history of Chicanos in Texas, if we don't know that history, then we don't know half of our being of who we are.
Hmm.
And then the other half of the poor white, if they don't tell them the truth about, slavery in the United States and how slaves were treated by their masters, then, you know, they get used again by the system. The political economic system. If you want to find the problems of a society, go to its political economic system.
Hmm.
If there's no parity and equity in that system, it's a sinful system. And it needs to repent and, and be saved, I guess. I don't know. Gee, I'm talking like a priest now, like a theologian. No, but I think that it's happening and it shouldn't be happening. It's a nightmare. It shouldn't be a nightmare. I mean, I can say, you remember Martin Luther King, I have a dream in 1963. He said, I have a dream. Yeah. That dream cost him his life, by the way. But we're still working at it. But the thing is that African Americans, Native Americans, poor white Americans, Mexican Americans, and Chicanos and Chicanas, and all the people of color, they need to be included in the policy making roles that are going to determine everybody's destiny. They need to be included. We're not included. I mean, I am here with all this education and all this work that I've done. You think that the mayor or the council, somebody in the council or the commissioners or the state, I will take it back. I think the governor did call me one time, but I was not in the state. But do you think they would call and say, Andres, come and join us and help us? We need your help. No, but they don't care. They don't care. They don't care. And because they don't care, they get into problems. Yeah. Yeah. I think that every police chief in every city in the United States, and if there's a professor at the university, and they most probably will be, okay, you know, he should call him in or call him and says, look, what is it that our police officers need to know about, working or serving, because, they protect and serve that community. What is it that we can do? But I'm going to ask you this question. Why won't a police chief call a professor or professors that are African American at the university to talk with him? Why do you think?
I'm not sure.
I will answer it this way. First of all, there's got to be a will. Do they want to do that? Okay. And a lot of times, getting back to the element of fear, they're afraid. And they're afraid for two reasons. One fear is, they know. And they know, but somehow or other in the psychology of the professor, say, coming in and telling them, well, this is what we think could be done, or blah, blah. They're going to be threatened, for instance, oh, he's going to come and tell me how to do my job. And I'm being paid $135,000 to do this job. And if I go over there and ask him to consult them to come and help me, then somehow or other in his mind, he says, I guess I need to help to do my job. And then here comes the ego. Well, I don't need anybody's help. I am the police chief. I can do this job. No, he can't do the job. Again, back to education and ignorance. The police chief is ignorant. Yeah. Because ignorant and afraid, because he doesn't want to find out what that resource could help him with. Either that or have a committee of African Americans that he can consult, which I'm sure doesn't exist in the police departments. We have an advisory here. It's called the Hispanic Advisory Board. And our board is like a puppet. They don't tell us anything about what's going on. And the thing is that I learned that in this advisory board, it helps them get funds, federal funds, to run the department. So in a sense, they're using the committee to take money from the feds, but they're not using the committee to change the attitude of the officers against the Mexicans. And that's where the problem is, the attitude. There you go. I'm connected here in my kitchen now. I am in my little kitchen here.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so you said there were a few more questions, yeah, or?
Yeah. Just what's up?
I didn't know it was 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it's crazy. Honestly, it really just happened. So the first question was, from I had a lead in for this, but it's been a while, so I forgot. But Are you there? Andres?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
There you
okay,
go.
sorry.
Somebody's trying to call in. Somebody was calling in and it
Uh,
blocked us. Okay.
um, so, from somebody who is involved with the Chicano movement, what are your takeaways from the Latinx movement that's going on right now and is kind of a part of this wider series of protests we're seeing?
Well, I think it's good. I think it's good for the for the young people now to be involved and trying to correct some of the things that we have not corrected, in our generation. Yeah, I think that maybe this, like I said, is a wake up call, and I think that maybe the young people are going to start talking more about this. We need to talk more about it. We really do. That's what I was saying toward the end before we lost contact. We're not doing it enough in the churches and in the schools. And I believe that's where it's got to start. Yeah.
I think people my age and maybe a bit older, the rates at which they're attending church are definitely down.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and sorry, what was I say?
No, somebody's coming in, I think. Hold on. Can you hear me, Ramon?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I can't see you. Let me see if I can get you now. Okay, now we're both together here.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah.
So, what do you? My last question it's kind of a two-parter. Ramsey Muniz is somebody that you talk about a lot, and I think a lot of people, they see Cesar Chavez as kind of like the be-all, end-all of Mexicano activism, right? And what would you say Ramsey Muniz did that Cesar Chavez didn't do, and what does the next leader need to do?
Well, first of all, I don't think Ramsey ever said that, that Cesar Chavez didn't do. Cesar Chavez was, well, his mission was to, establish the Farm Workers Union, and he did it. In the process, he did bring all the community together. Yeah. Um, the thing that Ramsey talks more about is the young people themselves, and also the fact that it's time for us to move. It's time. His famous expression is "Ya es tiempo," and he's right. The time is now. We have the numbers to do what we need to do, but we need también somebody to call shots to. That's why I say I'm almost predicting that there is a leader in development right now. We just we just got to work together and make it happen. There you go. It's not going to happen by itself, but I don't know where that leader's coming from.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't have to be like one person, it could be a group of persons too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, where would you think it would come from?
I'm sorry?
If you had to guess, where do you think that leader or that group of people might come from?
Possibly Texas, And the reason I say Texas is because Texans have always been fighting, for their land, fighting for, hold on, my thing came off. Fighting for equality, American GI Forum started in Texas. LULAC started in Texas. I don't know about Southwest Country for La Raza, but I think there were Tejanos there too. So Texas can be, and Texans have been, working, like in the beginning with the white Texans, but the white Texans betrayed us, and so our trust level is kind of not as high as it could have been. But again, it's not our fault. They have to open doors. They have to open opportunities. But because of their fear, they don't, So, but I think Texas, young lady, somewhere in Texas is going to come up and say, all right, Raza, let's unite, let's move forward, let's go. And where we can help her, hopefully it's a her, is we will support her and defend her. Yeah, all definitely. Mhm.
Yeah.
Hey, touch her and you touch all of us. God, you're gonna have to deal with the whole, all, all 70, maybe 100 million of us. God, I think we say, as well as I say, I think we're 1/3 of the population of this country, but this country doesn't want to recognize it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A ver qué dice el census. The census is coming, but again, a lot of people don't fill out the census. They don't trust the government.
It's true. It's
Yeah.
very true.
So I don't know. I would say Texas maybe, or it could be California. We have a lot of women in California and men too, of course. But
Yeah. Do you think it'll be a woman though?
I say women too because we getting more women educated at the universities and colleges than we are men. We are.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, that about does it for my questions. Is there anything you'd like to add before we sign off?
Well, no, not really. Other than just saying, I think that that the schools and the churches, they need to step up seriously and in a serious matter. And the only way you're going to be serious is making sure that there's parity and equity in all of the institutions under your umbrella. And one of the key is leadership development. And then once you're in the process of developing your leadership, a big component of that is educating that leadership. And that means that the leadership has to do their homework and has to know what's going on and where we're going, where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. Those three things. Mm-hmm.
Do you think the current pandemic, with quarantine and everything, will make it harder to educate that leadership?
Well, no, I don't think so. We have access to all this social media. We have access to our phones. We have access to a lot of things. And I think the fact that we're immobile right now, like I told you, I'm not traveling as much as I was before, should empower our people, give us more time to look back and see where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. Yeah. So more reflection, more time to reflect, think, and read, and keep up with everything, what's going on around us. Yeah.
Seems like a good time in history to do all that.
How's that?
I said it seems like a good time in history to do all that.
Yeah. Instead of laying back and watching TV and drinking beer, you turn on the news and start asking questions to your congressman. Here's another thing that we have not used. We have not used our leverage as voters to challenge our representatives, our senators, our governors.
Yeah.
Like, what is the governor in Texas doing for bilingual, bicultural education? Or is he doing anything?
Abbott? Yeah.
And what is the president of UT doing? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we don't have a president right now.
UT doesn't have a president.
No, he stepped down, and now we have like an interim president.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but so that's effectively saying nothing, right?
Yeah. Is it a person of color? Or see?
White guy. I'm pretty sure. I don't know about the interim president. I don't know. I haven't really been keeping up on that.
Well, and one of the things about the white power brokers is they need to be asking themselves, if we're not doing the job right, then maybe we ought to give somebody else a chance. Let start grooming, people of color to take some of these positions because we need them. We need them. I mean, and let money not be the factor. Let people be the factor. How can we access resources to help the most people? Not how can we access resources to make myself richer?
Yeah.
which is which is what a lot of politicians do too, you know.
And how might we go about shifting that greed, you know, changing that from the
I think it's I think it's an experiment in consciousness racing. We have to raise our consciousness another level, you know, get it out of the dark ages and put it into, modern times. Like a lot of these attitudes about global warming or attitudes of the dark ages, that the earth is warming, we need to move now. Like if our educational system is failing, we need to stop it and get it to work. And no one group of people is going to do it by themselves. It takes, como you say, it takes a village to educate a child. It takes cultures in a country to educate a country. Yes. Yeah. In other words, Mexicanos and African Americans have a lot of answers to many of the problems that the power structure has created. We do have the answers. Those people said that, well, where are the answers? The answers are in community, people coming together and looking at something and then sharing the ideas and say, well, we never tried that. Well, maybe it's time to try it, Like, for instance, good example, a bilingual, bicultural child. Get him a bilingual, bicultural teacher from the 1st grade to the 12th grade. Let's see what happens. I'll tell you what's going to happen. You're going to have a more developed child at the end, a more developed teacher, a more developed system, because you haven't tried that. And we know that it works because we've done it in ESL, GED, and citizenship classes. In developmental education, we never had problems teaching bilingually and biculturally to bilingual, bicultural people. Yeah. And the testing that is being used to admit our students needs to be looked at too. It's not doing the job. It's not doing the job.
Definitely. Well, Mr. Guerrero, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, Ramon, thank you.
Yeah.
I hope all this helps, to raise consciousness, because that's where we got to go that way.
Definitely.
Tell your mother hello, and I'll send you those 4 persons that I'm going to send to you, okay?
Sounds good. Hope to stay in touch if you're ever in Austin.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you too, if you're ever here in between Cheyenne and Denver, right in the middle of the 2 capitals. and both cities are beautiful. Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, Ramon, it's a pleasure.
All right.
Gracias.
You as well. Hasta luego.
Bless you and all the work you're doing, and your mama too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.